Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the treasures behind Chamber of Secrets, Chapter 10, The Rogue Bludger.
Oh, man, I always love a Quidditch chapter.
Oh my gosh, I know. It's like, even when we do the what ifs, whenever we've done the big series that go 5 or 6 episodes or 8 for What If Harry Was in Slytherin, there'll be times we got to write the Quidditch match down. It's this ends up being super fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Quidditch in general, this is something that I was definitely in this chapter in particular. It might be one of my favorite Quidditch matches ever because it's just interesting to see the ways that everybody's looking out for Harry. It's kind of like the classic.
Not everyone, Ben. Not everyone.
I mean, in a way, everyone, but in another way, not so everyone.
In a way, not Madam Hooch.
In a way, that's true. That's true. But it's just it's such an epic moment because I mean we've sort of we're pretty far into the book at this point in time. I mean at least I think halfway.
Just halfway, just about. Maybe we're cracking halfway.
Yeah, and it feels like we've been given a lot of information about the Slytherin Quidditch team and their fancy new brooms, and it kind of seems like Quidditch has been challenging, and they've been out in harsh weather, and it's been just exhausting. And, all the rest. But then it's sort of okay, so you're coming into it with expectations being set kind of low, and then right away it's sort of oh man, Harry's being targeted. This is going to be. It
is right away. I don't think I really noticed that this time. It's and we're off, and the Bludger's after Harry.
I know. I thought the exact same thing. I was in my head they got 5-10 minutes into the game before this actually started to be a problem. But no, it's actually. I mean, it is in the immediate.
That is what makes it all the worse that Madam Hooch doesn't notice. Is if 10 minutes of gameplay had gone by and nothing had happened, everything was pretty normal, and then all of a sudden it started happening. There'd be reason to not be paying attention to that anymore.
Right. I know. Yeah. And it's funny too because it's I feel like Fred and George pick up on it almost immediately, and I'm what are they doing paying so much attention to Harry for? And it's no, I mean probably because once the game starts, their eyes are just I mean they're probably dialed in on the Bludger. So I bet immediately it was wait a second, this is weird. For them, they probably know the Bludgers quite well.
Right, yeah.
So it's okay, this is very apparent. But then even Malfoy is sort of training for the ballet, Potter. And
right.
it's sort of where is Madam Hooch?
I know. It's
or what are the teachers? Is nobody watching the star person out there on the field?
It is so weird because it's
the pitch.
It makes it sound like Harry's up there doing all these weird loop-de-whoops and avoiding the Bludger. Everyone in the crowd is watching him. Malfoy's watching him. The other, even the Slytherin beaters must just sort of notice, there's only one.
I mean, it's the age-old issue over and over for Harry and the Golden Trio, which is just basically that if a parent or a teacher or anybody could have just stepped in and done something, it's probably a lot of things would have gone just a lot better.
I mean, but what's super frustrating is they call timeout and they come over and Madam Hooch is everything okay? And they're yup.
It's well, we're certainly not going to forfeit the game because one of our players is being obviously targeted.
Harry has such an annoying line in here. He's if we stop now, we'll have to forfeit the match. It's no, what? No, you won't. No, you won't.
Right. Yeah.
If you stopping now, why would you forfeit the match? Why on earth wouldn't it even just be even if worst case scenario the match ends, it'd be well, this Bludger was clearly tampered with the entire time, so and at this point they think the Slytherins did it. So what they think is going to happen is that the Slytherins will be found out having tampered a rogue Bludger, and then they'll still get to win the match.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
There's just the amount of logic not happening on the page is unbelievable during the Quidditch match. But
no, it really is. It really is. But either which way, I mean, it's a really fun round of Quidditch, and it does seem like the Slytherins are basically pretty locked and loaded with those new broomsticks. And that being said, it actually is a perfect setup for us to review the chapter art for Chapter 10, The Rogue Bludger, because what we get in this particular piece of chapter art is, of course, one Harry James Potter sitting in his bed at the hospital wing, which I really love the bed because it's got on the little post, it's got a star on one end and a moon on the other, and I'm like, I love the asymmetry of this bed frame.
It looks like the moon side is almost like significantly higher than the star side as well. And yeah, it's a very whimsical hospital bed.
It really is, yeah. Which, I mean, there's actually a really cozy moment that I'll come back to later. But yeah, so then of course the other big thing is that the reason that Harry is in the hospital wing is not because of the broken arm. It's because of the bone-free nature of his arm.
The noodle arms.
The noodle arms.
Yeah.
The rubber glove is the piece of it that always makes me so uncomfy. It's like, oh, I don't want to think about my hand being like a rubber glove. That's so horrifying. But anyway, you get to see Harry's noodle arm there. And then and this is not really like a necessary part of the image, but I think it's interesting that they included is that like there's a shadow being cast of the bed frame on the wall behind Harry. And it's like, do you see that there?
Yeah, I do.
It's sort of like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Why not include the shadow?
Sure, it's there.
I wonder if like visually they were like, it's sort of like an off balanced image. It's like, we need to put like Harry closer to the middle, so we need more information to the right of this particular image. Do you sort of follow? Like it would.
I do. Like but even without the shadow, it looks like totally normal. So I'm even trying to think, like, is it the correct? Would the shadow hit the wall based? Because the shadow of his arm is also on the blanket. Like, where is the light source for these shadows?
I don't know, but the lighting was very essential for this particular illustration.
Yeah.
I love it. I would give it 10 out of 10 gold stars.
10 out of 10. It's a good one. It's got Harry with the noodle arms. Very fun.
Yes,
very
indeed.
fun.
Yes. Other which way we can go ahead and dive on into the chapter, which starts right away with a little bit of mention of Professor Lockhart's last class and the episode with the pixies.
Yeah, but now he's not doing any more live demonstrations. I guess he decided that he can't fake his way through it. So instead, he's just reading from his books and reenacting stuff, which is like, okay. It's great that he's reenacting them because they didn't even happen.
I know. But what I think is the funniest thing about this is that he's recruited Harry to play like all of the essential and otherwise very demeaning roles. And it's kind of hilarious to sort of imagine this actually playing out before your own two eyes, because like to hear it described, it's one of those things where you can just sort of be like, yeah, sure. Like, he was just making Harry do like something embarrassing, but to actually imagine being in Harry's position and having the teacher say something like, nice loud howl, Harry. Exactly.
I know. Like, I literally highlighted that and I was just like, the shame. Like, I would be so embarrassed, like, so endlessly by being forced to do this.
Oh my gosh, it sounds like the absolute worst. And the fact that he says exactly, note I wrote next to it was, Harry actually apparently howled.
I know. That's he plays along.
He does. It's like, I can't imagine Harry agreeing to this. But so then my big curiosity was sort of like, we know that oh my God, I wanted to say Grindelwald. Lockhart he must know that Harry has actual and genuine fame of his own.
Yes.
But like he definitely fronts as if he's like in this position to be like coaching Harry and sort of like guiding him through the ups and downs of what it's going to be like to be famous, and like, you watch me and I'll teach you, which, of course, whenever we go to Dumbledore's big plan, our whole theory here is that basically Dumbledore hired Lockhart specifically to show Harry what not to do.
Right.
To be like that working example. But my big curiosity is whether or not he has recruited Harry for this particular role in an effort to like intentionally lessen Harry's own status. Like as if Lockhart has showed up and is a bit insecure over the fact that Harry has real reason to be famous when he doesn't, and he knows that.
Right, but if he can position himself as the one that as like Harry's mentor, then that makes him like almost a little bit more legitimately famous.
Well, even in his own head, it's like, yes, let me mentor you, because if you're my mentee, even that means like, okay, any success he has is really just an extension of my own success,
exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
But in this particular case, I think this is slightly different. Like, I don't think him recruiting Harry for all of these like reenactments is part of this proposed coaching situation. I think this is literally Lockhart, like his insecurity manifesting, and he is like, yeah, I'm gonna have Harry get up in front of the class and he is gonna look real silly.
Right, like I will make him kind of do something embarrassing and he'll be the thing I'm defeating. So like if you're watching it, perhaps you like subconsciously realize that like I am the greater wizard between us.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Like, sure, Harry led to the downfall of the Dark Lord, but now he's looking up to me, which again, like we'll leverage all this situation. He's involved in my things. He's my villain. I'm defeating them. So if so facto, I'm more powerful than the kid who brought about the fall of the Dark Lord.
If so facto.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, just classic Lockhart knowledge.
I know. I love. Speaking of classic Lockhart knowledge, I love when he describes how he defeats the Wagga Wagga werewolf.
Yes, I know.
So there's so many things happening here. First of all, he says, I screwed up my remaining strength and performed the immensely complex Amorphous Charm, which, the Amorphous Charm, I looked this up. I was like, is this a real thing? Because like we know there's no cure for like a werewolf bite. And as far as we know, like the wolfsbane potion doesn't even stop you from transforming. It just like lets you keep your mind when you're transformed.
Correct. Yeah.
And so I looked this up, and it seems like it is at best it will temporarily transform a werewolf back into a person.
Okay.
But like it is also one of these things where it's like it's unclear if it's even real, but even if it is, it doesn't like he might have transformed this person for a few minutes, but they would have just come right back.
Right.
Kind of thing. Like it seems like they could have turned you back and then the moon would just pull you back into werewolf. So more on the moon later. But then I love how he says, the immensely complex Amorphous Charm, and then one sentence later he goes, simple yet effective. And it's like, well, was it immensely complex or was it simple?
Yeah,
right.
right.
It's like just a little oxymoronic there, my man.
No, you're absolutely correct. I know, yeah. So it's such a ridiculous, because I mean basically what he is claiming here is to have cured somebody of, because he says that he's delivered them delivered them, which is kind of a weird phrasing, from the monthly terror of werewolf attacks, which I mean, as far as I'm concerned, is suggesting that like whatever he did was resolving this man's werewolf affliction.
Right. Or else imprisoning him, I guess. Could work.
I guess so.
As well.
I mean,
I don't know.
It seems like anybody else could have done that whilst he was in man form anyway.
That also seems quite possible.
Because he's only a werewolf during the full moon.
The full moon, yeah.
But yeah, I did write down the Wagga Wagga werewolf detail there, because that was one of those where it's just like, and this chapter is full of these, but there's a lot of like little random, like very trivia question type situations.
The Wagga Wagga werewolf.
The Wagga Wagga werewolf is like the
Wagga Wagga.
You very famously once upon a time in our Jay versus Ben episodes over for SuperCarlinBrothers were able to pull the Waddy Wassy charm out of your brain skull.
That's right.
In order to defeat me on that particular occasion, which, let's be fair, is almost all occasions you've usually defeated me. But I've always found it to be one of the more absurd, details that you remembered. But I mean, with 1,000 guesses, I never would have pulled Wagga Wagga werewolf.
I would not either. I was like, Wagga Wagga werewolf. Does it always say that? Like, did you listen to it? Is that what he says? The Wagga Wagga werewolf?
That is what he says. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
WWW werewolf.
But then he does assign the homework, which is a poem about his defeat of the Wagga Wagga werewolf.
I don't hate the homework assignment. It does sound like a little bit more like creatively taxing on the students.
I could sort of see that, because in order to write, like something in terms of like a rhyming format, you sort of got to go more deep into the creative vault, and it shows you must have like some type of comprehension about the event itself in order to piece it together. So I mean, maybe not a terrible assignment, but obviously incredibly self-indulgent, to the tune of the best poem will get a signed copy of Magical Me.
Yeah. So he's also using it as a way to, I guess, promote himself as well. And you have to imagine that really what he wants to read is everyone's poems about himself.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, more than like, I want you to understand the literary happenings on the page here or anything.
Exactly.
Yep. All right, so then after class, Harry, Ron, and Hermione decide that they are going to try and get him to sign a form so that they can get most potent potions out of the restricted section and start brewing themselves some Polyjuice potion. Although that, and Hermione says that it would help her understand what you're saying in Gadding with Ghouls about slow-acting venoms. And he says that's his favorite book, or possibly his favorite book.
Yeah, I know. This is like one where I feel like, actually this whole chapter is really a great example of it, but Hermione is like definitely, it's interesting because she has massive blinders on when it comes to Lockhart.
Yeah.
Like it's so confusing to me that like Hermione is so good at being highly logical that like she can normally like see through all of the like extraneous details about something that might like cause it to be misleading. But with Lockhart, it's like she just keeps giving him a pass over and over and over again. But on this particular occasion, she's still basically playing against his ego to get him to do, you know, what she's hoping to do.
Right. It's like on the one hand, she believes that he is the hero he says he is, but on the other hand, she's like, I can take advantage of your ego to get you to sign a form for me.
Yes, precisely. The benefit of the doubt thing is kind of interesting though, like, you know, to apply it out in the real world. It's like, it's always one of those questions where it's like, is there ever anybody who you would have felt like you're giving like the benefit of the doubt over and over again? Like, you know, it's like, yeah, like that seems a little, but you know, I'm trying to look.
Yeah, just ignoring all the red flags over and over. Yeah. I'm sure there have been many a relationship out there where you're like, it's okay, they like me.
Right, yeah. Just look right past that.
It's okay. I'm willing to let it slide.
It'll be totally fine.
Yeah. He does say though that Hermione is the best student of the year. So he's like aware of that as well. Like that's an accurate thing he says.
Right. So he is at least able to acknowledge the fact that she is quite a good student. Although she's also the one who was able to remember that his favorite color is lilac. So
that's true.
It's possible he's referencing more her knowledge of him,
right?
More than her knowledge in class. But on that exact note, as Hermione is continuing to, I'm going to call it manipulate him because I think it's better than actually being enamored with him. But she says, "So clever the way that you trapped the last one with that tea strainer," which is I bring up mostly just because once again I think it's really good trivia. So it's like one of those things where it's like in Gilderoy Lockhart's Gadding with Ghouls, how was he able to trap the last ghoul?
Yeah, in a tea strainer.
In a tea strainer. Again, you wouldn't get it with 1,000 guesses, but now maybe you will because you've listened to this podcast.
Exactly.
Good on you.
Also, like I'm curious what the situation was with the ghoul because gadding with ghouls just sounds like talking with ghouls. So like you're trapping them, and also like if assuming that most ghouls are like the ghoul in Ron's attic, like it wasn't like particularly dangerous or anything.
That's a good point. Like this is a question of like we know that Lockhart is not above lying, and we know that he's not like what his actual chief ability is memory charm. So what he does is finds people who have actually achieved great things and just like erases their memory and basically like takes the story from them and claims it as his own. But the hilarious thing about Gadding with Ghouls is that ghouls aren't terribly dangerous. One of them lives in the Weasley's house.
Right.
So it's sort of like and it lives there sort of like amicably shy of making noisy
just like banging on the pipes
in the
or
evening
whatever. It's like, but they let it stay up there.
It's like they say like we have a ghoul,
right?
I mean it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, yeah, we have a cat,
we got a ghoul,
it's here sometimes.
It's like you don't want to get rid of it, or like it's up there,
we feed it. I mean, because at some point in time Ron is like, he just ate.
Does he say that?
I think he does. Yeah.
They feed it. That's weird,
right? I mean, so I don't know. Maybe it's
I'd get rid. I don't want a ghoul in my wizard house.
I agree with you. I mean, I'm not necessarily a fan, but they also just don't seem that dangerous. So this is like one of those where I'm like, I don't know how the wizarding populace is not more sort of like what. There's not really a kind of heroic involved in your gadding with ghouls. It seems more just like brunch with an unpleasant brunch guest,
right? Trapped it with a tea strainer too. Like, what does that even mean?
It means that at brunch, you use the tea strainer to trap it. But you're right. It seems like a tea strainer would be quite small, and ghouls are not that small.
No, yeah.
So
not exactly. But again, it's like apparently someone did trap one with a tea strainer.
Apparently. Well, good for them. Good for them.
And then apparently Gilderoy Lockhart was a seeker when he was in school. This sounds like an outright lie, if you're asking me. He says, I was seeker too. I was asked to try for the national squad, but preferred to dedicate my life to the eradication of the dark forces. And it's like there is in like one of the ebooks, you get like a little bit more about Gilderoy Lockhart's background.
Yeah,
and it's like it says he wasn't particularly popular. Like he was like the teachers didn't find him to be a particularly popular student, and like he was like very attention seeking even as a student,
right?
And but it seems like if you were a seeker who was good enough to be asked for the national squad, it probably means you're winning a lot of games for Ravenclaw, which would then make you quite popular.
Yeah. The other kind of interesting detail I think in that same piece of writing is that like he receives detention for like carving his name across like the Quidditch pitch.
Yeah.
You know, and it's sort of like if they're giving him a remarkable accolade related to the Quidditch pitch and it has nothing to do with his athletics, it kind of makes me think he wasn't on the team.
Yeah, I feel like he wasn't on the team, and if he was, he just wasn't good.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that's the case. The other thing that I think is kind of funny about this is that there's the line earlier in the book that like his life's ambition is to like market his own like set of hair care products, and like rid the world of evil or whatever. And it's like one of those things where it's like Harry's ancestors have successfully marketed a line of hair care products, which is the Sleek Easy's hair potion.
Yeah.
And Harry does rid the world of evil.
Right.
In a way. And so it's funny because this one's actually kind of like the same situation where it's like, he's like, I was Seeker too. Probably not. And he decided to dedicate his life to the eradication of the dark forces. It's like Harry was Seeker and does eradicate the dark forces.
Yes, it is.
It's like another,
and does go on to be an Auror after that.
Right. Yes, exactly.
Right. Like even after Voldemort's gone.
So we don't know whether or not Harry was asked for the national squad. It seems like based on the limited talent pool available for England's squad, and the fact that Harry is essentially a star on a broomstick and also just incredibly famous otherwise, it seems like they would have asked him to play.
It does seem like that, especially since Wood otherwise seems like a straight up Quidditch fanatic, and he's apparently only good enough for the Puddlemere United practice squad?
Yeah, something like that.
Are you kidding? Yeah. How many, like the talent, again, yeah, you're right. The talent pool is not very big.
Right. You know? It's like any given year, it's like you might be graduating like a handful of Quidditch players because most of Harry's teammates are much younger than 7th year. So
yeah,
like,
I know.
They're going to be there for a while.
Right, yeah, on any given year, the England or Scotland or Irish or Wales team can expect up to 4 keepers to graduate.
Right.
Up to, but not always.
Definitely not always. Yes.
Not even as many as 1 might graduate, you know?
Right, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, maybe it's the type of sport where you can just play for like a long time. So it's like, you know, people are like maybe in their like 40s, 50s, 60s and still.
It seems like that, but also people are frequently injured in this sport.
Also true. I mean, there are flying cannonballs.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, that's worth keeping in the back of your mind. What I just love the most, though, is that it's like, it just seems like every time Lockhart is trying to make a brag, it's sort of like, Harry does that.
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
Yeah, all of your ambitions in life, Harry's doing them.
Harry's doing them.
Yeah.
He makes it happen.
Yeah. But yeah, that is phrase. Just always happy to pass on my expertise to less able players. It's like, this is like a quiet dig.
It absolutely is. Like, less able. You haven't even seen him play yet.
I know. It's like, well, that's just kind of a rude thing to say.
He does come to watch him play, though.
Well, I guess there is that. Yeah.
There is that. Yeah. He does like show up at the Quidditch game. That's almost surprising.
It is kind of surprising.
Yeah.
It's like, how is he able to find time to take a break from looking in the mirror?
Yeah. Or, you know, answering fan mail.
Exactly. He has very important business to attend to.
Stuff is happening with this giant peacock quill.
Right. So the next line down, though, Ron refers to him as a brainless git, and Hermione says he is not a brainless git, said Hermione shrilly as they half ran towards the library. It's like, come on, Hermione. Yes, he is.
Like, that just worked on him. You know you shouldn't be allowed to check out that book.
Right. Yeah. The writing is on the wall. Wait, no, that's the wrong chapter.
Wrong chapter.
That was
Nailed it.
to last week's chapter.
Then we did a description of Madame Pince, a thin, irritable woman who looked like an underfed vulture, and I was just like, Animagus maybe? But probably not, because you have to register, and otherwise she'd just be an unregistered vulture.
Yeah, right. Madame Pince is another one of those characters that is so absent from the story in any other capacity other than her duties as the school librarian that it's once again one of these situations where you're like, is she a real person?
Right, yeah. It's like her role in the school is to... I guess she's the librarian, but it seems like her goal is to make sure that no one actually reads books.
Yes.
It's like, well, I have my books and I will protect the books. And if you want to read them, well, I don't know about that.
I don't know.
I don't like that.
I'm going to spend most of my time finding ways to get you to leave the library, and you may not take the books.
I know. And it's like, it is so at odds with like any experience I've had with like a real librarian who was like so excited that you're just there and want to read and like give you books and help you find things.
Right, precisely. Real librarians, totally for the win.
Yeah.
Madame Pince, absolutely not.
Why would you want such a strict child person running your school library. Like Dumbledore's hiring is just bonkers.
It is sometimes. It is indeed. Yeah. Maybe it's just one of those things where he's just like, maybe like he's too kind to a fault a little bit, where it's like, okay, I understand you're trying to like help people out and stuff like that, but you should also probably have good instructors who are encouraging enthusiasm in their students.
Yeah.
Anyway, as we scroll down a little bit later, I think that we are learning a little bit more about where Hermione would like to start their Polyjuice potion brewing, which is Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, where they were guaranteed some privacy. And this is another one of those where I'm like, how much are people not using this bathroom?
Right.
Like just, I mean, because it's like, I could see a world where you're like, given a choice, I'll just like walk up an extra flight of stairs and use like the next floor's bathroom.
Yeah.
But like, in my mind, I'm like, it seems unlikely that no one ever goes in there.
Yeah.
Hard stop.
That no one ever goes in. Right. Like, unless, is it still like taped off from the attack maybe?
Oh, maybe so. Maybe
Yeah.
so. Okay.
I guess that could be the case.
We'll go with that. Because, I
Okay.
mean, even before, I think we said, like, you know, Hermione's like, it's kind of hard to pee when somebody's staring at you.
And it's like, so you use it.
Yeah, right. Maybe Hermione's the only one who goes.
Yeah, she's like, when I gotta go, I gotta go. Look out, Myrtle.
Oh, man. Just definitely too much of a visual there for poor Hermione. Okay. Let's see. What do we got next?
All right. Hermione's looking at the recipe for a Polyjuice potion, Ben's favorite potion in the series.
Okay, let me clarify. I don't dislike Polyjuice potion as a concept. I think it's very clever, and I think even as we get into it here, once you look at all of like the ingredients that were selected to be specifically like applied to the Polyjuice potion,
Yeah.
they're all things that like have something to do with like either transfer of essence from one thing to another, this degree of like duality. You've got like the boomslang skin, which is like a second skin, and you are going to be like inside of.
Yeah, I actually looked up because I know that each thing in the Polyjuice potion is like carefully selected. So if you go on Pottermore, you can read about it and why each part of the recipe made it on the list. So lacewing flies represent the first part of the name suggested an intertwining or binding together of two identities.
Like lacing. Yep,
Yes.
okay.
So there's leeches to suck the essence out of one and into the other.
Okay.
There's the horn of a bicorn, which just has the idea of duality.
Yep. Okay. I got
There's
that.
knot grass, which is a hint of being tied to another person, like with a knot. Fluxweed is the immutability of the body as it is changed into another, and the boomslang skin shedding the outer body and a new inner.
Yeah, okay, so there you go. So it's like when it comes down to it, it's like I think Polyjuice is very clever. I love all the thought that clearly went into like devising why these ingredients would make this particular, you know, final end result and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like it's all very clever. I think what mostly bothers me about Polyjuice potion is that it's just sort of like it's so it just comes up as sort of like the catch-all solution in so many different scenarios.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just it's kind of like, all right, yeah, once again we'll use Polyjuice potion.
Yeah, this is what's interesting here though is that they give you this list of ingredients is that like if you're really paying attention to what they are like this little paragraph are the hints you need in Goblet of Fire 2 books from now to know that like someone is under Polyjuice potion.
Yes, because I think when Snape corners Harry at some point in time, he's specifically like boomslang skin, missing from my private cupboard, something like that.
Yes. Do you know what a boomslang is?
I don't know what a boomslang is.
Okay, so this is one I kept reading and I was like, how do I not know what a boomslang is? Like, we've done so many magical creatures, we've looked into so many things, and it's like the reason it's like, oh, this is another one Newt didn't put in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them or whatever. Like boomslang. It sounds like it's got to be something crazy, and it's actually the reason it's not in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is because it's not a magical creature at all. It's just a regular snake.
It's a regular. I mean, I knew it was a snake.
Yeah.
But there is like you could actually go and encounter a boomslang.
Boomslangs are real snakes that are highly venomous and live in Africa.
Nice.
Yes.
Okay.
So it is interesting as well too that it just so happens to be that like the monster is a basilisk, which is a giant, highly venomous snake. And it sounds like a boom slang is kind of like the smaller version of one.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take that. But then there's of course one last ingredient that is still required, and I've got to tell you, there's something just like Ron says, I'm drinking nothing with crab's toenails in it,
Right.
And I'm like, oh my goodness gracious. When it comes down to it, I'm like in my head, I'm like, what would be? I mean, toenail seems like basically about as bad as it can get.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like making me gag just thinking about it.
Ugh.
I'm sorry to everybody who's just like driving to work right now and now is thinking about toenails.
In their mouth.
It's like actually making me like
It is gross.
I'm having like a physiological reaction, but it does seem just it seems just as bad to imagine like hair or something. No good whatsoever. What I do think is interesting is we know when they make Harry's Polyjuice potion way later in Deathly Hallows that the potion itself actually turns gold.
Yeah.
When they put it in there, which is something that I like about the potion, because I feel like somehow it's like sentience doesn't seem like the right word, but I feel like your resulting potion is a kind of reflection of your character.
It feels like it's up there with like what your wand is, or what your Patronus is, or what your Bogart is.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's like what color would your Polyjuice be?
Exactly. What color is your Polyjuice? Put that on wizardingworld.com.
I know.
And the fact that Harry's is gold, then I think is like a reflection of like Harry is the Sorcerer's Stone kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's like we just made a video. It's going live later today as we're recording this about like the real history of magic.
Yes.
And there's this like one particular painting that we came across because like Nicholas Flamel was like a real person, in case you didn't know.
Yes.
And like alchemists actually tried to make the Philosopher's Stone.
Yes.
And they wanted it to be able to turn metal into gold and produce the elixir of life. This is a real thing people did. Nicholas Flamel wasn't actually even an alchemist.
But it's a real thing they tried to do.
Yes, obviously they didn't succeed.
Right.
But there's this like one painting that came up across our research where it's like this alchemist carrying this bottle, which is presumably full of the elixir of life.
Right.
And it is a gold liquid.
Yes.
Which I was like, that is exactly why Harry's Polyjuice potion turns gold. It is literally because of this painting. Because the rest of the painting then has this like black ribbon coming out of the bottle, and the ribbon says like, let us ask the 4 elements of nature, which then is like if you don't know, the 4 Hogwarts houses are each associated with the different like element. So like Gryffindor's fire, Slytherin's water, Hufflepuff's ground, Ravenclaw's air.
Yeah.
So those are the 4 elements that said ribbon could be referencing there. And then on that same painting, you have like this stag and a doe looking up at the bottle of gold liquid, and then just off to the side, like an owl also staring at it. And it's like, well, this is just such a Harry Potter image. Like,
right, yeah. How is it not a Harry Potter image to have this
Right.
much Harry Potter stuff all located in one,
Right,
one
yes.
visual representation?
right.
Yeah, so kind of unbelievable. Yeah. So anyway, it's been something we've like delved into, and I'm sure we talked about it a little bit with our chapters back in Philosopher's Stone. But Harry definitely, I think, is intended to be like the living, breathing version of the Philosopher's Stone.
Of the
itself.
Philosopher's Stone.
Yes.
Yeah. I think so. But let's see. So this is also so annoying too, where Hermione down at the bottom says, but if you don't want to find out it's Malfoy, I'll go straight to Madam Pince and hand the book back in. And I just highlighted that, and I was just like, guys, put on the cloak. Like, there are so other ways you can do it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep. But this is also during like the period of time that I think it's kind of cool, because like Hermione's Gryffindor nature, I think, is really, really coming out inside of this chapter. Like she starts by saying like, well, if you two are going to chicken out, fine. And she's like, clearly this is like one of those instances like where Hermione is the one sort of like driving the ship on like, no, we're going to need to break some rules in order to do this. But you know what? We need to, because specifically like, I think like the threat to Muggleborns is basically worse than brewing up a difficult potion. And so like her thinking here is that like, I think it's growth even from the first book, where she's like, like you're going to get us killed, or worse, expelled. It's like, this is an instance where it's like, okay, she's kind of got like her priorities back where maybe there's
back where they're supposed to be, where it's like, yes, the threat of being caught stealing them might get you expelled, but otherwise the consequence might be death.
So yeah, somebody might end up dying. So
yeah,
anyway,
well, specifically her, even because she is Muggle-born.
She is Muggle-born, yeah. So that's it's cool to see Hermione kind of like, standing up for herself and for the cause.
Yeah. Okay, so there's an interesting line on the next page though when Ron asks how long it's going to take. And it says, well, since the Fluxweed has got to be picked at the full moon and the Lace Wings have got to be stewed for 21 days, I'd say it'd be ready in about a month. So first of all, it's interesting that the Fluxweed has to be picked at the full moon, because it's sort of like, is this part of like what they're learning in astronomy then? Or is there like there are magical properties that like are unlocked on Earth based on the position of the stars and stuff?
I sort of like that a lot because, I think like traditional science would probably suggest that, like for the most part, unless there's anything else different about the Fluxweed itself, you would assume like, okay, I mixed Fluxweed with all these things and nothing happened.
Yeah.
And then it's like, well, when did you pick the Fluxweed? It's like, does that matter?
It matters. Actually, this is also interesting because like the full moon is what causes werewolves to transform.
Oh, sure.
So it's like the full moon, you have to get the Fluxweed at the full moon because that's what's going to make you transform.
Right.
Oh, that's interesting.
I like that. In fact, I think again, we talked about this before, but the set of steps necessary in order to become an animagus, I think also involves possibly Fluxweed, but I think there is something also attached to like the full moon nature of like whatever you're doing, or maybe
there is like a 1 month, so you have to like keep a leaf of some kind in your mouth for a month.
Wasn't it the mandrake? No, was it mandrake?
Was it?
We did this. We talked about.
I know we talked about this like last episode. Yeah. I know. Like, what was it?
Yeah,
was it a mandrake leaf?
Something has transformative properties.
I think it was the mandrake leaf because it's supposed to be like that's what allows you to like transform back because it's supposed to like untransform you.
Right.
Maybe that was it.
Yes.
But I like the idea that if it's a month, maybe it has to go from like moon to moon. Maybe that's how you're measuring what counts as a month.
Right.
Because that would also be part of it. That feels like it makes sense. I don't know. I have to go back and check. But then the other thing about it being a month or at minimum 21 days, I suppose, supposing that you already have just a ready supply of full moon Fluxweed, is that later on, this creates like a weird continuity error, if you will, where Slughorn shows up and has ready to go Felix Felicis and Polyjuice Potion and Amortentia like on day one, even though he was recruited like less than 21 days ago.
Yeah, I know. This is one of those because I've always thought about that when you fast forward to Half-Blood Prince.
Is it less than 21? When does Dumbledore pick Harry up?
It always seems like it's around his birthday, but it's hard to say without reviewing that particular story. But I don't think it matters, though, because in that same thing, I think it takes 6 months to brew.
The Felix Felicis. Okay, so maybe that's the bigger one.
He also has that on hand. But the thing that kind of makes sense to me about that, I mean, I guess somebody who is a potions master and who's also been on the run for the past year of his life, it doesn't necessarily not stand to reason that he would have these potions brewed and ready just in case.
I mean, I guess that makes sense because specifically Polyjuice and Felix Felicis could help you evade the Death Eaters.
Right.
I guess,
of course, he tells us about the 2 occasions he's used Felix, but...
That's true. Well, so maybe he hasn't had to use it yet.
Maybe he hasn't had to use it
And I guess we don't know that the Felix Felicis he gives Harry comes from the cauldron in the classroom. He could have just started the brew, but also had some ready.
That's also a good point.
Yeah. Like, I've got a vial ready to go just in case, but here's how you would start it.
Right.
Okay. All right. I'll give you a pass, Slughorn.
All right. There
Whatever.
There we go. We'll go with it. Otherwise, we are getting up for our Quidditch match against Slytherin.
Yes.
Where, kind of as per always, it seems like the morning of is a little glum for everybody. It seems like... like everybody, as much as they love Quidditch, everybody who plays Quidditch the day of is like nerves are a big part.
Right.
They're all just like always like, oh man, it's game day. Why am I even doing this? Am I even sure about it? I don't even know. I can't even eat anything.
I know. Well, it seems like a lot of their nerves are to do with the Slytherin's brooms this time around. Like we're about to get flattened for sure.
Right.
Which Wood turns to Harry. It'll be down to you, Harry, which I just highlighted when I was like, it's always down to Harry. What are you talking about?
I know. I know. Yeah, it's one of those. I mean, we've made videos before. We've talked about it endlessly, but Quidditch just basically making no sense, especially at the Hogwarts level, where it pretty much seems because this goes back to the end of last year as well, where Harry has to miss the last game and they get flattened by Ravenclaw or whatever, and it's sort of like, why would they get flattened? I mean, sure, maybe without a good seeker, out there on the field, they struggle a little bit or they have less of a chance of winning the game, but there's no reason why they should be annihilated.
I know, right? The other chasers are the rest of the team is still good too.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. It's what else is everybody else doing out there this whole time?
I know. I don't know.
But yeah, I do like the fact that he says, get to that snitch before Malfoy or die trying.
Or die trying. Yeah. There you go. We also get the description in the next paragraph here. It says, Madam Hooch, the Quidditch teacher. I was like, the Quidditch teacher? What?
Yeah,
what?
Wait.
Can you take Quidditch as a class?
Because it doesn't seem like it.
Doesn't seem like it.
Hermione definitely wasn't taking it as one of her 12 classes
exactly.
next year.
Can you get an OWL in Quidditch?
I don't think you can.
Because I feel like Harry would be all about that.
Yes.
You can't even get an OWL in flying, I don't think. So.
No, I don't think so.
It doesn't seem like you have to take flying for more than one day, as far as I can tell.
you get one day, and then
that's it.
Madam Hooch refs a handful of games in the meantime.
Yeah.
She doesn't have a very busy job, I don't think. Maybe she just hangs out with Madam Pince the rest of the time.
Yeah. Maybe they're just down there at the Three Broomsticks, just throwing them back. Man, we have the best jobs in the world. I teach one day of flying. I referee 6 Quidditch matches. Do I even enforce the rules? Do I even know what's happening in the game? Barely.
Okay, new headcanon is that the 3 Broomsticks are Madame Rosmerta, Madam Hooch, and Madam Pince.
Oh, they're the Madames.
They're the Madames.
Didn't we have a different theory about the 3 Broomsticks?
Do we?
I think so. I think we had a theory that it was Godric and Helga and Rowena.
Oh,
right.
I like
and
it better.
It's 3 because Slytherin left.
Sad.
I know.
So sad.
Sad.
Maybe they needed a place to go and have a beverage because they were sad their friend left.
Yeah.
And so they became the 3 Broomsticks.
Right. Can't you just see it and be like, we should start a bar?
Of course we should start a bar.
We should start a bar, right? Yeah. And it's but Godric's just like, of course we should start a bar. Let's go. Why aren't we doing this yesterday? Come on. And Helga's like, I'll make drinks. And Rowena's like, guys.
We got other stuff to be doing, but
we
also
have other things to do.
Did you say butterbeer? All right, I'm in.
I'm in. No one can say no.
Maybe what they did, maybe what was actually happening is that Hogsmeade was originally like other ruins nearby, and it was just sort of like what used to be a building a long time ago. And when they needed a break from the school, the 3 of them would get on their respective broomsticks, fly over, and then they would lean them up outside.
Exactly.
We'll go to what we call the 3 broomsticks because that's where we lean our brooms.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys, if we ever end up writing a Founder series, you guys will either be nauseated with what we come up with or love it, but we're going to do it either way.
It's gonna happen, and we're going to give you the origin of the 3 Broomsticks name. That's going to happen. Okay, so this is the other thing it is. So we always talk about how maybe the points don't matter or Slytherin scoring is ridiculous, but okay, there are 3 paragraphs here. And the moment basically the game starts, maybe I don't know, maybe it's a page. There's a page worth of gameplay that happens, but almost right out of the gate, you just hear about the Bludger began to attack Harry. George streaked past him, hit it. It came back at Harry. Fred hit it. It came back at Harry. Harry sped around and evaded it. And then he finally hears the score, and it says Slytherin leads 60-0. So it sounds like, it sounds like the Slytherin team has scored 6 times in the first minute or something. Not a lot happens, and they've got 60. Right.
It basically seems like game start and Slytherins are absolutely dominating.
Yeah.
No, it seems like, if Harry wasn't able to capture the snitch quickly, they were screwed.
Yeah.
They were going to lose.
I think they were going to lose. So there is, I've always they never really addressed this. Whenever you see them score in Quidditch, they cut to the scoreboard and someone got points, but it's like, does the game continue?
I think it does. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of weird because like the quaffle is not a magical object itself. It's just a ball.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I often think like this is kind of a strange one because like you would think that they would have to spend a lot of time going back down to the ground to pick it back up.
Right.
Or even if like the ground play of Quidditch could actually be like a factor somehow, like maybe you would like land somebody else like 20 yards down the pitch when the ball lands on the ground, so you could go and grab it and then throw it to your other person who's already 20 yards further towards the other hoops or something. Like, I don't really know, but I mean, it doesn't seem like the ground ever plays a role in Quidditch at all, which kind of makes you wonder, like, if the quaffle falls slowly. Like
that could be interesting. Yeah.
It doesn't have to be like distinctly magical, but it doesn't fall at like 9.8 meters per second. So it can be caught on most occasions by someone who's still flying on broomstick.
Right. That would almost make sense. But like the other thing is there's like, it never seems like if play doesn't stop, you could potentially just be like passing it to each other rapidly on either side of it,
Right.
Just like ding, 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 ding.
Oh, that's a good point.
You know what
too.
I mean?
Yeah, can you throw the the quaffle through both sides of the hoops?
Yeah.
Do we know the answer to that?
I don't know. I would think you could throw it through either side, though.
Because then you're not really guarding 3 hoops as keeper. You're kind of guarding 6.
6, yeah.
I mean,
like you got to watch someone like throwing it over your head,
right,
to get behind you.
Ooh,
yeah.
That's kind of interesting. I never really considered that before, but I don't think that doesn't. I think that tracks.
I mean, if that's the case, it seems like scoring. If you had like a real good like pass regiment, like you could throw one through this guy, catch it on the other side. They get to the third hoop, make it back through, and just sort of like rotate through. And before you know it, it's like, oh, whoa, they just scored like 8 times.
Yes, that is where I think you could start to imagine a world where if Oliver played Seeker on behalf of Harry in that match last year and there was no keeper, that is where you could start to imagine like nobody, like all he was doing was trying to catch the snitch as fast as he could so he could like put them out of their misery.
Yeah.
But like someone has to catch the snitch, otherwise the game won't end, and otherwise they're just going to get, I mean, I guess I could sort of see it.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some logic in there somehow, but we had to work to get to it.
We did, and anyway. There we go. Anyway, Slytherin's up 60-0 basically immediately. Then they call a timeout, and everyone comes down, and they have a big old pointless talk about how Harry's absolutely being assaulted by one of the Bludgers. They really need to stop the game. And then Madam Hooch comes over, or Harry, I already said this earlier, says, if we stop now, we'll have to forfeit the match. And it's like, in what world, Harry? In what world?
Yeah, because also like this is an interesting one, but I am shocked that Dobby lets go of the Bludger during this particular.
Oh, me
moment.
too. I'm surprised it's not hunting him now.
Yes, because it seems like it would be, because even at the end of the match, Fred and George are still having to like. It says, let's see, Fred and George Weasley wrestling the rogue Bludger into a box. It was still putting up a terrific fight, and it's sort of like, okay, Dobby, the match is over, friend. And I mean, from Dobby's perspective, it's sort of like it doesn't really matter. I just need to hurt Harry no matter what, just to send him home.
Right.
But then you would think that during the break, there would be no reason for the Bludger to stop trying to attack him.
Exactly. Like the Bludger should still be attacking him right now.
Yes.
Like it's being awfully polite, respecting the rules of timeout.
Yes.
But not respecting the rules of the game's over.
The game is over. Let it go, man.
Yeah,
Your plan
come on.
didn't work.
Yeah. So I don't understand why Madam Hooch hasn't noticed it. I guess maybe she's just like, wow, the Slytherins are scoring a lot. But then the fact that she comes over and they're not just like, one of the Bludgers is absolutely like attacking Harry. Like, can we just swap it out for another one?
I know, yeah. No, this to me feels like one of those things where it's like logic would just solve too much of it already. Because even Alicia Spinnet is sort of like, you can't let Harry deal with that thing on its own. Let's ask for an inquiry.
Yeah.
And, that's when Harry's like, well, we can't because we'll forfeit the match or whatever. But yeah, then Madam Hooch comes over and she's like, ready to resume play? She asked Wood. And I just wrote in all caps, tell her.
I know.
Like, right now. This is the moment. Just be like, hey, I think something's wrong with one of the Bludgers. We have a spare. Can we swap it in? Which, I mean, to be fair, Dobby would have been able to just control that one too.
But even that would have been, I feel like, just if you're like that would have been interesting too. If you're like, oh yes, we properly addressed it it became a problem again.
That's a good point. It's like, yes, we have a spare bludger in case something like this happened. No problem. We'll go swap it out. Oh, turns out still a problem.
Yeah, that would have been interesting. Like, wait, what? Because you're going to find out later this chapter what the deal is anyway.
I know, so you're not left hanging for too terribly long.
Yeah.
But anyway, so then, basically Harry's like, guys, go protect the rest of the team. You got to do what you're going to do. Harry's never going to be able to catch the snitch if you're just sort of like right at his shoulders every which way. Like, how is he supposed to play the game with that happening? So Harry's just like, all right, guys, don't worry about it. I'll just go out there and do my thing and totally win the game. Put the entire situation on my back.
I got it.
Yeah, which he totally does.
He totally does. He goes out there. It's just like, you know what? Go ahead and hit me, Bludger. And since it hits him in the elbow, which is just a specific detail I just did not. I always imagined hitting him in the forearm.
Yes, I know. The forearm seems so much more reasonable. The elbow,
I'm just like, oh my God.
I know. Yeah, it's like a broken bone sounds miserable, but it's like mentally I can reason with it. The idea of like hitting like the tendons or the joint that is your elbow, it's like it feels like if that breaks, then that's just it for the rest of forever.
Yeah,
like there is no solving this.
But not for one Harry James Potter, who takes his broken elbow, aims himself at Malfoy, and catches the snitch anyway, wins the game, makes his way down to the ground, where who should come up except Lockhart. I love how like the moment for like push has come to shove, and Harry can't even like pretend. He's like, oh no, not you. I'll put up with you in class. I'll do your howling, but you are not magicking my arm right now.
I know this is like especially because of how frustrated Madame Pomfrey is when he's finally brought up to the hospital wing, and she's just talking about the dangerous sport and irresponsible teachers and all the rest. And if I was Harry, I'd be like, dude, that's what I said. You could ask anybody. I was like, no, take me to the hospital wing. Not this guy. Definitely not this guy. I pleaded with him. He said no.
I told him not to.
Can somebody please get him fired?
Yeah.
Because it does feel like this would be a fireable offense.
Right.
For
It's
sure.
like everyone sees him do it.
Right. It's like you removed all of the bones from one of our most important students in his arm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not all of his bones altogether.
Right. Not all of well, that'd be so I think at one point in here, Madame Pomfrey is gonna say, like, he's got 33 bones to regrow tonight. And I was like, I wonder how many bones there are in an arm. And I was looking it up, and it says like just the first result on Google says 30. Okay. So I was like, well, that's interesting.
Do you think wizards have an extra bone?
I'm like, do wizards have extra bones? And then I was also like, but like, wait, how many bones are in your hand? And it's like, like more than 30. So that then made me think, like, does he still have bones in his hand in this situation? I'm imagining in my brain when Lockhart does this, he from the shoulder down is boneless.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, that's my interpretation.
But it sounds like not, Ben. It sounds like he still has hand bones at the end of glove arm.
No. I feel like they talk about his hand being like a glove, and I feel like his hand can't be glove-like if there happens to be bones in there.
Well, look, there could be bones in there. You just can't activate anymore because there's no other bones attached to them.
I guess this is fair.
This
is fair. Yeah, you're right. You know what? You're right. How can I argue with such sound?
I don't know.
Sound counter argument, or possibly Madame Pomfrey was just making a reference to her sweet knowledge of how many bones are in an arm approximately.
Yeah, or wizards have extra arm bones.
Or that's another.
Or less. Maybe they have. You're like, oh, it takes Muggles like 30 bones in their hands, not wizards. They got one big old bone hand.
That makes no sense whatsoever.
That doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, we're so in the weeds. It's a good thing we're not doctors.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, because we clearly do not know what we're talking about at all.
Nope.
But either way, yeah. So Harry does make his way up to the hospital wing. Ron has to help him into his pajamas, which is like one of those things. Because I think it says that Madame Pomfrey throws Harry a pair of pajamas, and I'm sort of like, okay, man, the guy's missing a whole arm's worth of catchable.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, you caught a snitch with your other hand.
Right. Yeah. Like people at the school just have like they just don't care.
No tact.
Yeah. No tact whatsoever.
Yeah.
No tact whatsoever. But of course, the other thing that I think is kind of interesting is that in order to regrow the bones in his arm, he has to take Skelegrow, which is kind of cool because it was actually invented by one of Harry's own ancestors, Linfred of Stinchcombe.
Oh, there you go, Linfred of Stinchcombe.
Where the Potter family comes from. So Harry is. This is another incident, just kind of like before, where Lockhart makes a mistake, and it's like Harry's lineage is the one sort of solving it.
Right.
You know, it's like everything Lockhart's trying to do, Harry can do better, or Harry's family can do better.
Yeah. I wonder if when he took I wonder if you take this, it ends up fortifying your other bones in some way, or if you had any other chips or breaks or tiny fractures. It's we're just gonna fix it all right now.
I like to think so.
Yeah.
And I don't know why this is the case. There's something that actually sounds kind of delightful to me about Skelegro. Not the idea of me needing to regrow bones, but it almost seems like a fireball kind of beverage. Like
a cinnamon flavor?
Like a cinnamon, hot, comforting.
It says it burned Harry's mouth and throat as it went down, making him cough and splutter. Harry can't handle his liquor at all.
So, not even one bit.
Nope.
Not even one bit. Oh, poor Harry. But one of the things I do really like here is that, kind of as per always, after a big win, they usually have a party in the common room or whatever. But it sounds like his friends bring up cakes, sweets, and bottles of pumpkin juice. They gather around Harry's bed, and we're just getting started on what promised to be a good party. This is kind of one of those where there is something just super cozy about this entire concept to me. It seems really delightful to just think it's cold and wet and rainy outside, but you're warm and comfortable, and all your friends are gathered around you, and you got delicious treats and such.
Yeah.
I'm that sounds like a good time.
It's pretty good.
I'd be all about it. But of course, Madame Pomfrey's nope, this guy's got the 33 bones to regrow, so out right now. So
out.
He doesn't really get to have that party. But
nope.
either way, it's a dream of mine would be to have this party.
Yeah, to be hospitalized and then have a party with people.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe hospitalized is a stretch, but maybe
right. But
maybe
to be laying in bed and for have people to come in with food.
Yeah, not so bad.
Yeah.
Not so bad. That sounds kind of nice to me.
Yeah.
So I wrote such cozy little vibes. I enjoy the sound of it.
Okay, so there's another line before that where Hermione says, "I want to know how he fixed that bludger." She's pretty convinced that Malfoy's the one who did it, which is kind of interesting to me because in the last book when Quirrell's doing the broom, it's it takes can't nothing interfere with a broomstick's magic, only powerful.
Right.
It seems like the same would apply to Quidditch stuff, but I guess not.
No, I would agree that it does seem to be the case that it would be very difficult to do this because, especially if a school only has one set of bludgers, it makes you think that the enchantments associated with making them do what they're supposed to do would be fairly complex.
Yeah,
would be my thought.
Yeah.
Either way, though, I guess tell me what your imagination is here, because Dobby being at the school and the fact that Harry is playing Slytherin suggests to me that Lucius has come to the school to watch the game and has brought Dobby with him, or do you think that Dobby is just
it's the middle of the night, so it's not
this is one of those where I'm just assuming Lucius is just staying at Hogsmeade or something.
Oh.
He's traveled in so that he can, because he bought all the brooms.
That's true,
for
yeah.
the Slytherin Quidditch team. So
presumably he's there to watch Draco.
Right, and then be disappointed with Draco.
I guess it's possible they would have been in the platform earlier too, because Draco would have been. Is he just bringing Dobby with him everywhere he goes?
Well, we know that later, towards the end of the book, when Harry eventually, frees Dobby, spoilers, that he can free Dobby because Dobby's with Lucius.
Because Dobby's there, yeah. So I guess that stands to reason. I never really considered it. I thought Dobby was just appearing there of his own accord, but...
I just think it makes sense for Lucius to be there, or at least nearby.
Yeah. I like that better, that he's at Hogsmeade or something, and it's the middle of the night, so I'm sneaking out.
Right.
Yeah,
yep, exactly. But yeah, we get a good exchange with Dobby here. This is one of those where we don't get the line that we get in the movie, which I do think is really hilarious. But it's like Dobby didn't mean to kill Harry Potter, just maim or seriously injure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of those better in the movies.
Yes, it's really good.
But Dobby also is there's a little bit, he's definitely not the best planner here. Obviously his plans are terrible to begin with. He's just trying to hurt Harry out of school. But when he tells him that he's the one who blocked the barrier, he just says, "Never did Dobby dream Harry Potter would get to school another way." It's what? You didn't think they'd find a way to get Harry to school? Ever? That was it. We're done. We can't do it.
I know. It's such logic that I feel like I never questioned as, an elementary school student reading these books for the first time, because in my head it was well, you missed the train. What else are you supposed to do? Get there some other way?
That's it. I don't have to go to school this year.
Right, yeah. You missed the train, you don't go to school.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I remember. It's like I always remember, like, when we were growing up, being like, "Oh man, it'd be kind of cool if we got there a little bit late. Then I'd be at school for a little bit less today." And it'd be like, but it's like, but you'd still go to school. It's not like, oh yeah, get in the car. It's like if you're late, then you'll have just been in trouble, and it's not like you'd miss school then.
Right. Yes, exactly. But yeah, so then Dobby continues to sort of just be like rather honest with Harry all the time. Like Harry's sort of like, wait a second, that was you. And Dobby's like, it was indeed.
I know. He's so willing to come forward on all of these things that he's done, but so like, I can't tell you about the Chamber of Secrets. Whoops. I can't tell you who's doing it.
I know. So Dobby is basically the Hagrid of Chamber of Secrets.
Yeah.
Where it's sort of like the, should have told you that.
Yeah.
And it's like, it just keeps coming up that Dobby's sort of like, yeah, I can tell you a whole lot of things, but definitely not all the things, but like almost all the things and where to look.
Enough to move the plot forward, but that's it.
Yes, yeah, exactly. The thing that always kills me, though, is that after Dobby explains that he was the one that stopped Harry from getting on the barrier to platform 9 3/4, he says that he had to iron his hands.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that sounds so bad.
I know. Well, he says, then it says he showed Harry 10 long bandaged fingers, and it's like, they're still hurt.
I know. It's like, it's been months.
I know.
Yeah. Dobby,
gosh.
how hard did you go? But then you also get the really sad line from Dobby where he says, let's see here. Dobby was so shocked when he heard Harry Potter was back at Hogwarts. He let his master's dinner burn. Such a flogging Dobby had never had, sir. I just put like a sad face next to that.
I know.
Just like, man.
So sad.
It's just so sad. Poor Dobsters. Which, by the way, this was like another one of those details we just talked about in the History of Magic video today that we dropped. But it was just sort of this idea that house elves are not actually unique to the wizarding world of Harry Potter. In, I think, like English folklore, there are such a thing called brownies or dobbies, which obviously is where Dobby has gotten his name from. But they are essentially what you know as house elves, but like with slightly different terms or conditions.
It's more like they're just sort of like in your house and they're determined to help you, as long as you don't pay them or give them a name or treat them badly.
Yeah, it's kind of like their existence in your home is not so much of like the status like where Dobby is like working for his masters. It's almost like the brownies or the Dobbies exist in the home of their own accord, and they're sort of like up to their own things. And,
right.
And those things happen to be doing like household related stuff, but it's less of, I think, of like a master servant kind of like relationship.
Right. Yeah.
At least as far as I can tell. But so I thought that was really interesting because I mean, like I've always thought Dobby was such an amazing name for this creature, for this house elf. And it's like, wow, okay, that's actually more like a reference to English folklore. So
yeah,
it's kind of fun.
That is fun.
Yeah.
I like later on where he's like, Harry's just straight up disagreeing with him. He says, I'm not going anywhere. One of my best friends is Muggleborn. And Dobby's just like, Harry Potter risks his own life for his friends. I love the description of it. It says, moan Dobby in a kind of miserable ecstasy. So noble, so valiant.
Dude, your Dobby voice right now is like 11 stars out of 10 stars.
Oh, thank you so much.
I'm so impressed. But hilariously, I also highlighted is a kind of miserable ecstasy. I mean, it's probably like the most unusual line for the entire book. That would be a really funny challenge for us to do, is to pick our favorite singular sentences that are non-plot related.
Oh, yeah. From the book.
Yeah, so
yeah.
Dobby moaned in a kind of miserable ecstasy.
That's up there. That's a good one.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Very descriptive indeed. But anyway, then, so there are footsteps coming from the passageway outside. Dobby realizes that he can't be caught, and there's the loud crack that nobody ever seems to hear.
I know, even though it's loud.
Even though it's loud. They always specify that it's loud, but it never seems like apparition is ever giving anybody away a la the loud crack.
Yeah, nope.
Yeah, so I don't know. Whatever.
Other than that fox that like Bellatrix kills.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, I thought maybe an auror.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Look at you go, man. Your voices today.
I'm on it.
Your kids are so lucky. They're gonna get such a good version of the story. But then, of course, yeah. So the big thing that happens next is we know that there has been yet another attack as Dumbledore and McGonagall enter the hospital wing with the now petrified Colin Creevey,
who was bringing grapes to Harry.
Yes, I highlighted and underlined grapes, and I was like, grapes.
Grapes.
Like, why grapes?
Here's It's obviously sad that Colin gets attacked here, but like I want to know what the backstory for Colin's night was, because here's the situation. Colin Creevy this is the middle of the night. The moonlight is shining through. Like, it is late.
Yeah.
Colin Creevy is decided over in the Griffin Door Tower, like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring Harry some food. I'm going to bring him some grapes.
Probably his favorite fruit.
He's like, so I like to think that Colin has found the kitchens on his own as a first year. That means he makes it out of Gryffindor Tower, makes it all the way down to the kitchens, which he's found, wakes up some house elf, gets the grapes, and mind you, brings his camera. Brings his camera, and then is making his way up to the hospital wing when suddenly the basilisk springs out of nowhere with enough time for Colin to pull the camera up to his face, like, gotta take a picture of this. But then, as he does that, as he's framing the shot, the basilisk stares directly into the lens and petrifies him, thus causing him to drop the grapes. And also, what's he planning on doing? Like, Harry, wake up. I got grapes. You want to take a picture?
I know. It's like Colin doesn't even know that his friends have already brought him all sorts of cakes and sweets.
What is the best case scenario for Colin here? Like, that he's going, because he brought the camera.
It's also, it's hilarious that Colin, I mean, dear sweet Colin, thinks for some reason that Harry won't be fed in the hospital wing at school.
Or that he's going to want to be awoken in the middle of the night.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't worry. But other which, yeah. So what we also know is that Dumbledore happens to also be out in the night going downstairs for some hot chocolate.
Oh, I highlighted that. I was like, does Dumbledore need to be roaming around for this?
I know. It's like, this to me feels more like an alibi.
Yeah.
Like where it's just sort of like, of course, like McGonagall's like, what were you doing up? It's like, I was going for some hot chocolate. And McGonagall's like, of course you were.
Of course you were. Yeah, sure.
Like, why not? Like, you're the most powerful magical wizard in the entire state of existence at the moment, and you can't. Wait, can we get him like a kettle for his office?
Certainly, there's got to be some. I mean, earlier in this very book, McGonagall was like, and sandwiches. You know?
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Right?
Exactly,
like,
yeah.
Certainly Dumbledore can make hot chocolate whenever he wants.
Do you think there's any possibility that instead of going for a hot chocolate himself, he was contemplating bringing Harry some
Harry.
It's like, I know you've already got grapes. Here's some more cocktails,
Mr. Creevy here.
Quick, let's take a selfie. It's just the most unlikely set of events. Anyway, I don't know how we're laughing so much at Colin's petrification.
It's the grapes.
It's the grapes.
The grapes. What is the story of the grapes, Colin?
I'm losing it. Anyway, we're so close to the end too. Oh man. Anyway, so more ominous thoughts ahead, which is that basically they're attempting to figure out what's going on. They try to open up the back of the camera, which just Dumbledore maybe just doesn't know how cameras work, because
this would expose the film.
This would expose the film and ruin the evidence. But apparently somehow Basilisk magic was able to melt the plastic of the camera. Yeah. Why not? The Jetacine comes out, and basically Albus is able to then declare to Professor McGonagall and to Madame Pomfrey that the Chamber of Secrets is indeed open again.
I know. I highlight it because he declares it's melted. Melted to Madame Pomfrey, wondering, all melted. And McGonagall says, what does this mean, Albus? And he says, it means the Chamber of Secrets is indeed open again. And it's like, the melted camera told you that?
Right.
Like nothing about that makes sense. There was no melting last time.
I wasn't entirely sure, based on the grapes and the petrified Muggle student.
Or the cat.
Or the cat, yes. And the writing on the wall and potentially blood. What really gave it away at this point in time, here in the middle of the night, was the melted camera.
That's what did it. It's like, wow, I didn't know we had melted plastic in play. Hold on. The chamber do be open.
This is
okay. You know what? We were wondering about the scorch marks last time, and now we have melted plastic. So is there like a certain sort of like
heat signature?
Heat to the stair?
Oh, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
You're not. We're gonna have to keep an eye out for that
Okay.
with the next petrifications as well, because that is kind of interesting. Because the scorch marks is one of those things where it's like when you see that detail in the last chapter, it's like, why were there scorch marks?
I've always just sort of imagined like it locks eyes with you and then you die. But I'm way more enjoying the idea that the basilisk has heat vision. You know, he's like, look out!
I just laser vision you.
Yeah. What's so scary about that basilisk? Oh, you mean the one with the laser eyes over there?
No. People are eventually going to be like, okay, so I started listening to this Harry Potter podcast. At first, it sounded pretty cool. At some point in time, they suggested that the castle used to be a dragon, and then that the basilisk had laser vision. So
I'm not suggesting it, Ben. It melted a camera, and there were scorch marks on the ground.
Jay, the writing is on the wall.
Exactly. The writing is on the wall.
Oh man! Then Albus gets all dramatic on us, and McGonagall says to Dumbledore, "But Albus, surely, who? The question is not who," said Dumbledore, his eyes on Colin. "The question is, how?"
Right. It doesn't seem he should be like, well, that's obvious. It's clearly Voldemort. The question's how.
Yeah, right. It's like he's being awfully dramatic because it does feel like the very next thing that any logical person standing in this room in the middle of the night with the petrified boy might say is like, but back to the question of who.
Yeah. The question is not who, but how. You know who it is? I do. Who? But how? It's like, guys.
It's like, Harry's here. We can't tell him.
We can't tell him. That'll ruin the plot. He's got to think it's Hagrid later, okay?
I know, yeah.
He has to trust Tom Riddle.
There's so much left to still be done. I know, yeah, he could have just said Tom Riddle's name right here and it would have done it.
Yes.
Anyway, but yeah, so my summation is that I love a good Quidditch chapter. It's a fun chapter all the way around. We get some Dobby action inside of here. There's another attack. Honestly, it's a really action-packed chapter.
Lots happens.
Yeah, I had lots of highlighting in this one, lots of notes scribbled into the margin. So overall, a really good one. Jay, do you have a review for us to close out?
I sure do, Ben. It's from Luke.
Hey,
Probably
Luke.
not my son, Luke, but maybe.
You never know.
You know, he can't read or write very well. He can read a little. He can't write. Well, he can write a little too, but probably can't type. Also, this says they've been a fan for 7 to 8 years, and he is not that old. So
Okay, so it's almost certainly not.
almost certainly not
Unless
him.
he's lying.
Unless he's lying, or it's a typo in the 7 to 8 years. It says, I've been watching you guys on YouTube for the past 7 to 8 years now for your Harry Potter content. So when you started this podcast, I was ecstatic. I've listened to and read the Harry Potter series at least a dozen times, and I've seen the movies too many times to count. And your theories are so fun to listen to and think over. Dumbledore's Big Plan is fantastic, by the way. I was wondering what your guys' personal favorite Harry Potter books and movies are. My favorite book is Half-Blood Prince, but my favorite movie is Philosopher's Stone. I think it's way underrated as a book, and keep up the good work.
Oh, man. Okay, so that's a really great question. And I mean, I've gone back and forth on this one a million times. I think that Goblet of Fire has historically been my favorite book because I think it's the last time that I think we're getting to see the wizarding world through these like rose-colored lenses for Harry, like where he's getting to experience like the Quidditch World Cup, and you're being introduced to the Triwizard Tournament and like students from Beauxbaton and Durmstrang, and there's like the Yule Ball, and there's just like all these other cool like magical creations that are being thrown at us, and the tone of the story hasn't gotten quite as serious yet, but like once you tip over into Order of the Phoenix, like you start to be really well aware of the full weight that are placed squarely on Harry's shoulders, which doesn't make it less fun, but like I love the magical whimsy that we get, and I feel like it's at peak in Goblet of Fire as far as the books are concerned.
Yeah.
I love I love Sorcerer's Stone as a movie. I think that's the one that probably visually best captured what I pictured in my head.
I think for the movies, I think my favorite might be Chamber of Secrets.
Okay.
Just because I think Philosopher's Stone and Chamber of Secrets, the movies, I think, yes, best capture the wizarding world as I first pictured it in my head. And then they get like a whole makeover moving forward after that. And so it feels like in Chamber of Secrets, they just figured it out a little bit. They fine-tuned everything a little from the first one. Plus, that one has Lockhart in it, which is one of my favorite characters in the movies, especially.
Yes.
It's hilarious, and it's got the Basilisk and Fawkes, and I think the second one is a very good movie. And then I also like the Half-Blood Prince movie as well, as far as the when they're a little bit older.
Yeah, it seems like Half-Blood is also one of those like where they finally let Daniel Radcliffe sort of like have maybe some like fun, if you will.
Yeah.
Like, especially the scene where he's under Felix Felicis and he's talking to Slughorn and like that whole situation. It's really, and then he goes to like the funeral and they do like the pincers.
Yeah,
scene.
that's hilarious.
You also have the cave, which is amazing. I mean, obviously the lightning struck tower happens inside of that one.
A lot of stuff happens in that one.
Yeah.
And I like Slughorn in there as well. And then for the books, probably growing up, my favorite was The Goblet of Fire for a long time until Deathly Hallows came out. And I loved the ending. I love the way, like, even that final battle, like, Harry is just like fastening ribbons on the story over and over and over. And it's like, oh my God, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh, Draco's won, oh, he's the master, boom. You know, it's like it all comes together so nicely at the end. And I always just like really felt it was a very satisfying read. So probably Deathly Hallows.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great answer. You can't ever go wrong with the finale because it's
Yeah.
just so much fun.
Yeah.
The only thing there is that it also has the heist at the ministry, which is it's just,
So there's that.
I hate the heist at the ministry.
Yes, stand the heist
I
at
know,
the ministry.
I know. Yeah,
I can't wait for us to get to that chapter, Ben.
I know.
Years from now.
You know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna love it.
You're going to love it.
I'm gonna
You
be
know
like-
what?
I'm gonna be like, I thought I didn't like this chapter. Turns out I love it because that's what happened with the Death Day party. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Anyway, guys, thank you so much as ever for listening. We super appreciate it. Definitely be sure to give us a review and hopefully we can cover it in a future episode.
Yes. Otherwise, join us next week as we get into Chapter 11, The Dueling Club, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edgehill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.
Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands, dust off your broomsticks, and join us as we unlock the treasures behind Chamber of Secrets, Chapter 11, The Dueling Club.
Oh man, the Dueling Club.
The Dueling Club. This one, it had a very nice little actual treasure at the very end, as per this podcast.
Yes, it does.
I thought I was like, hey, that's the thing. But we'll get to it.
We're there. We've reached the thing. I know.
We've
Yeah.
reached the thing. That was exciting. Also, before we dive on in, I just want to give you guys all a quick reminder that our this podcast, Through the Griffin Door, is going on tour. Our Through the Griffin Tour.
The Through the Griffin Tour. I know. I feel like every single time it's like we have to say like Through the Griffin Door is going on Through the Griffin Tour.
I know exactly. You know, you guys hear how clever we were with the name?
Yeah.
It rhymes.
I think 2020 tour was already taken by somebody else.
2020 tour.
I have a feeling a whole bunch of people were like, hey, it's 2024. You want to know what we should use? 2020 tour.
2020 tour.
Which
Yeah.
I don't blame them. It's pretty clever.
It is good. That will be happening. It's kicking off in June. Tickets are on sale now. We are going to Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C., and we really hope to see you there. You can see us do this show live in person.
I know. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It'd be cool to have everybody like sort of in with us. I'm very curious to see what it's like to do an episode with people in the present. It's kind of like you like say a sentence. You can like look up and like see everybody's faces and be like, what do you guys think?
What do you guys think? Was that funny?
Was that smarter? No.
I know.
Okay, we'll delete that. Thank you.
Just imagine when we were like Through the Griffin Tour, they're all like, oh my God, hilarious.
Yeah.
What a great name.
You guys are so clever and smart.
You guys
and
are
stuff.
so good. I know. Ben, I was also checking out our YouTube stats here. We're at 28,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Whoa!
So we're
A little-
climbing up still, closer and closer.
A little bit of a surge. I know. This is very exciting. As ever, the goal is to hit 100K.
100K. I did also notice, I was looking at some other analytics, 30% of the people who watch on YouTube are not subscribed. So there's like plenty of opportunity, guys. Just click that button. Boom. We'll keep moving the needle right on up there.
Moving it right on up.
Yeah.
You guys are the best. Thank you so much for tuning in week week out.
Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, let's just dive into the actual chapter now. The Dueling Club, Chapter 11. I loved the chapter art. It's just like, I guess it's nearly Headless Nick floating above the ground. It is the most unusual interpretation of nearly Headless Nick, like, I've ever seen.
Yes, I agree. So it's actually quite a massive chapter.
It's a really big one.
Yeah, I was scrolling back, I was looking at like the Death Day party. Like when you compare it to like Mrs. Norris, like hanging from like the torch bracket, it's like, I mean, I would say it's easily 4 times the size. So quite the large one. Not at all how I picture Nearly Headless Nick, but I can't tell if that's like.
He looks like a pirate.
He does. He kind of looks like a pirate and kind of like a manic pirate at that. But yeah, he's also got a sword.
He has a sword.
Does he normally have a sword?
I
mean, he's like Sir. Is he a Sir?
He's Sir, so he has been knighted.
He has been knighted, so it wouldn't be completely unusual for him to be carrying a sword. I do feel like the sword could be like a slight little like morsel of like foreshadowing that like dueling with wands, but dueling is also done with swords. Swords are going to be relevant to this plot at some point in time.
What is curious to me is that it almost suggests that when he was beheaded, he had the sword on him.
Right? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Or like when you're in like the limbo and you're getting ready to like choose how you'll go back as a ghost, do you get like all of your artifacts like all lined up and it's like, let's see, what shirt am I going to wear forever and ever and ever?
I feel like you'd just be stuck in whatever you were wearing.
No, I agree completely. I just think it's whimsical to think about like being in limbo and having like every object you've ever owned at your disposal to be like,
oh man,
why not?
I know, boy, that would be interesting. Like if you woke up tomorrow and you're like, okay, so the outfit you pick out today, that's going to be what you wear forever. So pick good. Boy, that'd be a lot of pressure.
It would be. It would be indeed. I know. Or maybe it's one of those things where it's like, well, I'm going to wear it forever. So what's it matter either way? Like
like people just get used to it.
Every 15 years it'll be in trend. Then every other 15 years it'll be out of trend.
Right. Exactly.
That's how trend works.
Provided you were wearing something. Well, I guess hopefully it all fits and stuff though.
Also true. Yeah.
This was that day. Point. I just wore a baggy sweatshirt and now I just sort of always am.
Now I'm always wearing it. Yeah.
I'm wearing pajamas for life. Let's go.
Well, that wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, so no, kind of an interesting depiction. But yeah, the Dueling Club, kind of a fun one because we know in this chapter Harry's going to learn one of his most iconic spells.
Oh man,
basically hard stop.
There was a lot happening. I was like going through it. I was like highlighting so many things. So I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up being a longer episode. But you, the listener, will already know because you can see the length, and we're just talking now, and we don't know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So anyway, what hit you first?
Well, out of the very first sentence, I liked the sentence "blazing with winter sunlight" because I never think of winter sun as exactly blazing at all.
No, I agree completely. I was like, this is like almost an oxymoron of a sentence. Like, I'm curious, like what we were going for with the word blazing.
Yeah,
because it feels like nothing about winter is
like
ever blazing.
Bright. I guess. Is all.
Bright. Yeah. It doesn't seem bad. I feel like a lot of. I mean, when we go skiing, I regularly get like sunburned because all the sun is reflecting off of the snow.
That's true.
So brightness is certainly a thing, but
it definitely is.
But blazing definitely has like a heat intensity to it, which does not seem to like. It doesn't seem like a Scottish winter is known for its blazing temps.
For its blazing winters up there.
Yeah.
The next thing that stood out to me was just out at the bottom of the page, and I feel like Harry. I mean, this is sort of the theme of this book, but it seems like Harry is like a little more insecure in this chapter than at almost any other time. Like normally he's pretty like confident and courageous and stuff, but he's like he goes to the dorm room to try and meet up with Hermione and Ron, and he's like says feeling slightly hurt. They weren't interested in whether his bones were back or not. And it's like, well, you don't know that's what's happening. Like, maybe they didn't know you'd be down this morning, or maybe they just haven't gotten up. Maybe they're at breakfast. Like you don't know.
I'll tell you
putting a lot of words in their mouths.
Right. Yeah. Well, my jaw hit the floor under the basis that Harry's able to grow back all of the bones in his arm in one night. It's like that's like one of those things where like in my head I'm like he's definitely there longer, right?
Right.
Like it can't one day.
It's interesting, like the limits you put on the magic. Like I'll buy that he can grow them back. That's fine. One night? I don't know.
Right. Yeah. It seemed like the last anything we got, like after he like had taken like his Skelegro, it seemed like he was like feeling like splinters, in his arm or something. So like, in my head, I'm like, man, it seems like it would take a long time for those splinters to grow all the way up into full blown tree bones.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, but here, I guess there they go.
That's
the power of Skelegro.
That's true.
Yeah.
What I do think is then kind of funny though, because obviously Ron and Hermione are not in the dormitory wondering about whether or not his bones had regrown, but Then Harry runs into Percy and he's asking, have you seen them? And Percy says, no, I haven't. I hope Ron's not in another girl's toilet.
Yeah.
And I just wrote, welp.
Well, he is.
It says Harry forced a laugh, which is like the most relatable experience ever. Like that, like sort of like, ha, you're someone who I'm talking to. Sorry, we'll get away from this.
Yeah.
And then promptly he goes to the girls' bathroom where, in fact, Ron and Hermione are.
Yes, I know. But not before Percy gives us a very interesting tidbit about how the points work in relation to Quidditch.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Right?
Go into that a little bit.
Because he says, excellent flying yesterday. Really excellent. Gryffindor has just taken the lead for the House Cup. You earned 50 points. It's like, okay. Does that mean that if your team gets a win in Quidditch, you overall get 50 more points for the is that what it means?
See, this is where I think it's interesting that you phrased it like we learned more, because I almost feel like this information makes me feel like we learned less.
Oh,
because like even the fact that he says you earned 50 points, like it's like, is that somebody being like, no, Harry's spectacular flying yesterday and his capturing of the snitch, or even the other teachers being like, hey, one of our faculty removed all the bones in his arm, so 50 points, like as like a consolation prize.
Right. Yeah, there was a bludger cursed after him. So 50 points.
Right. He was in a school sanctioned sport where there were teachers present and nobody, including the referee who was there for the safety of our pupils, was able to recognize or notice that this was happening. And so we really need to cover our bases and provide him with non-monetary value points.
Well, okay, but in context with the rest of the sentence where he's talking about, he says, excellent flying, really excellent. Gryffindor is just taking the lead for the House Cup. So it sounds like because of your performance in the Quidditch match, we have taken the lead. Right. So I don't know. It sound like my interpretation was that like if Gryffindor wins the Quidditch game, Gryffindor House gets 50 points for the House Cup.
Well, that's what I mean, though. It's like, why would you say it if this was just like a known aspect of like winning the game? Like,
right? Yeah.
Could you imagine scoring a touchdown in football and running over to the sideline and one of like your fellow teammates being like, "Dude, great job! You just scored 6 points," and they're like,
"That's true."
They're like,
it's like,
"Yeah, I know."
I get that's true too. It's like, is this just like clunky exposition for us, the reader, or
well, if so, it's not helping.
You know what? We're still confused.
I'm more confused.
I know.
I like to think that somehow Harry earned the 50 points. But I don't know. Yeah, it's so I don't know. I still think poorly phrased. Still not clear for me.
Still not clear. Okay. Fair enough. I love how when he does find like Ron and Hermione in the bathroom, they immediately like I guess I don't know, validate his insecurities. Like, you gave us such a blah, 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 blah. We'd have come to meet you, but we decided to get started on the Polyjuice potion. So it's like, yes, we did think about that, but we did this instead.
Right.
Like, but we didn't forget. We know.
Yeah. How's your arm?
How's
you
your
doing
arm?
okay?
We heard about Carlin. That's why we did this. We decided it was more important. The attacks are getting more serious. We got to get Malfoy. We thought you'd approve, right? You approve?
I know, but here's Harry being like, wow, my friends weren't here to meet me when I got up in the morning. But good news is I have some juicy goss to share with them. Unfortunately, they've already heard it.
Like, never mind, Harry. We're up to date on that.
Not to mention, we don't need you because now me and Ron, we're the dream team. We can make Polyjuice all on our own.
Apparently. What is interesting is that they have decided to start making it. And at this point, when they have started making it, they have not acquired all of the ingredients yet.
Yeah.
I was surprised by that.
Right. And even when they do eventually get the ingredients and then like add them, Hermione's like, okay, 2 weeks from now, it'll be ready. And so that's kind of like an interesting one where it's almost like, I wonder if the potion is just sort of like, you can get it like 80% ready. It won't be ready until you add the final ingredients that make stuff happen.
Right.
But like otherwise, you can have this as prepared as you might need, because on some level that might actually mean that Polyjuice at any point in time could be mostly prepared.
Right.
Like a 2 week lead time.
Right. There's like a maturing process, but you can get it to a certain point where it will like remain in like a stasis.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Like waiting for that final ingredient to
because
really tip it over.
I think that must be the case, because she goes ahead and uses the knot grass, which is that the one that had to be like harvested at full moon?
No, I think that's the fluxweed.
Oh, maybe you're right.
Possibly, but it's hard to remember.
Well, whatever the case is, the whatever had to be harvested at midnight or at full moon, like that's not what they're missing. So it seems like they're okay to go ahead and put that in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. No, I agree.
And it seems like I wouldn't want to waste that one because that's going to set you back a whole month.
Yeah, that would be a bummer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, I know it's kind of interesting to me that they're adding the ingredients now, especially because it seems like from like a writing perspective inside of the same chapter, you could have just been like, we're just about ready to go. We just need to go and like, we can add all the ingredients once we get these last 2 that we need, and then just go and do the little classroom heist and then do everything all at once.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like an interesting way to like, in my head, it means that Polyjuice can be made incrementally in this capacity of like whatever that crowning, like ingredient is.
Yeah.
It's like that's it. So
Yeah, you just have to put those last couple things in there, wait 2 weeks, and you're good to go.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. But Harry does have some gossip, which is that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened before.
Yes.
Which you must have. I can imagine Harry being like so flustered this morning, like no one came to visit me. It's okay. Okay, I found him. I figured it out. All right, ready to drop the goss. Oh crap, they already know. Well, I bet you don't know this. Yes, nailed it.
Nailed it. Yeah. It's like eventually I'm going to be useful to this trio.
I know, like, come on, guys, I got to do something.
I do think it's funny though that because I think the next page ends up saying like the news that Colin Creevey had been attacked and was now lying as though dead in the hospital wing had spread through the entire school by Monday morning. This is oddly reminiscent of like what Dumbledore says to Harry after his interaction with Quirrell in the chamber beneath the school, where he's like, "It's a complete secret, so naturally the whole school knows."
I know, yeah, right. I mean, Colin Creevey attacked in the middle of the night by himself carrying grapes.
The grapes.
So, like, no reason necessarily for anyone to know. I mean, I guess it would get out, because the Gryffindors would notice that he wasn't there.
Sure.
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, it does get out.
It gets out.
gets
So
out.
everybody ends up knowing.
Can you? It feels like if they didn't tell people, it'd be like, wait, there was another attack and you didn't tell us. It feels like the information only gets out because rumor spreads, not because the teachers are like, oh, listen up, everyone. The danger has increased.
Right. Yes. Yeah. It feels like this would be the type of thing where it's like when there's a snow day, it's like the like school board of directors or whatever deciding whether or not to like close the school. So they're like ahead of it before you.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, it's not safe to drive. Don't come in.
Yeah.
It's like, hey guys, by the way, we had another attack last night. So basically don't go anywhere alone.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They feels like they should be telling them that. Although Ron also says that, like, I want to know how come nobody's noticed the monster sneaking around the school. And it's like, Ron, I have news for you. That's still a mystery.
Yeah.
Like, why doesn't anyone see it? Like, it must come out at some points. Is it coming out for I guess it's in the pipes. That's the explanation. But like, it still must be coming out of the pipes and being giant in the meantime.
I know. Yeah. The fact that it can travel through the pipes, the basilisk, never really makes sense to me because I'm like, pipes are not that big.
Pipes aren't that big.
Yeah, like a drain pipe, a standard drain pipe is like 2-inch PVC.
Yeah.
So like we're not dealing with like big pipes that you could like crawl through or walk through.
Well, this might be some like extracurricular stuff where they because even when the basilisk would have been put in the chamber, they wouldn't have even had indoor plumbing.
True.
So like when the indoor, I think I want to say there's like an archived Pottermore article that explains how the Gaunts like opened the chamber and like made the pipes bigger for the sake of the basilisk.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. That would make more sense. I remember the factoid of like sometime in like the 1870s, the Gaunts did exactly that. Like they were at the school, they had the ability to speak parcel mouth, so they could like open it up and do all these things. And it was sort of like, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Some progress was made because that is like one of those like age old questions where it's sort of like when it comes to Wizarding High School where there is no plumbing, it's sort of like, yeah, we still need bathrooms, don't we?
Yeah, we still need bathrooms.
Let's not worry about that.
Other canon information about bathrooms is that they use the indoor plumbing, even though they don't have to. Before indoor plumbing was invented, they would just vanish it. Just right from the floor.
It almost seems like you would just continue with that process.
It just seems like maybe people are like, you know what? We could do that. Or
maybe the Muggles got something.
Maybe the Muggles got this one right.
That is kind of a funny one. The Chamber of Secrets, like the pure-blooded mentality location, if there ever was one, is like is like the utilization of the Basilisk's network is a Muggle invention.
That is kind of hilarious. I guess it wouldn't have been at the start. But
true, yeah.
Right, but it is funny. Like, was it always a bathroom, or did it like eventually become a bathroom?
Or what was it before that?
What was it before that?
I mean, you would almost have to think it was Salazar's office.
Oh, they turned Salazar's office into a bathroom.
I mean, it almost feels like certainly they did.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because, I mean, can we just jump ahead to it? Because, I mean, I feel like we almost have to. Because
Okay.
we get to the very end of this chapter where there is a reference to basically going through the gargoyle-guarded statue
Yeah.
to the headmaster's suite,
Yep.
which has the griffin-shaped knocker
Yes.
on the door.
Right.
So the Griffin Door.
The Griffin Door.
Yeah, the door of Griffins. And I think it's easy to assume that what is the headmaster's office was in fact Gryffindor's like own private apartment, study.
Right. Living quarters.
Yeah.
I mean, it even says this is where Dumbledore lives.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's kind of interesting. So it's like, if they all had like their like locations, I mean, you would kind of think like it would be such a strange choice on Salazar Slytherin to place his entrance in like a communal area.
Right. Yeah,
like
that's true.
Yeah. So
I'm going to say, but it's, well, I guess the Slytherin common room is, I guess Gryffindor common room is not near Dumbledore's office.
true. So there's no reason for
Yeah,
Slytherin to
be in the dungeon.
to be in the
or
dungeon,
something.
yeah.
It's hard to even say whether they would have had common rooms at the beginning either.
Also true.
Yeah.
Also true. Yeah. So I mean, anyway, that would be like my sentiment or thought is that like this room would have had some kind of importance to. I mean, it must have had some kind of importance to Slytherin.
Yeah.
To like the man himself.
Obviously, yeah. It must have stood out in some way. He wasn't like, I'll put it in the girls' bathroom. Or maybe he was. I don't
Because I'm
know.
a quirky guy.
A quirky guy. No one will think to look there.
Okay.
Weird.
Yeah, that's a choice. Anyway, though, moving on from that, Hermione is sort of making a couple stabs here in the dark, and she says maybe it can make itself invisible, or maybe it can disguise itself, pretend to be a suit of armor or something. I've read about chameleon ghouls. I think it's kind of interesting because, like, if you were looking for like something that's like shape shifting and menacing, it does seem like she might stumble across boggarts.
It does. Sure. That's true.
As like a potential, because otherwise nobody knows what it itself looks like and can disguise itself pretty well.
Oh, that'd be I guess that'd be interesting if like no one can spot it because it keeps looking like different things.
Oh, here's an interesting question. So we know that the boggart dementors can still sort of have like the Dementor effect on Harry. You see where I'm going with this?
Oh, would a boggart basilisk?
Would it petrify you?
It feels like it would. I bet it wouldn't kill you.
It seems like it wouldn't
you would
kill
have
you.
like the diet version.
Because that's like, I would say that the Dementor boggart is the diet version.
Yeah, like I don't think that boggart could suck your soul out.
Right.
But it does make you feel the memories.
Right.
So yeah, I bet boggart basilisk could still petrify you but not kill you.
Honestly, given the fact that they study this in year 3 and this is happening in year 2, it stands to reason that some kids' greatest fear would be a basilisk.
Oh, Ginny Weasley against the boggart has got to be a basilisk, right?
You would feel like
You're
it.
right.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Or a diary.
Or a diary, like,
no way.
No.
What is that, a small black notebook?
Everyone would be like, Ginny, what's that? I'd be like, don't worry about it. It's fine. It wasn't me. Shut up.
Right. Yeah. It's honestly, it's kind of like Newt's, which is like the desk.
Yeah.
Or who else has one? Oh, I mean, Lupin, of course, is just like a moon.
The
but they
moon.
just think it's like a ball.
Yeah.
So anyway, but I'm curious about chameleon ghouls. I mean, I guess that could be kind of
That never
interesting.
comes up again.
Yeah, because ghouls themselves, I think we talked about this last week, but like ghouls are not really like menacing creatures. It's kind of hard to know.
Does this suggest that chameleon ghouls could petrify people?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, or her just not Hermione's best guess.
Ron responds kind of unusually to this. He just says, "You read too much, Hermione." And I'm like, what? How is that hurting you? Like, you're in here brewing a potion with a library book you stole from the brewing a potion from a book you stole from the library.
Yeah, but Ron lives underneath a ghoul.
I guess so.
So like in this particular instance, he might actually be like I can't tell if this would be like somebody who had like a fear of like, let's say like dogs or something, and you were like talking about like a Labrador,
right?
And it's like, yeah, a Labrador is not going to hurt you, okay? It's gonna be. It's like,
yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Like you're reading Hermione. No, it's not chameleon ghouls. Calm down.
Right. Yeah. It's like, we have a ghoul. I know a thing or two about ghouls.
I know that lives literally right above me.
Yeah.
All right. That being said, her reading does eventually lead her to the exact answer.
It does. It does indeed. Yeah.
So
I don't think Hermione's reading too much. It seems like it behooves her in every way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So keep at it, Hermione.
Yep. All right. Next up, we have some more clues about Ginny Weasley. She was distraught about finding out that Colin Creevey was attacked because, of course, Colin sat next to her in Charms because they're in the same year.
Right.
You know, and it's definitely because he was attacked, not because she did it. But
Yes.
It's like every time there's an attack, you get an update about Ginny, and it's like you just never notice. You never notice.
I know.
Yep.
Yeah. No, it is really interesting, but it's also like, it would be kind of interesting to go through and find each of the lines because like we're putting such heavy emphasis on each of these sentences due to the format of the podcast.
Yeah.
But like it feels, and I mean, also this book is designed more for like I guess a younger reader in its most traditional sense.
Yeah.
But like it is starting to feel so obvious to me.
I know. Yeah, now as you're reading as it, but it's like, of course, it doesn't seem unusual. It's like there was an attack. How are people at the castle reacting? Here's how Percy was. Ginny Weasley's having a pretty tough go of it because reasons. You know, we got to keep tabs on her because she's Ron's sister.
No,
you
I know. Well, that's the thing though. It's like I'm pretty sure like when Mrs. Norris was attacked though, like the sentence was something along the lines of like Ginny must have really liked cats because she seemed to be doing with a really hard time with it.
Right.
And it's just like, and now the second attack, Ginny, who sat next to Colin in Charms, was really distraught. It's like, man, it seems like Ginny is always really upset when one of these attacks happens.
And then it's like, you even get the clue here where like Percy says he's writing to Mrs. Weasley to tell her Ginny was having nightmares. And it's like, you know, it almost like when you read that, it almost just comes off as like a threat that Percy is giving Fred and George. He's like, if you don't stop attacking, you know, scaring Ginny, which also such an older brother move. They're just like scaring her. But it's like when he says that, it feels like Percy might just be like bluffing to Fred and George. Like, if you don't stop, I'm going to write to mom and tell her that you're giving Ginny nightmares or something. It's like, is she having nightmares or are you just going to tell Mrs. Weasley she's having nightmares?
Oh, that's a good point.
You know?
Too. Yeah. It's especially once you get to know Ginny better, it seems highly unlikely that Ginny would ever be going and talking to Percy being like, I'm having nightmares.
Right. Yeah.
But anyway, it is her first year and she is going through some stuff. So there's that.
Yeah.
Then we've got some like amulets and such, protective devices that started sweeping the school. Neville Longbottom bought a large, evil-smelling green onion, a pointed purple crystal, and a rotting newt tail. I highlighted these because, once again, this was a Jay versus Ben question once upon a time, and it was sort of like, the rotting newt tail.
The rotting newt tail.
I mean, I don't know that I would have remembered the evil smelling green onion anyway, and a pointed purple crystal means basically nothing to me, but how anybody could pull rotting newt tail out of their hat.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm probably not going to remember it, even though I highlighted it for that exact reason.
Yeah.
Now, is it also true that in their 5th year, Neville is like buys into like the OWL study aid stuff?
Oh, does he?
Is this like a Neville thing? He's just like,
it's like, wait, there's a solution?
Yeah.
I can't remember if it's him or not because I think maybe it's like, I don't even know who. I feel like Hermione is like, maybe Ron wants to buy some or something.
Right.
And it's like actually just.
Yeah, like ground up. It's something gross.
Yes, it's something super gross. It's
like,
oh.
I feel like someone does buy it. I don't know. There are a bunch of the like study aids that are going around, and but it'd
Neville's
be so funny if it was Neville. He's just like so susceptible to these like
he's
sort of like snake oil like things.
Yeah. Next thing we know, he's like doing like a multi-level marketing scheme.
Right. Neville is definitely trying to sell you some Cutco knives.
Yes. Oh, poor Neville. And actually, it is really sad because like everybody's sort of like, Neville, you're a pureblood. You're definitely not in any danger. And then Neville compares himself to Filch.
I know.
And it's like, oh, Neville. He says they went for Filch first though, and everyone knows I'm almost a squib. It's like, oh, Neville, poor kid.
The sentence doesn't even make sense. Like it's like 100% or 0. It's not almost a squib. You know, it's such a binary thing.
No, I know. Yeah, I just feel bad for Neville. He's just going through some stuff, man.
Of course. Let's see. What do we got here? We already sort of talked about how Hermione then says they still need the bicorn horn and the bloom slang skein, the boom slang skein. So and how it's like, I guess they just started before they got it all. But then Hermione's suggestion is that one of them needs to create a diversion in Snape's class so that she can sneak into the cupboard and steal stuff, which doesn't seem like a great plan to me, but. I liked the line here because Harry says he thought causing mayhem in Snape's class was about as safe as poking a sleeping dragon in the eye, which is just so similar to the Hogwarts house Hogwarts school motto of "Never tickle a sleeping dragon."
I know. I wrote the exact same
Yeah.
thing. I was like, oh my gosh, that's so funny. Like, I wonder if this is like a sentiment that is actually like if it wouldn't be like an uncommon phrase for a Hogwarts student to say.
Yeah.
Is something very much along this exact, set of lines. Cause it is our school motto.
There it is. Yeah. Never poke a
probably-
sleeping dragon in the eye.
Probably good advice. Let's see. So anyway, but they're getting prepped or they're hoping to be able to do the Polyjuice trick over winter break because
Yes.
once again, Malfoy along with Harry, Ron, and Hermione are all going to be staying behind. So it's like a prime opportunity to go and kind of sneak in
Get
there.
in there where there's less people there.
Yep, exactly.
Yep.
Let's see.
Yeah, so what is interesting here, though, is what the diversion they ultimately create is that they are making swelling solutions in potions class, and Harry lobs a filibuster firework into Goyle's potion, and it splashes all over the whole class and causes mayhem. But while the plan works, what I was so surprised by here is that it means that, because what happens is people get hit by the swelling solution, and then, they begin to swell up wherever they got hit, but, what's surprising about it to me is that it means Goyle was successfully brewing the potion.
Oh, you're right.
He was doing it right because it does what it's supposed to do. I'm like, look at Goyle.
Way to go.
I was like, what a small unsung victory for Goyle in this moment that he made that potion.
He made it. He's somehow against all odds.
I know.
Goyle was actually successfully, because I'm pretty sure it says Snape paused to sneer at Harry's watery potion. So it's like even Harry is not doing a very good job. Granted, he's distracted by about to,
his plan.
Yeah, but to totally sink a 3-pointer.
I know,
with a
right?
firework from across the room.
I know that somehow Snape doesn't see. I will say, there was 3 occasions I think in this chapter, and I'll try and bring them up as we get to them, where I felt like Snape is being weirdly responsible as a teacher in ways you don't see him. As soon as this happens, he says, "Anyone who's been splashed, come here for a deflating draft." And it's yes. You're not blaming anyone. You're not being mean to anyone. It's just oh yeah, hold on, I'll fix it. I got you. Come here, everyone. Come here. I got it. Don't worry. I know we got it.
Right.
He's acting like a real teacher for once.
Yes, yeah. Because I feel like any other time where anybody gets splashed with potion, he's Longbottom, go up to the hospital wing. It's sort of it's almost like what he's I could fix it myself, but instead you can walk through the hallways of this castle and let everybody know you messed up.
Or when Hermione gets hit in the face with the tooth growing charm, and he's like, "I see no difference." It's
right.
Dude,
come on, man.
It's you could fix it. I know you could fix it.
You're a teacher. You have responsibilities here.
I know, but he's actually doing the teacher thing.
He is actually doing the teacher's thing. But the next page, though, he does say, "If I ever find out who threw this," Snape whispered, "I shall make sure that person is expelled."
Yeah, he does say that.
Which is kind of funny because it seems like he then sort of makes eye contact with Harry, and Harry says, "He knew it was me. I could tell." And it's
I just wrote, "Yep."
Yep, I know. It's he is illegitimate. So this is one of those things where it's is this just an empty threat on Snape's behalf? Because he definitely knows it was Harry.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 1,000% knows that it was. And then Ron's just Snape can't prove it was you. And it's I think Ron is right. Snape knows it was Harry, and Harry knows Snape knows it was Harry. But I cannot quite prove it.
Right.
It's we all know what happened, Potter. But I knew you were throwing fireworks. But yeah. Also, I guess you could Veritaserum him or something, but that's probably illegal.
It feels like it should be.
It should be.
Yeah, using a truth-telling potion in high school.
On students, later Umbridge does do it, so...
Yeah, but that's Umbridge.
Yeah.
She's the worst.
Oh, she's definitely doing it illegally.
Yes, for sure. But so then moving on from that, though, we get the Dueling Club, which honestly, this is even kind of an interesting little tidbit for the school to be why don't we do something make the kids feel a little bit more empowered, kind of give them a greater sense of how to defend themselves, that type of thing. We sort of get a couple of little tidbits that Flitwick was once upon a time a dueling champion when he was young.
I know. What?
That's one of those details though where it's why is Flitwick not teaching? Again, you would have to assume that the staff is getting together and kids are kind of spooked. We should probably do something that's gonna make them feel better. Maybe this is something that can help. Flitwick, you have a lot of experience, right?
Oh yeah. Well, it's not even the school. It's not even Dumbledore or the school putting on. It's Lockhart's idea.
Right. Which even that is sort of it's kind of okay, Lockhart.
Yeah, not your worst move.
Not a terrible idea. Granted, you're not going to be good at it, but
Yeah, that's the thing. You were just asking to be put on display here.
Yes, and on display. I'm glad you said it exactly like that. He'll be on display in resplendent. Resplendent. He will be resplendent in robes of deep plum.
Deep plum. I did. I also circled deep plum, and I was like, I don't know what color he was wearing at the Dueling Club for trivia reasons.
Yes, for trivia reasons.
Yep. Also, I think it's the planning of it is quite impromptu because they put up the notice that they're starting a Dueling Club that day. And they're like, first meeting's tonight. Guess we're joining. Like, what if you missed the bulletin?
Right. I know. Yeah. I doubt you could because it sounds like everyone is there.
I know. This is like a very popular bulletin board in the common room, you know?
Okay. So that's another one that's kind of fascinating because it's not Dueling Club for second years. It's Dueling Club for the whole school.
I wrote that note too. I'm like, is there any older students here at all?
Right. Yes. Because I feel like as Harry, Ron, and Hermione get older, they will like refer to like first and second years as like looking so like small and such.
Yeah.
It's like, can you imagine if you're doing like a school-wide event and the people you bring up on stage to like be like your center token people, it's like, you're really going to go with the 12-year-olds, huh? I mean, not us who have like passed Defense Against the Dark Arts, you know?
Right. Like we actually... I'm like a 6th year. I know how to do a shield charm and Expelliarmus. Like it's all pretty basic. I could probably demonstrate it.
Yeah. What's Cedric Diggory doing right now?
Yeah. Where is great question.
Yeah.
Where is Cedric Diggory right now?
He should be demonstrating.
Yeah.
Because I bet he's good at it.
I bet he is good at it. You know, in fact, we know he's good at it because he makes, Anyway, the other crazy thing here is that Snape is helping at all. Like Lockhart, like why is Snape helping?
Dude, literally, the only thing I can think because he like immediately ousts him in dueling because I would argue that I think Snape is probably one of the best duelists in the series. But like in my mind, I'm like, I wonder if like Snape is approached by Lockhart and Snape's like, you mean I get to duel you in front of everyone? Okay.
That could absolutely be it. My theory is that this might be a little bit more Dumbledore's big planny situation here.
Elaborate on that.
Well, okay, so there's a couple of things.
Okay.
The fact that Snape is there at all is just like, this is Lockhart's idea and he's coming to be his assistant. Like, I agree, it might be fun to blast him off stage, which he does do.
He does.
And that's awesome. But like, it just seems like it seems out of character for him to want to help. But there is a point later on where he specifically pairs up Harry and Draco together. And then when they're having their duel, he whispers to Draco, like, summon a snake, basically. Like, he tells him to, either tells him to summon the snake or gives him the spell to summon the snake.
I see what you're saying.
So, like, it's like, is Snape it's like Dumbledore is like, Severus, I'd like you to oversee this club and try and arrange it such that Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy fight each other and make sure that Draco summons a snake. Because I have a theory about Harry and a certain ability of his or something.
we need a way to prove this.
Like, yeah, I think Snape is surprised when Harry talks to the snake.
Yeah, I would agree.
But
yes.
it wouldn't be past Dumbledore, I think, to tell Snape to arrange a situation in which a snake appears.
This is very much like that, like keep an eye on Quirrell for me situation.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not really going to tell you like why, but like keep an eye on him.
But like, yeah. We're gonna keep an eye on that kid.
Right.
I don't know why Dumbledore would suspect that Harry could talk to snakes just yet.
Yeah,
but the other thing is that like Snape leans down and whispers to Malfoy something, which is definitely the snake spell. And then the moment it's summoned, he's like, I'll get rid of it, Potter. Like, he doesn't let anything happen. He's just sort of like, okay, the snake's there.
Right.
Like, you know, he doesn't let it play out. He doesn't let Harry fight the snake or lose to the snake or anything. He just immediately is like, Malfoy made a snake, I'll get rid of it.
Right. Yes, that's true. So I mean, that would mean that Snape is only so much in on the plan. Like, he's not really expecting anything to come of this.
Right.
So maybe after the fact, Snape would be sort of like, okay, interesting that Dumbledore would have asked me to do that, and then that happened.
Right.
You know, because that would be pretty telling all of a sudden. I'm trying to think if there's anything that would have happened in the story so far that would start to lead Dumbledore to believing that Harry could be connected to Voldemort in this way.
I mean, I guess he could think that when Voldemort blasted himself, the piece of soul attached to him, like, does he know about the scar prickling at all?
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm thinking in my head is like, does he know that Tom Riddle is a Parseltongue himself?
I think so. Yes, he does know that, and he knows that Tom Riddle opened it before because that was the cliffhanger at the end of the last chapter. It was not who, but how.
Okay, yeah, then I think it fits very well.
Actually,
Because, because I think what would be happening here would be that because we know eventually Dumbledore goes to the Gaunt residence.
Yeah.
And we don't know, no, not Dumbledore. He gets the memory of the Gaunt residence where like they're speaking in Parseltongue and Harry's like, why is he acting so strange? Who's the ministry official who's there? Do you remember?
Bob Ogden.
Nice piece of trivia.
Thank you.
So Bob Ogden is there and Bob doesn't understand what Morphin is saying, but Harry does. And he's like, why is he being so thick? Like, come on, what's up with that? So we don't know when Dumbledore would have collected that particular memory. But if the Chamber of Secrets is being opened and Dumbledore himself knows that it's been done before, and if he knows that it was done by Tom Riddle, and that could only mean that Tom Riddle could speak Parseltongue, and then that now that it's happening again, he might be like, okay, I have a theory of what's happening. Right. Harry maybe doesn't know what's
Do you think
happening.
maybe he suspects it is Harry? Like Voldemort's like controlling him somehow?
I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that. I mean, if he has an inkling that, because I think it's by the end of this book that Dumbledore will say, like, I think a piece of Voldemort's soul latched onto you. That's why you can speak to snakes and everything. So, like, if Dumbledore's working on that theory all throughout the year, it's very possible that Dumbledore's like, it might be Harry, like probably not
Harry, like Voldemort in Harry.
Exactly. But it's like, how much can that? Like, he doesn't know about the diary. We know he doesn't know about the diary.
We know he doesn't know about that, or like Horcruxes in general. Although this would inadvertently make Harry a Horcrux.
Yes. Yeah. Because Ginny's sort of temporarily a Horcrux.
Yeah.
Whilst under the influence of the diary. But so probably what's more happening is that Dumbledore's immediate assumption at this point in time is that it's the piece of soul inside of Harry that's doing it. So, okay, I like that though. So
but
then,
he still doesn't know it's a basilisk either.
Right.
Right.
I guess he doesn't know it's a basilisk.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Unless he does, and we just don't know that he does. But if he does, then it seems like he should be telling people to like look around corners with mirrors and stuff.
It feels like he's being a little lax in his duties.
He's being a little lax because people could super duper die.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, but instead, what we currently have is the Dueling Club.
Yes.
So let's move forward a little bit of that because this is just an overall super fun scene. I mean, Lockhart is being straight up like intolerable during this whole sequence. Like, let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, said Lockhart, flashing a wide smile. He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself, and
even that's a little foreshadowing.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's true.
It's like everyone's always like, "Oh, Flitwick's the dueling champion," and I'm like, "I'm sorry, Snape. I think Snape's the best duelist in the school."
I know. I feel like in Half-Blood Prince, the fact that he can just like so effortlessly block every single spell that Harry's blasting at him after the lightning struck tower. It's sort of like Snape can operate at a 10, and he's using level 1 abilities to block Harry.
Yeah,
and not for nothing, but Harry's pretty good.
Harry is pretty good. Actually, we keep comparing like Harry versus Lockhart. How like Lockhart will say he did something, Harry actually does it.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So there's a line here from Harry where it says, Snape's upper lip was curling. Harry wondered why Lockhart was still smiling. If Snape had been looking at him like that, he'd have been running as fast as he could in the opposite direction. And it's like, I just made a note there. I'm like, actually, when push comes to shove, you are chasing him down, trying to attack him in that situation.
It's true.
And it's like, it's not like you're not smiling at him, you're not running, you are chasing him.
Yes.
When that moment arrives in book 6.
No, I know.
I'm like,
yes.
oh, Harry.
Oh, Harry. Yeah,
you're so brave.
You're gonna do so great.
You're gonna do so great. Yeah, so I just thought that was a fun little one as well.
Yeah. So okay. So then we finally get Lockhart and Snape kind of like teeing up for their duel. We get a line here that specifically says, "Then they raise their wands like swords in front of them," and I do think straight up that just is foreshadowing.
Yeah,
like a reference to the Sword of Gryffindor being something in there. So like this sort of like sword references coming about. I mentioned it earlier with Nearly Headless Nick's sort of like chapter art where he's wielding a sword, possibly being like a little hint. This one I do just straight up think is like swords.
Ron even says something like, "You reckon Slytherin's monsters knows how to duel or something?" And it's like, well, the basilisk doesn't. Harry does duel it with a sword, I suppose, but eventually him and Voldemort do straight up duel.
They do.
Several times.
Yep.
The
next line though that we get though is Lockhart says, "On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course." It's like, Okay, obviously.
Yeah, duh.
Like,
I'm not about to watch one of you murder the other.
it's what a fun dueling club. So hilarious when one of our teachers died.
Remember
It's like-
that?
It's like, wow.
Yeah.
So no, that kind of goes without saying.
This is the other thing about Dumbledore's big plan is the spell that Snape uses is Expelliarmus. Is that what Dumbledore's like? Make sure you're there, make a Snape happen, and make sure Harry learns the disarming spell.
Right.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. That feels like a big one because Expelliarmus, this is the first time in the series we'll ever see the word uttered out loud, but it is ultimately the spell that Harry uses in the final duel with Voldemort.
Yes.
Which I think for the longest time, when I was a kid reading the books or earlier on reading the books, it would frustrate me that he uses Expelliarmus. I'm like, oh, come on. Like, really, Harry? Like, after all this time, you're still using like the disarming spell? And it's like, oh, because it's
time to take action, Harry.
I know. Yeah. It's like, there's a piece of me that like wants him to be like grittier, or something. But it's like, no, that's not who Harry is. He's just like infinitely noble. Like even down to the very last moment, his instinct is to use something that is disarming, not destructive.
I mean, it's the perfect counterspell because it's like the exact opposite of killing.
Yes, it is.
It's like, oh, nope, we will. I think, it makes me also think of like a Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Okay.
Like, this is Aang's move too.
Oh, interesting.
He doesn't he struggles for like the whole third season. Like, I'm going to have to kill the Fire Lord.
Right.
And it's like, everyone's like, he even like asks all the other avatars and they're like, yeah, you're going to have to. Like, for sure. Are you crazy? Like, yes. And it's like Aang finds a way and he doesn't, so anyway.
And so does Harry.
And so does Harry.
Yeah, which this is another one of those things I always think is kind of interesting is that there's the dazzling flash of scarlet light. This is always like there's a huge mirroring effect that's always happening with like the colors red and green between Harry and Voldemort, where Harry has the green eyes, Voldemort has red eyes, but then Harry has like the Gryffindor allegiance, which is of course red, whereas Slytherin has the green allegiance.
Which is green.
Yeah.
And then actually, I highlighted Scarlet Light too, because like they always show Expelliarmus as being red in the movies. And like I always, whenever I imagine Expelliarmus, there's no like laser or like energy beam at all. It's just sort of like, it's like a invisible spell in my brain, but I'm like, I was wrong. It is red.
It's just right there.
It's just right there.
Yep. Laser. I like that.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk more about laser beams in a second here when we get to the basilisk again.
Okay.
Our heat vision friend.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
But yeah. So then, heat vision. So we get Expelliarmus. Lockhart goes absolutely flying. We get the line from Hermione. Do you think he's all right? And Harry and Ron, who together say, "Who cares?" I love that because I love. It's funny because from a distance I love Lockhart, but reading this book I'm like, this guy sucks so bad.
Yeah, I mean he's such a fun character in the movies and stuff, and it's like it's fun to make fun of him. As a person, he's the worst.
He is the worst. Yeah.
But this is another one. Like, it was his idea for the dueling club, and then he gets hit by it and he says that was a disarming charm. It's like, oh, you did know, so that is correct.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, and then this, I was so annoyed about this, but if you don't mind me saying, it was very obvious what you were about to do, and it's like, I'm sorry, is the line in the book very and not pretty obvious? Like, what?
No.
What? Not that line.
Not that line.
That line we haven't been misquoting the whole time.
We do
this.
We do this all of the time.
I know.
I feel like we'll like have like a line we like fall obsessed with, and then like we'll go back and like reread the source material and like we are saying it wrong.
Yeah, I mean, in the movie he says pretty obvious.
No, he does. He does. Yeah,
but
so we have a reason.
But the movie is the actual text is very obvious, and I was like, oh, come on.
I know. We actually had a whole candle in the month of January designed around pretty obvious.
Yes, we did.
And we could have called it very obvious instead.
Yes.
And I don't think people would have got it.
No, it would not.
It would not have been very obvious.
Pretty obvious is definitely the correct word. It is the true name of this line, and it's just wrong in the books. I'm sorry. It's a rare case where the book is wrong, and pretty obvious is exactly what it's supposed to be, and it's not. So that's a bummer. But also, if you want those candles, it's at wizardingcandles.com.
Yeah, we have a monthly subscription. It's a lot of fun. Each one has a little charm hiding deep beneath the wax.
Yes.
So as it melts down, you can get like the little collectible charm in there. It's really fun.
Yeah, you can. The one this month is called potions master. It's got like a nice like tobacco-y smell to it. It's very good and lovely.
It is very good. Yes, it's like it's a delicious scent.
A delicious scent.
Yes, indeed.
One of my favorites. So if you want to pick one of those up, it's wizardingcandles.com.
There you go.
There you go. All right, let's see. Next up, we get moved through the crowd. Lockhart teams up Neville with JFF, Justin Finch Fletchley.
Yes.
Yep. That doesn't seem like it goes so well. Where's my next moment here? Oh. Next we have the duel with Harry and Draco. Long awaited. So they almost duel in book 1 and they finally get to duel each other in book 2. And I think this is hilarious. Okay. The first spell Harry hits Malfoy with in a duel is Ricta Sempra, which is like the exact opposite spell of Sectum Sempra, which is the last spell he will cast at him in a duel.
Oh my gosh, you're so right. I even highlighted Ricta Sempra, but yeah, so Ricta Sempra makes him like basically double over in laughter.
Oh my gosh, this is just hilarious to me as well that this is the spell. Harry's like, he's finally dueling Malfoy and he just turns it into a tickle fight.
He does. He's like, it's like, that's it, Malfoy. Here comes Tickles.
Time to get ready for Tickles.
I know.
But to Malfoy's credit, he's like, no way, Potter. This is a dance battle.
Tarantulegra.
You guys, this is the silliest duel that's ever happened.
I know. It's like,
you guys hate each other. Or you just like having fun.
Harry Potter and Stomp the Yard too.
I know. Tickle fight turns into dance battle.
Yes,
let's go. Oh man, yeah. So yeah, I thought that was so funny. The first spell he hits him with is Ricta Sempra, which is a tickling spell, and eventually he will hit him with Sectum Sempra, which is a sword slash spell.
Yes, yeah. much more menacing,
much more deadly. We really grow up around here.
Do you think so? It says stop, screamed Lockhart, but Snape took charge. Finite incantatum. To me, that honestly seems like a catch-all spell that could work in a lot of specific instances. Like this is more like your general cure. It's like the Tylenol counter curse.
Right.
It's like you're not feeling well, take some Tylenol. Like, that's like the like go-to. It's like because it seems like Finite incantatum is basically just like stop making spells be spells.
Right. Yeah. Like all these basic spells, just stop that.
Just Just wipe this slate.
End the effects.
Right.
Yeah. I don't feel like that would work on like everything, but everything these kids are capable of doing, assuming that only the second year showed up, apparently.
Apparently, yes.
Yeah. Like, where are Fred and George in this? Like, they're not missing this, right?
No way. We also get like a little bit of the setup for the eventual Millicent Bulstrode and Hermione situation.
Mm-hmm.
So Hermione believes during the dueling club she has collected a hair from Millicent Bulstrode so that she can successfully transform into her when they do the Polyjuice thing. And as it turns out, she is not collecting one of Millicent's own hairs, but instead from her cat.
Do you want to know a super fun fact?
I want to know the most fun fact.
Okay, so when they were making the movies, like all the kids have like stunt doubles and stuff, or like stand-ins and stuff, because there's like child labor laws that when you're a kid, you can't work for more than 4 hours on set. So like a lot of times they like they'll have the stand-ins go in there for a while to like save time for like Emma Watson or whatever to be on set later that day. Well, apparently there was like a TikTok yesterday that I saw where Emma Watson's stunt double for the movie, whenever you see Hermione in the full cat makeup, that is not Emma Watson. It is in fact her stunt double, because Emma Watson was having like a reaction to the makeup in the cat costume. But since she was so transformed, it didn't matter. They could just like use her stunt double instead. So when you see Hermione in the movies, it's not Emma Watson, it is her stunt double.
Whoa!
I know.
That's so crazy. And it's even interesting that she was having a bad reaction to the costume, because in universe, she's having a bad reaction to the Polyjuice.
It's so perfect.
It's
like perfect in every way.
Maybe they just actually took Polyjuice and this is just what
happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
They really committed.
Yeah. It's yeah.
Method acting.
I know, right? It's so funny. You're right. In the Polyjuice scene, her stunt double becomes the actual character on screen.
Yes.
It's like, how perfect.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So I like that. Also, there's a line in here where Lockhart tries to get Neville and Justin to be like the star duo that's going to show everyone how to do, I guess, a shield charm. But Snape steps in and says, Longbottom causes devastation with the simplest spells, which is just like, I feel like good setup for next book with the Boggart. Just like Snape being just mean to Neville. But also maybe this is more Dumbledore's big plan where he's like, no, hold on. I have instructions. We need to get Harry and Malfoy up here. I have a plan.
Yeah, that's maybe like, I think that makes like a little bit more. It's kind of interesting that they like choose like Longbottom in this particular instance, because I feel like Ron's wand is the one that's like been acting up. So it's like, it feels like you could have been like, Ron, how about you and this other person do it? And it's like, I don't know about Ron's wand.
Right.
Like it's not doing so hot.
I think he's with Seamus.
Is he with Seamus? Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, the other thing that I think is kind of interesting about this line is we get the phrase, said Snape, gliding over like a large malevolent bat. This is one of our many little tiny hints to the possibility that Snape is in fact a vampire.
A vampire.
Because we know that vampires, even voyages with them per Lockhart's published works, are in fact actual things inside the wizarding world.
Sanguini,
yes, at Slughorn's party, is a vampire. We know that Snape has a rather pale complexion. He's always out in the middle of the night. He can constantly be described as bat-like in characteristic. He can fly without the aid of a broomstick, similar to a bat.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a bat animagus.
Maybe
even.
that would almost be less surprising too if he was a bat animagus.
That would seem. I mean, Snape's such an accomplished wizard. It wouldn't surprise me if he just even quietly like realized the Marauders were doing it. It's like, well, that's it. I'm doing it too.
That is exactly it. He is he's an unregistered animagus out of spite. He's like, if James Potter can do it, well, I can too.
You better believe I'm in on this.
You had better believe. Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, I always that was like one of those theories that we made once upon a time, and like when I started it, I was sort of like, I feel like I can make a compelling argument, and then like by the end of the theory, I was like, I'm sort of buying into it a little bit.
Yeah. So there's Vampire Snape walks over to Malfoy, bent down and whispered something in his ear. Malfoy smirked too. See, Snape gives him the snake. He tells him to summon the snake. Like, why would he do that? There it is right there. Like, that is such Dumbledore's big plan.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. Okay. I don't hate it. But then we get like such a good setup here, and this is another movie scene that I think plays out really nicely. But basically, Harry and Draco are going to be facing off once again, and Malfoy says, "Scared?" muttered Malfoy, and Harry responds with, "You wish."
Right. This says he does it like under his breath so that like only Malfoy could hear it. But like this is a movie scene that is just so much better.
Oh, I know.
Than the book, where they're like on the stage and like just absolutely catcalling each other, before Tickle Fight round 2.
I know. Like, it's about to go down.
Yeah.
No, it's amazing. But I mean, I think this is like one of those things like where when you're like in middle school, you wish, because I mean, every single time if I ever had like an argument or a dispute or something like that, like in my middle school, high school years, it would be like 3 days later when I would think of the perfect comeback.
Yeah.
Like instead for me, it would have been like scared, Ben? And it'd be like, yeah, a little bit. I'm kind of freaking out. Honestly, we got a lot of people watching.
No.
And like 3 days later, I'm like, you wish I should have said
you wish
I was scared, because then it would have seemed a lot more confident. But instead, nope, I didn't do it.
Yep.
Okay. So then I love it though, because the very next line is Lockhart cuffed Harry merrily on the shoulder. Just do what I did, Harry. What? Drop my wand?
Like he totally calls him out.
What does Lockhart say after that? Oh no, he wasn't listening. Okay, it says it as the very next sentence. But either way, I feel like Harry's just quiptacular at the moment.
I know. He's just like in the zone.
Firing on all.
Yeah.
But yeah, then Malfoy raises his wand and quickly bellowed, Serpensortia. Yeah. Is that how you pronounce it?
Serpensortia.
Serpensortia. There we go. Even better.
Different than what he says in the movie, which is like summon Sorcia or something.
Okay. Yeah. I can't remember exactly what it is, but so then of course the snake comes barreling out of his wand. This is another one of those instances where it's like weird question, but you think you could eat the snake?
I know, right? Like, is that a real snake or is it just like made of magic over there? Like, did Malfoy just make a snake?
Because I mean, if so, it feels like once again Harry, Ron, and Hermione could have been well fed during all of their camping trips in Deathly Hallows.
Snake.
It's like, why are we eating so much snake? Because we're fighting the Dark Lord, and he's the heir of Slytherin. It's symbology.
It's symbolic. Look, and they're super easy to make. Malfoy. Remember in our second year when Snape whispered a spell into his ear, and then he like mastered it 30 seconds later? It's so easy.
Barely an inconvenience.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I mean,
meanwhile, Harry's also using the exact same spell that he learns in this exact same lesson. So it's just like a very impactful day for everybody.
I know, right? No one uses the snake summoning charm ever again.
Right.
It seems like Harry could have done this like real reconnaissance work with this spell. You know,
true.
Been like, boom, snake, yo, snake, you understand me? Go listen to that conversation over there and come back and tell me. Because apparently, like when he talks to the snake, it does exactly what he says. It doesn't. It's like they always describe parcel tongue as like the ability to talk to snakes, but I'm like, is it to talk to snakes or to like command snakes?
This was something that was kind of interesting too, because I read the same thing. So he says, leave him alone, and miraculously and inexplicably, the snake slumped onto the floor, docile as a thick black garden hose, its eyes now on Harry. Harry felt the fear drain out of him. He knew the snake wouldn't attack anyone now, though how he knew it, he couldn't have explained. And so this is kind of interesting because it's like in addition to being like a parcel mouth, it also seems like he's got like an intuition around snakes. Like he can understand like their inner drive, their inner motivation, that type of thing. So that I actually feel like is kind of like an unsung attribute of his abilities.
But that's like kind of present when he's talking to the snake at the zoo too.
It is, yeah, it is. It's like he's sort of like being able to like really get inside of like what they're experiencing or feeling.
Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, it seems like I'm surprised that it's not an ability that's used more by Harry. Like, maybe he just doesn't like that he shares it with Voldemort, which like I guess that's fine. But it just seems like it'd be pretty useful. He could have like helpful snakes, you know?
I know. Yeah, I mean, at some point in time, he has Creature and Dobby following Malfoy for him.
Yeah,
and it's
right?
It's like
you could have a snake do that, bro.
It would be pretty cool. It would be.
Oh my gosh, this would have. I mean, heck, this is your whole plan, right? Go get a snake. Be like, yo, snake, go into the Slytherin common room. They probably don't even think it's that weird to see.
All you have to do is slither in. Amazing. We're so funny.
Right? Then just come back and tell me what. Like, I bet if you see a snake in the Slytherin common rooms, like people are like, yeah, it's a snake, whatever. There's snakes all over the place in here, probably.
Yeah. Who's to say the difference between like the statues carved into the marble and real actual snakes that are.
Yeah. You know what? Harry is really, really whiffing on this ability.
It's true. It's true.
Yes.
I mean, even going forward, like, you know, it seems like Crookshanks and Wormtail, all of next book, it's sort of like you could have a spy on the inside.
Yeah.
Or you could just have a snake eat Wormtail.
Yeah. Oh my God. But this is the other reason. Yeah. If Harry just had a pet snake, like this thing could be like, you know, that rat's like a dude, right? Harry be like, wait, what? Like that guy, that rat is a dude.
Definitely not a rat.
Definitely not a rat. I can tell. Like, what do you mean it's a dude? It's like a person. That's a person over there. That's a person. Harry, come on.
Harry.
I would love it if he named the snake like Harry Jr. Because they're not hairy.
Not even a little bit.
Not even a little.
No hair at all.
Little HJ.
Little HJ.
Yeah. Harry so should have had a pet snake.
It would have been great.
Oh my gosh, so many problems would have been solved.
Maybe that's something we should have or could have worked into our Harry Potter what if he was in Slytherin.
Yeah.
Well, like instead of having Hedwig, he has a pet snake.
Yeah. Well, because you're right. Well, we give him a much better relationship with the basilisk in that particular story.
Yeah,
he does have a pet snake in a way.
He does.
You know, how does he win the second task, Ben?
Pet snake.
Riding giant pet snake. Oh man,
that was the best part about the whole series. Everything to do with the basilisk. It's always so much fun.
The basilisk is the best.
So Ron is pretty shocked, basically, because he's like, hey, we should probably leave, like, pronto stat. It's time to get away from all these people. Also, we got to talk because you didn't tell me you could talk to snakes, and that's very sus.
Yeah, real sus, Harry.
Yeah.
He says, I heard you speaking parcel tongue, snake language, you know, regular thing. Ron is really unhelpful. He says, you could have been saying anything. No wonder it was just in panic. You sounded like you were egging the snake on or something. He was creepy, you know? It's like, Ron, read the room, dude.
I know. Harry's freaking out a little bit over here. He doesn't know.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is kind of crazy that he can speak a different language and doesn't realize that he's doing it.
I know. It is.
That's sort of like a fascinating
little bit of magic
aspect
there.
of it. But yeah, then it's funny to me as well because it's like, do you want to tell me what's wrong with stopping a massive snake biting off Justin's head? And I'm like, okay, wait. How big is this snake?
How big was this snake, man?
It's like, I mean, because it would take a big snake to bite someone's head off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would.
But anyway, that's when we learned that being able to talk to snakes is something that Salazar Slytherin was famous for. That's why the symbol of Slytherin House is a serpent. And which, I mean, this feels like it should have been information that could have been figured out a lot sooner, maybe.
Oh, I know. Like people are like, what's the monster? No one's like, are there any like snake monsters it could be?
Can we think of anything that's scary and snakish?
Right.
Oh, a snake. All snakes.
It's a snake.
Yeah.
What do you know?
Yeah.
What do you know?
We also get confirmation in universe, and I don't know if this has come up any other time, but in talking about Salazar Slytherin, Hermione's basically like, you could be his like great grandson or something because he lived about 1,000 years ago. So for all we know, you could be.
I highlighted that sentence too, though, and I'm like, how are the dates of Slytherin's life not known as part of recorded history?
It feels
like,
so shocking.
It's so suspicious that they don't know when the castle was founded. Like it feels like there must be magic regarding the secret or something. Like there has got to be some sort of magical concealment about the dates because there's no reason you wouldn't know.
There's no reason you wouldn't know, and it even seems highly unlikely that such an iconic figure in the wizarding world, his lineage wouldn't be like well documented.
Yes, exactly. Especially because like Voldemort was one of them.
Yeah.
You know, the Gaunts they're not that far gone at this point.
They're not that far gone. They're pretty loud.
About
their
yeah.
affiliation.
Like we should be able to trace it back up to the Peverils and to the Slytherins and when this happened.
Yeah.
And like, when did he have the kid? Who was his wife? We don't know. We don't know.
But maybe one day we will.
Maybe one day. Who
We can
knows?
only aspire to such things.
We can.
Either which way, I think as the chapter starts to like kind of cruise forward a little bit, it's to the point where I'm almost curious whether or not like Harry, similar to the like Defense Against the Dark Arts position, is just cursed with bad luck. Because the whole like narrative that's being spun around him, for one, the whole school has just learned that he can speak to snakes, which makes him look very suspicious, especially when the school is currently being attacked by something.
Yeah.
And specifically, this is like would tie him to the heir of Slytherin. I think it's interesting that people like know that he hates the muggles that he lives with. Like that would look bad on paper. He does have he had just had like the interaction with Filch right before Mrs. Norris's attack.
Yeah.
And Colin Cravey's been following him around like a bad shadow the whole year.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like, okay. So like you could sort of be like, okay, he was starting to bother him too much. He was taking pictures of him while he's in the mud. And then Justin Finch Fletchley is like the one on the receiving end of like this supposed snake attack. And then everybody's just sort of like, yeah, Justin's really worried that something's going to happen. And like
it's bad.
2 seconds later, Harry is found at the scene of the crime for the 3rd time in a row. It's like, you would be kind of crazy to not think Harry was doing it.
Oh, I mean, you absolutely would. Like Ernie is kind of like all over the case. I will say the only thing Ernie is sort of just like skating past is that Harry's best friend is Hermione Granger.
Also true.
You know, who's
Yes,
but she's like a muggle-born, so what about that, Ernie?
Yeah.
What about that?
I know. Ernie is so interesting as well because it's like Ernie kind of ends up being like a rather prominent Hufflepuff, especially as we get into like Order of the Phoenix and stuff. He's the one who famously has the line like, you know, he's like, us old DA lags.
Us old DA lags.
It's like, okay, Ernie, are you forgetting about all of year 2 where you totally told everybody I was like the heir of Slytherin?
Yeah.
Remember that?
You remember that?
Ernie.
Come
on, man. I thought we were friends.
Yeah.
Jeez. But yeah. But yeah, so I mean, I just feel genuinely bad for Harry inside of the situation because it's sort of like, what is happening and what are the odds that like he is so entangled inside of the situation and keeps being found at exactly the wrong positions.
The fact that Harry stumbles into Nick and Justin in this situation, just like, I'm sure for him, he's just like, why? But no.
Right. Yes. Yeah. So then, I mean, but before he ends up running into that situation, he also runs into Hagrid, who is carrying the dead rooster in one of his massive gloved hands. This is another one of those like little tiny nods where it's sort of like, if you know more about like outer basilisk lore, like, so we just did a video last week sort of like delving into like the history of magic and how basilisks are not a specific creation necessarily of the wizarding world, but more part of like English folklore at large. And they do consistently have this attribute that they can be killed with the crow of a rooster.
Right.
So if you were somebody who was like invested in it, I'd be curious for like people who live like in England, if something like this would stand out
Yeah,
to
if
them.
you'd be like, dead rooster. I see where this is going.
It's like, oh, the rooster. Okay. What's a big snake that can be killed by a rooster? Of course
it's a basilisk.
Right.
Yeah, I can see that being a little bit more obvious. The other thing, but Hagrid's like, not to. This is another. It's almost surprising Hagrid isn't understanding what's happening here because he's like so about beasts anyway.
True,
and he's got like he has his own theories. He's like, it's either foxes or a blood-sucking bugbear. And I'm like, what is a blood-sucking bugbear? That sounds pretty bad.
I know, yeah. It's like goodness, it's just like a cousin of a blast-ended scroot. It can't be because Hagrid invents those.
Yeah, right.
That was what I was thinking, though, looking at it. But yeah.
It also says, I need the headmaster's permission to put a charm around the hen coop. Like, do you? Did you get permission to engorge the pumpkins?
Right,
right. Just do it. Like,
Dumbledore knows.
Dumbledore, he repaired your wand, right? Like,
you guys are cool. You're cool.
Yeah, if anyone asks, he did it. Like,
right.
Oh no, you protected the roosters.
Right. But so anyway, ultimately, everybody, once again, this is the other thing that's kind of unbelievable at each of these attacks is that it seems like the whole school just sort of shows up every single time.
Yeah. I know. I know.
It's like there's, and it just can't get away. Like, well, I guess Colin's attack happens in the middle of the night.
With the grapes.
With the grapes.
Yeah.
But the whole school knows about it by the next day. But Mrs. Norris, like everybody's like exiting the Great Hall and they're all like, wow, okay, we got to witness this. And like, once again, this is like everybody just like kind of funnels into the hallway and they're like, oh man, and is Harry here? He is. How about that? And it's the kid that the snake was attacking. What are the odds of that? They seem slim.
I know. And then in the meantime, it's all coming. This is the chapter where like it's all really coming together in a certain way for Harry because like he's also like, but if I was in Slytherin, it would have put me in Slytherin. And it's like, but it wanted to put me in Slytherin. It's like he has that like terrible like voice in the back of his head, like you were probably supposed to be in Slytherin though.
I know. Yeah. This whole book, Harry really is having some serious like inner struggles that are relatable in their own ways though.
Yeah.
It's like, I feel like I like going through like my middle school and high school years, I absolutely was having like a lot of those instances where it's just sort of like your worst thought and you're like, is that just true? Is it just true?
Is it just true?
Does nobody like me?
Yeah. Okay, so back to Basilisk with secret heat vision powers that doesn't ever get brought up here. So we discover Nearly Headless Nick was no longer pearly white and transparent, but black and smoky, floating immobile and horizontal. So I'm like, this is my thought, is that Nick obviously can't die. He gets the full blast or whatever, but why does he turn black? Why does he turn black, Ben? Because he's burned. He's burned by the heat vision. That's why he's all smoky looking now.
I know, it really is kind of strange that this seems to be like such a common attribute. Like the melted camera from Colin Creevey, the scorch marks during the Mrs. Norris attack. And maybe the scorch marks, it's kind of like because it was like reflecting off the water in the floor. So like maybe it was like scorching the ground it was looking at, but then like the water was like receiving some of the
Yes,
the
that makes
otherwise.
sense. Yeah, it scorches the ground because that's where he sees the cat.
Right.
The cat is up there, so it's not burned.
So is there any part of us that's sort of like, well, what is with the basilisk having like terrible aim? Does it have like deadly but also kind of poor eyesight?
Oh, I know, especially with Mrs. Norris. Like they just sneak up on her from behind, like what? And she just looks down and is like, oh no.
Right. I don't know. Because that's the other thing. Like, or maybe Ginny's just doing like a really bad job commanding it.
Yeah, I guess it's possible. But do you think it's not even Ginny? It's like Tom Riddle acting through Ginny.
It's true.
It's
true.
Yeah. Why does he have such bad aim?
I don't know. Or like why like leave the scene of the crime like without? I don't know. Maybe it's like once the person's fallen down. Although if the basilisk just waited like a few more minutes, everybody's gonna show up anyway. So just hang out.
Yeah.
Have a field day.
How long have they been sitting there, do you think?
Oh, that's another good question as well. I guess Harry stumbles across him and you think it just happened, but maybe that's not the case.
Yeah.
Could have been.
I guess Ernie says he tells Justin to head back up to the common room. So maybe it's like
just
while
minutes.
He's left the library. He's heading to the common room. Hey, Justin, zap. Not zap. More like what's a sound for hot blast of eyesight?
I don't know. What's a microwave sound like? I bet that's it.
That's it. Yeah. The basilisk coming.
The basilisk moving with the sound of microwaves.
What's interesting, Harry doesn't hear the basilisk this time. There's no like, rip him, kill him, burn him to a crispy crisp. Not having much of an inner monologue this time, the basilisk.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of chilling out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think it's funny that McGonagall conjures a large fan out of thin air, which she gives to Ernie with instructions to waft nearly headless Nick up the stairs.
What if he just like floats through a wall? Oh no!
I was like, I lost him in the wall.
Yeah.
You did what?
He's a ghost.
How are
you
we
gave me a fan.
How are we supposed to get him back?
Yeah. It seems like, how did that not happen?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
It feels like it is what's supposed to happen because we know they can go through walls.
Yeah.
They are in fact ghosts.
Yeah.
One of their key
How's it causing him
attributes.
to turn?
I don't know. I don't know. It is one of those where it's kind of like, how do they ever get nearly headless Nick back though?
Yeah.
Like it doesn't feel like you should be able to administer
Just,
any kind of
spray him with the stuff, right?
just spritz a little tiny spritz.
Just like float through the air he's in.
Yeah, there. Why not? Why not? But anyway, then McGonagall is sort of like, this is out of my hands. There's nothing we can really do. We need to go and talk to the headmaster, which is, I mean, it is wild, like, you know, as time goes on, but like Harry and Dumbledore just have such shockingly few one-on-one discussions.
I know.
But we were about to get in there. We of course get the lemon drop password.
The lemon drop password. Yep.
And then we get up to the gleaming oak door with the brass knocker in the shape of a griffin.
Ah, the Griffin Door.
The Griffin Door. And we've made it to the end of chapter 11 and look ahead to chapter 12, the Polyjuice potion.
Oh yeah, they're about to morph.
They are about to morph. I'm looking forward to talking about the chapter arc for next week.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Rather glorious.
We finally get to
indeed.
look at, I guess, what I forget which one Harry turns into.
It's Goyle.
It's Goyle.
Yeah.
Yeah. What Goyle must look like.
Right. Yes.
He's a looker.
He's a looker indeed. Jay, do we have a review?
Oh, we sure do. Let me go ahead and pull one up right here for you right now. All right. Today's review comes from Emma Sue Ann.
Hey, Emma Sue Ann. Hope you're doing great.
Emma Sue says, hey, brother, been a huge fan for many years. I started watching your YouTube videos when I was in middle school, and I'm graduating high school in May. Wow.
Whoa.
Thank you for watching for
That's
so
amazing.
long. I was so excited when Through the Griffin Door came out. It is the one of the highlights of my week. Thank you so much for making such good content. I have a question about Tom Riddle that I've always been super curious about. I've always wondered what happened to the two kids in the cave and what Tom Riddle did to those two kids. I was wondering if you had any thoughts or theories about what happened.
Oh, man. Okay, so, I mean, it's an interesting question. I've sort of thought the same thing before. Like, it's kind of remarkable that he was able to... Do you think he's apparating them to the cave?
Like, yeah, how do they get down there? I think he's using some kind of... Like, they're obviously accessing it magically.
They
in
must
some
be,
way.
because it seems like you almost have to access it magically.
Yeah, like, I've always thought he was, like, probably just, like, floating them down or something.
Right. I mean, and I suppose that's kind of like one of those things where it's like the tormenting could be like anything from actual, you know, like young Tom Riddle torture, like when I think, doesn't he like hang a bunny from like the ceiling?
Yeah, that
rafters or
also
something?
seems like a certain amount of, like, floating.
Right.
must have
Yes.
occurred.
Yeah, it does. So I mean, it is kind of unbelievable that he's harnessing his abilities and performing so much magic. Actually, the floating's kind of interesting because Voldemort's ability to fly unsupported is one of his like key and incredibly remarkable
powers.
magical attributes. So if he as a young boy was learning how to wandlessly
Yeah, scale this
levitate.
mountainside.
Right. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
that could be like the forerunner as to like how he eventually can fly through the air without broomstick.
Yeah, but so because if what happens is he gets in trouble for bringing the kids down there, right?
Right.
And she tells them about that, but it doesn't sound like the kids are like dead. Like
No.
they get back up as well.
It seems like the orphanage would have had to have informed Dumbledore if the kids had died.
Yeah, I think you're right. Now, that being said, I kind of feel like they end up in that cave anyway,
As in theory.
as in Fury. Because these would be like
Crap.
people who knew about the cave.
It would be people who
You
knew
know,
about the cave.
and like
They would,
Dumbledore talked to the Wolves Orphanage lady, and she told him that two kids were there. So if like Dumbledore's looking for information and like memories about Voldemort, you know, like these are people who could know about the cave.
is it the case, correct me if I'm wrong, do they eventually try to go to Wolves Orphanage and like Hermione thinks it might be a good idea and they get there and it's like rubble and Harry was like, he hated this place anyway. He never would have done something here.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's like one of those where like, I wonder if he hunted down as muggles anybody who was at the orphanage with him.
Oh man.
You know, like-
Yeah, I wonder. Like, I wonder if like the the lady who worked there or something.
Yeah, it's pretty dark.
Seems pretty bad news for her, I bet.
Yeah.
Because that would be like links to his past. Like, he does seem like someone who would try and erase like any information about his own past.
Because I mean, that's kind of like what's wild is that like Tom Riddle to the other kids at the orphanage is a terror.
Yeah.
You know, but then when he gets to school, he's incredibly well liked. He's the
Yeah.
handsome, highly talented, like, you know, award for services to the school. Like all the teachers sort of like, you know, fast track for Minister for Magic. Like, you know, I mean, there's all this positive accolade attached to him. Like he turns his act around a lot. And one of the things is that like Dumbledore single-handedly knows some of the darkness surrounding him, and it's always one of those things that like Voldemort can't quite clear up the fact that Dumbledore was the one who saw through him, who saw some of like that like early behavior. But the other kids at the orphanage might know and be able to like identify or recognize like, hey, wait a second, I know who you are.
Right.
So they would all be liabilities.
Yeah. And especially if he's hiding one of the Horcruxes there and he doesn't think anyone knows about the cave.
And the cave is full of Inferi, which we know
you know.
are muggles who he killed in his
Yeah, I think those kids grew up to be adults who were later murdered by Voldemort is what I think.
I think there's almost no way around that.
I haven't really thought about it before, but I think that's what happened.
This is like one of those things where it's like kind of similar to Lockhart. You know, it's like, I mean, he's terrible. I mean, you can laugh at him, but he's terrible. Like I think so often I laugh at Voldemort because I'm like, he's always in his own way. He's always like every plan he has is always a dumb plan. Like his pride is constantly the issue. There's so much he could have done to like have defeated Harry without doing all the things he does.
Yeah.
But like, this is one of those moments where you're just like, this is a dark guy.
Oh yeah.
Like
This
you
is
could
just,
make
like,
a
terrible.
really, really dark series about like that goes more into what Voldemort's up to and what this is actually looking like for the victims.
Right.
Man. Whew. Good question.
Good question.
Took me to a dark place, but yeah, good question.
Just like it took them to a dark place.
It did indeed. Oh man,
laughing helps.
Laughing helps. Yes, but the good news is we can all come together and enjoy the series and Harry's triumph and his nobility and Expelliarmus and all the rest.
Exactly. So I think we're going to end it on that note. Thank you for the review. If you want us to answer one of your questions, make sure you leave a review over on whatever app you listen on.
Yes, absolutely. It helps the show a lot.
Yeah, and don't forget to subscribe on YouTube.
Yeah.
100,000. We're going to make it, guys.
We can totally do it.
It's going to happen someday. But otherwise, thank you so much for listening to this episode. Make sure you join us next week for Chapter 12, the Polyjuice Potion, here on Through the Griffin Door. Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands, dust off your broomsticks, and join us as we unlock the treasures behind Chamber of Secrets, Chapter 12, the Polyjuice Potion.
Oh, man. What a chapter.
Dude, this one, I was marking up stuff left and right on this one. There's like a lot happens. We have Christmas at Hogwarts. We have the entire Polyjuice Potion thing. We have lots of like Percy Weasley shenanigans going on.
Yeah, this chapter is definitely really big on the whole like this is one of the ones where you're supposed to be like, what is Percy doing down there? Like it almost feels like it's written to me in such a way that like if you were watching, you know, like prime time TV and this episode came on and there was a whole bunch of deep divers who were going to be like picking apart the whole episode, you would walk away from this one with like ideas about what's going to happen, and those ideas would be incorrect.
Yeah.
But like it's funny to me because it's like it does read that way, but like because you're just blitzing through the story, like most people who are reading this are probably just continuously going from 11, 12, 13, 14 and on. Like you're not reading chapter by chapter. You're not dissecting every little sentence. So it's possible you wouldn't pick up on a lot of the stuff that even is going on, but there's a lot to pay attention to.
There absolutely is. There was one thing, and we'll get to it eventually, where like the advantage of reading it by hand, the old-fashioned way.
The old-fashioned
Instead
way.
of listening to it, I was like, now wait a minute, I didn't realize that this word was italicized. That I feel like changes the entire meaning.
Oh,
this adds layers of context.
Okay, that's very interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
there was one in particular that I saw because I listen and read, and there's like one sentence where they've come back from the Slytherin common room, and Ron says, "What's the matter?" said Ron. "You must be back to normal by now." And the original copy of the book doesn't include the words "we are."
Oh,
Which I think is really interesting. So like Jim Dale just says like, "You must be back to normal by now." That's it. And I'm like, it's so interesting that at some point in time they were like, we should add "we are" to
yeah.
help,
Like
to help.
what different context does that make?
That was exactly. I was like, oh, that's so interesting. That's not in the audiobook. Then I was like, does it matter?
Right.
Like, or no, I'm sorry. It's so interesting. Yeah, not in the audiobook. Like I was like, that's just like an interesting like little piece of clarification or something that maybe some editor along the way thought was needed.
I guess so. Just like throw this in there, a little, just so we know the boys are back to normal by now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. The other thing that I think happens in this chapter that I think is really interesting because I have constantly been one to empathize isn't really the right word with Draco Malfoy, but I think I've always sort of come to his defense in a lot of ways in just sort of the under the premise that like a lot of people at this age haven't experienced enough of the world to do anything other than just sort of like parrot the beliefs of their own parents.
Right.
And a lot of times it takes some real world experience to actually see where you stand on certain issues.
Yeah.
And so for a lot of times I'm like, Malfoy is like, he's mean and, he definitely is like a bully and stuff like that. This chapter in particular though, I'm like, Malfoy, it's hard to come to your defense. Like,
I know.
The stuff that you're saying is like, it's like, I mean, he's like actively just basically like, yeah, no, it's a good thing that these students are being attacked. Hopefully like the monster does better.
Right. Yeah. It's like
Like,
my dad says, let the heir of Slytherin do his thing, or what is like, oh, okay, yeah, like this is better for everyone. Dumbledore, we shouldn't even like actively thinks like Colin Creevey shouldn't be allowed at the school or like
Yes.
Hermione. It's like,
Yeah.
Even in this book, it was brought up that she's better at school than you.
Right. Yes.
Like-
yeah. Like she's clearly someone that you can't even keep pace with. Yeah. So it's that we can get into it more as we get closer to it. But that was like one of the things that really stood out from this chapter. I was like, okay. Like I think probably this is like one of those things where I tend to think of the book like, you don't think about every single word on every single page necessarily all the time. Like you start to know the story beats, you start to know where each of the characters are when, and you start to like sort of like dissolve away some of like the more like petty or mean things that happen along the way.
Yeah.
So anyway, this chapter in particular is like, yeah, Draco, this is not your best chapter. This is not your best showing.
Not your best look, dude.
Yeah, not so much.
Yeah, which speaking of which, the chapter art for this one, not Harry's best look.
Yeah, well,
I mean, he's obviously mid transformation into Goyle, or possibly fully transformed.
I know. Yeah, that's the thing. So we're getting Harry as Goyle looking at his own reflection back in the mirror, and if this is in fact Goyle, then Goyle is. I mean, it's like to have ever referred to him as like potentially troll-like doesn't seem completely off base.
He's a looker.
He's a
you know?
looker. He's a looker.
I was like, oh boy, this is a rare look. It's like it's very unusual to have Goyle be in the chapter art, but here he is.
But here he is.
His moment in the limelight, or else I guess girls' bathroom light, which is in the artwork.
Yes. Yeah. No. Just a real interesting. He's just waiting for his glow up. That's
Exactly.
all. He just got to grow into his skin a little bit.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, eventually he destroys a Horcrux, right? Or is
That's
it
true.
Crab?
So
Yeah, I don't
Goyle
know.
has two chief accolades. One is that he destroys a Horcrux, and the other is that he's chapter art.
Exactly. There you go.
So
Well, to Goyle. Sorry, I just had a big yawn right there.
it's the
Goodness
cozy
me.
vibes.
I know. We're like on the set. It's been raining so hard in town today, and it's been a very sleepy day here in Roanoke.
It has been.
So now we're down here in our cozy set, doing our thing. Oh boy, you could just fall right asleep. Anyway, let's jump into the chapter itself. So at the end of the last chapter, Harry is brought to Dumbledore's office for being found at the scene of Justin Finch Fletchley's petrification. And McGonagall brings him up to Dumbledore's office where literally nothing will happen. Like whatever conversation, like McGonagall's like, I have to bring you to the headmaster. Like, I don't know what she thinks is going to happen, but literally nothing happens to him.
You're exactly right. Yeah, this is kind of like a strange one because I think this is like you need a way to plant Harry in Dumbledore's office so that he can like be introduced to Fawkes the Phoenix, to have like this brief little exchange with the Sorting Hat, to get like a little bit of back and forth and dialogue with Harry. But otherwise, it's like, you're exactly right. Like, I don't know what McGonagall thought was going to happen. Like, okay, Harry, this is the third time that somebody's been attacked. You've been at the scene of the crime or like relevant to it each time that something has happened, and now it's out of my hands. Headmaster it is. Right. And then, he gets in there and Hagrid storms in and Hagrid's like, hey, it's not Harry, Professor. It's like he's all about it. He's coming to his defense. He's swinging his rooster everywhere. And Dumbledore's just sort of basically like, I don't think it's Harry. And then they have like a very small back and forth where Harry, he's just like, is there anything else you need to tell me? And it's like, no,
I was told to come here. Is there anything you want to tell me?
Right, exactly. Yeah, should we talk?
No.
Yes. Should we elaborate? I know. Yeah. So this is, I think, basically probably what you were alluding to, the setup for Dumbledore's big plan, most likely.
Well, there is a little bit in there for sure. And yeah, we'll get to it in a second. We first get the look around his office where this is always bothers me that he has the number of curious silver instruments on his spindle-like tables whirring and emitting little puffs of smoke. Like, these are brought up all the time, and we like never get an explanation for what they do. Like, he has them. They're always there. What do they do?
What are these little silver instruments? I know. I mean, it's... I don't know. Like, I think that once upon a time we started like deep diving like Ariana Dumbledore, and I think the name Ariana means silver in some capacity. And so it's like the fact that he's got like all these like little silver instruments. It's like, is that like a nod in some way, shape, or form? Are they dark detectors, kind of like what Lupin or like Moody has going on in like their offices?
Yeah. I mean, Order of the Phoenix after Arthur's attacks, like one of them like puffs out the smoke and it's like swirling together and he's like, but in essence divided or something.
Yes.
It's like, we don't get a huge explanation for what that is, other than I guess it's like him talking about the Horcruxes, or maybe that's him figuring out Nagini's a Horcrux. Or something, but it's never like, these instruments are my way of keeping track on things or whatever.
Things and stuff. Yeah.
Things and stuff.
Yeah, it would be very interesting to know like what the function of each of these objects happens to be.
Yeah. I also like that when Harry gets in there, he is under the impression that he, as ever, might get expelled, that he's in big trouble, but he's also like, you know what? Let me just go ahead and put the Sorting Hat on. Let me just go ahead and handle this ancient artifact.
Yeah.
to satisfy my curiosity.
Right, yeah. I mean, because at this point, the hat is literally 1,000 years old.
Yeah, right?
So it's probably, I mean, even the fact that anybody's handling it for the sortings themselves is probably like too much handling for such an old object.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I'm seriously got the yawns today, you guys. I'm not like disinterested in what we're talking about at all. My goodness me. He puts the hat on. The hat tells him, "You would have done well in Slytherin," which Harry verbally reprimands the hat. He's like, "You're wrong. No, I disagree." Which, if you've seen our "What if Harry was in Slytherin" video, actually Harry is the one who's wrong. He would have done just fine.
That's true. Yeah, there is a version of this where Harry's just able to trudge through entirely unscathed as a Slytherin. I also like the little phrase there, "be in your bonnet, Harry Potter." This is like always one of those things where it's like it's so funny for a hat to be asking, because it's like a hat.
It's a hat joke.
It's a hat joke.
Yeah.
No, it's a little idiom though, where "be in your bonnet" is basically a phrase for like something that's like clearly stuck inside of your head, and you just kind of keep like whirling about on the same thing over and over and over again. So like if you're on like a total kick about like what is it, like an Enneagram or something, like you might say that you have like a bee in your bonnet about like the Enneagram personalities.
Right.
Like you're trying to like diagnose them, and like everywhere you go, it's like, oh, you're a total 7. It's like, oh, he's got a real bee in his bonnet about the Enneagrams right now. Mm-hmm. So in case you didn't know the meaning of that particular phrase.
There you go. It's surprising. I wonder if you could talk to the Sorting Hat, like does Dumbledore just put it on and like have chats with it ever? Do you think?
I was having a very similar kind of like thought process about this particular thing because the idea here is that the four founders placed like their intelligence and they contributed to the creation of the hat to best identify features in students who would best like align with their particular house or whatever. But it also makes it seem like this is probably a very, very wise artifact,
right?
Like there should be a lot that could be potentially like learned from interacting with it, and it's sort of like a one-way ticket back to like the original people, the original vision. Like what was the function of the school supposed to be? Like where did everybody where did we start?
Right.
Like it'd be so interesting to like go back and have a conversation with like George Washington.
It is. This is all the more suspicious that they don't know what year the school was founded. They have a hat that can talk and has the minds of all four founders, like pieces of it in there. Like the hat has been there since the beginning. They can ask the hat, when was the school founded?
That's the thing, though, is that it's like you think of the founding of the school as like a day like where like a ribbon was cut or something like that. But like that's why I just keep going back to the sentiment that I don't think that's exactly how it functioned. Like I almost think that it's like at what point in time did it become a school, or like was it something else and then it sort of like came what it became, and what it became was a school, and it's like it's kind of hard to like place when it transitioned from whatever it was to what it became.
Right. It's like I don't know what school was necessarily like 1,000 years ago. Like was it such like a formal education with classes and stuff, or it was like, oh yeah, if you want to come learn magic, like we'll come stay at the castle, we'll teach you stuff.
Right.
It's like it's not necessarily like is the word school even around? Or is it just like this is a place where you can learn things?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or are you even bringing in like young students, or are you just teaching anyone?
Right. Yeah. I don't know. So all of that. Yeah. It could like the castle likely existed before the formalization of the curriculum and the school and stuff.
Right.
But the hat should still know.
The hat should still probably have more information about when it's all taking place.
Exactly. It makes it feels like there's magic afoot around this information for some reason. Yeah, don't know why.
I feel like the estimates that we get are something in like the last decade of like 990.
Right, yeah. Like that,
so
that's about, they're like 1,000 years.
But the thing that's amazing about that is that would make it almost 1,000 years to the T, like when our story is taking place.
Yeah.
Which doesn't feel insignificant.
No, doesn't. It does not. Actually, our video today on Super Carlin Brothers sort of addresses that.
Yes.
Which is like this comparison between a book in the Bible, Daniel 7, versus the founding of Hogwarts, versus the four founders.
Yeah, Daniel chapter 7, where it's basically like the interpretation of a dream where a bunch of beasts like sort of emerged from the sea, and like the first of them is like a winged lion, which is very griffin-like.
Mm-hmm.
And the second one is a bear with like 3 ribs in its mouth. And the original mascot for House Hufflepuff was going to be the bear, actually, before it was ultimately the badger. And then the third one is sort of like a multi-headed, like winged.
It's a 4-headed leopard with 4 eagle wings.
Yeah. Why not? So it's like one of those things where it's like, does that translate to like the eagle of House Ravenclaw? It's like, well, I don't know. It's a little bit of a stretch. But then the last one's like a horned beast that like very clearly could be like the basilisk, or Slytherin.
Yeah.
But like this, in Daniel 7, they're basically predicting like 1,000-year span of time where like empires will like rise and fall. And I think it's supposed to go from like Babylon to like Medo-Persian to ancient Greece to ancient Rome.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the 4 kingdoms, which would ultimately, like that, like those 4 kingdoms would last about 1,000 years. And so then if the 4 houses of Hogwarts are supposed to represent that particular story, then it takes 1,000 years for Voldemort to ultimately be destroyed.
Yeah, the fourth beast ultimately like splits away from the other 3 or crushes the other 3 or something.
Yeah.
And then 1,000 years later, Jesus shows up and wins the day. So that's basically what happens. And we were just making a bunch of comparisons. If you want to go check out that video for the full details.
Right.
But anyway, let's see. Moving on, Harry's in there. We're also introduced to Fawkes for the first time, who just bursts into flame right in front of Harry.
This is, I know, I mean, I've talked about it a lot in this book in particular, but Harry's lack of luck here. I mean, obviously, like when Dumbledore shows up, he's not like the least bit surprised or fussed or anything about the fact that Fawkes has died on this particular occasion. But like, it's just like Harry's timing could not be worse.
Yeah.
You know, it's like to like walk in there and it's like, yeah, sorry, I know everybody stepped out and I was alone in your office and your bird died while I was here.
Right. Yeah. Gosh, sorry. Terrible. That's exactly how he feels about it. But then, okay, this is the word that was changed, that was in italics, that really caught my attention. It is when Dumbledore is describing what a phoenix can do. He says they can carry immensely heavy loads, their tears have healing powers, and they make highly faithful pets. And the word faithful is that the one that's in italics, that like when you're listening to it, you don't know that. Like, you know, Jim Dale just reads right through that sentence and that's it. You know,
Right.
Done. Moving on. Next sentence. Excuse me. But the fact that it's faithful is put in italics, I think really stands out when you're reading it, because it is later on in the story when Fawkes will arrive in the Chamber of Secrets to help Harry, and Dumbledore tells him, like, or is like, what does Harry say? Like, Dumbledore's not really gone as long as there are those here who still believe in him or whatever.
Right.
But it's like the reason Fawkes comes is because Harry is being like loyal to Dumbledore.
Right, which
And
Dumbledore ultimately says, it's like, you must have shown me extreme loyalty down there to summon Fawkes to you.
Right. It feels like that sentiment is like reflected here with the faithfulness, the faithful pets. He's like highly faithful, Harry. See that faithful? If you're faithful to me, my bird will be faithful to you. You got it? You're reading here? Wink. That's what it feels like.
Yes, no, I agree. Yeah, so this is like, okay, so now is the big question for Dumbledore's big plan, because like as this entire scene is playing out, like there comes the line where Dumbledore will say, "I must ask you, Harry, whether there's anything you'd like to tell me." He said gently, "Anything at all."
Yeah.
And I think that this exact same question is mirrored in Tom Riddle's diary when Harry is like exploring, where Dumbledore asks the same thing of Tom Riddle.
Yes.
So that to me is kind of like one of those things where it's like Dumbledore is clearly, you know, like putting the pieces of what's going on a little bit together. And, you know, like we know that Dumbledore himself is a rather accomplished legilimate. So like, you know, as Harry is not answering this question, he thinks about all of the things that are going through his mind, like Malfoy shouting, like, "You'll be next, Mudblood," the Polyjuice potion that they're working on in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, hearing the voices nobody else can hear is never a good sign, even in the wizarding world. So, like, these are all things that Dumbledore should be being made aware of just simply by being in Harry's presence inside of this moment.
Yeah, I just like drew a big box around everything Harry thinks after Dumbledore asks him that question. And it's like, does he read his mind and just sort of like get all that information from him by asking the question? Like, is that what your interpretation is?
That would be my takeaway. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think like, you know, this might be the reason like where more conversation could or would have taken place. But like, I think that Dumbledore might be recognizing in Harry, like there's a reason that Harry thinks that he needs to keep this to himself, but at the very least, I know exactly where he's at.
Right.
So it's like there's nothing else. Like Dumbledore, like when Harry says no, said Harry, "There isn't anything, Professor." Like that's the end of the scene.
Right.
You know,
Then we shift away.
Right. We leave it entirely. So to me, it's sort of like all I can imagine is that Dumbledore just says very well, and then Harry exits.
Right. Yeah.
You
Like,
know?
okay, good chat. Thanks
Right.
for telling me about your bird. But like, so then when he asks the question, is this just like a legiliment's trick to be like, "Oh yeah, don't think of an elephant," you know?
Yeah. Right.
Like,
Right.
Harry, what do you know about the problems? Nothing. What? All of them. Yeah. You know, it's like, so is he doing that to like get him to think of all the things, or is this also just the question itself? Like, "I must ask you, Harry, whether there's anything you'd like to tell me." Like, is he trying to make him think of all the things he knows, or is he generally also like testing him, like, will Harry tell me? Like, do you trust me?
Right. Which, I mean, maybe is like one of those things like where Dumbledore needs to know like where Harry's at. I mean, there's also the sentiment that like coming into Harry's school, or time at Hogwarts, lots of the Death Eaters believe that Harry could be the second coming of the Dark Lord.
Right.
And in this particular situation, maybe you've got an instance where like Dumbledore himself is just sort of like, I need to get a test on this. Where is Harry's head at?
Right.
You know, like whether or not he's willing to tell me, like I'll know. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard to interpret like exactly like what all Dumbledore sort of has in his hand at this particular moment, or if he's even aware that like upon entering the room, Harry may have like gone like lifted, you know, the sorting hat from its shelf and sort of, like interacted with it in that way. Like it's all a big question of like what is Dumbledore trying to learn about Harry inside of this situation?
Right. It's like I think he probably does get a lot of that information from him. But even if that's the case, then you'd think he knows that like he can hear the voices and should like be able to pick out that it's like a snake or something. Because now he would know that he's a parcel mouth at this point because that has happened and the whole school knows.
Right.
You know, if he's hearing voices, like it seems like Dumbledore should be able to piece together snake, Voldemort, basilisk, petrification. Like it feels like if he knows Harry can hear the voices, like enough pieces should be on the table for him to figure it out.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's where it's like we the reader at this stage in going through the story, we don't know nearly enough to be able to be putting together what Dumbledore, who should be a living, breathing character inside of this world, who is very wise, very intelligent, who has been like monitoring, you know, Tom Riddle's existence for most of Tom Riddle's life. It seems like he should be able to sort of be like, okay, I think I know what's going on here.
Right.
But this again is like one of those questions where like it goes back to, Philosopher's Stone, where we have always sort of harped heavily on that sentiment that Harry expresses at the end, where he's like, I feel like Dumbledore thought that I deserved a chance if I wanted to like go for it. And the question here is sort of like, is the same thing happening? Like, is Dumbledore sort of like, I know that there are attacks, but I sort of need to like I could step in. I could close the school. I could be more active in some capacity, because that's the weird thing about like all this stuff that's happening is like if these attacks were happening in any other school, there would absolutely be actions taken.
Oh, yeah. There's more about that later when they're talking to Malfoy down in the Slytherin common room, where they're like, Malfoy's like, it's kind of weird the Daily Prophet isn't like reporting on these attacks, and it's just like, it really is weird that it hasn't been up. But it's like, I suppose Dumbledore's hushing it all up. And it's like, he's probably right, which is like also kind of weird and feels irresponsible. Shouldn't the parents know about this?
Right, yes. You know? It's like, yeah, like what do the Creevy parents know about Colin's current status?
Right, are they just like, boy, it was sure fun sending our kid to wizard school.
We can't wait to see all of his pictures when he gets back. Boy, howdy. Yeah.
Yeah, never mind. Sorry, he was petrified for most of the year. He's going to have to repeat year one.
Right, yeah, it's going to be really difficult.
Right.
Also, he may eventually die.
Yeah, he might eventually die. Whoops. Oh, well. Not oh, well. It's totally super sad thing. Let's see. I also thought it was funny that Harry watches Fawkes die, and then Hagrid immediately bursts in carrying a dead rooster. Like, if you're Harry, you're like, why has everyone got so many dead birds, man?
Wait, what is the deal with the dead birds on this page?
Come on. But yeah, so Hagrid busts in with another dead rooster, this is like one of those things. Like, if you're paying attention, it's like, boy, there's a bunch of dead roosters. But like, of course, unless you're like up to date on basilisk lore, you're not going to understand the significance of it at all.
I know that's like one of those where I do wonder in my mind a little bit, like if you were a parent, you know, especially if you grew up like in the UK where it's like part of your folklore, like was this the kind of thing, and I guess this question would probably be targeted at like the parents reading books to their kids in the same way like that our dad was reading.
Yeah.
Like was it becoming pretty obvious pretty quickly like what was going on? Like were you seeing like the details and putting the pieces together yourself?
Well, I mean, at this point you still haven't really been introduced to Tom Riddle at all, so you'd really have no way of knowing at all who it is. I
guess
think
that's
at this
true.
point.
Yeah. Although and because that's the other thing too is that like as far as we're concerned, like it sort of feels like Harry has defeated Voldemort at the end of the last book as well. So the question is sort of like, you know, will it be Voldemort again?
I know, exactly. It's like, how could it possibly, even if you were like the most astute person ever and you'd figured out that like, boy, Ginny Weasley sure is acting persnickety and weird over there. Like, you still couldn't piece together that it's Voldemort.
Right.
I don't think.
Yeah.
Unless, I mean, you could suspect, but you'd have no way of getting to Voldemort other than he's the bad guy, obviously, for the whole story. And that, like, Dumbledore's like, it's not a question of how, or it's not a question of who, but of how. And it's like, well, so Dumbledore feels like he knows who it is. So, like, you could guess Voldemort, but still, how?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so that's the other question, too. So we know eventually that in this chapter, Malfoy will pull out the newspaper clipping about, although I don't think it has anything to do with the raid on the Malfoy residence, does it?
No, it just has to do with Arthur Weasley being fined for the flying car.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is like also kind of like, boy, it took all the way, that happened on September 1st, and it took them all the way until December to sentence him.
To do something about it?
To do something about it? Yeah. Like, what was happening the rest of the time?
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like way too much time for that punishment to have been doled out.
Absolutely feels like way too much time, especially if, like, Harry does a hover charm, you know, they send him an owl later that day, and it's like, you're expelled.
I feel like they sent him an owl like later that like minute.
Yeah.
It's like,
what, come on now.
Right. Yeah, they're very quick about some things and very slow about others.
Yeah. So Fred and George think it's hilarious that anyone thinks Harry is the heir of Slytherin, and they're just marching up through the hallway saying, make way for the heir of Slytherin, seriously evil wizard, which I love that, like, this makes Harry feel better because it's like his word, like, this is what he's afraid everyone's thinking, but it's like the fact that they're joking about it makes it seem like, yes, it's so absurd. No one could possibly really think that.
Right.
It says Percy was deeply disapproving of this behavior. As I think when you're the reader, when you read that particular line, it's supposed to be like, how dare Harry steal his thunder? You know, like that's what that line is supposed to make you think, that like Percy doesn't like Fred and George doing this because he knows he's the one doing it, and he's like having his thunder stolen, which I think then they even say about Draco later on this page. They're like, oh, it's because Draco's dying to tell everyone it's him, and it's like, yes. The characters think Draco thinks that, and you, the reader, think Percy thinks that.
Well, that's the thing, yeah. Like, I mean, I'm still struggling with it because, like, I know as the story is unfolding that we are supposed to be looking at Percy and thinking that he's the massive red herring.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, even as focused as I am about it, even as much as I know that this is supposed to be an aspect of the book, I'm still not sold.
Well, I mean, I agree with you. Like, if I just read that, I'd just be like, it took growing up and hearing other people be like, I thought it was Percy, for me to be like, what?
Did you?
Did you? I had no idea. Like, he doesn't come across as a very good red herring, or like a very obvious one, I suppose. Like, we're obviously diving into it a lot because we know that that's supposed to be the intent. But it's also funny too. Like, the further we get into it, like almost any time Percy's opinions on things get brought up, so do Ginny's.
Right.
And it's like, oh, Percy was deeply disapproving of this behavior. And then like 3 lines later, it's like, Ginny didn't find it amusing either. And it's like it's funny because it actually says the same thing. Like, they both feel the same way. And yet you're supposed to think that it's supposed to make you feel suspicious of Percy and like sympathetic for Ginny, when actually Ginny is the one doing it and Percy is just like a stick in the mud.
Yeah, right. But I suppose that's one of the questions as well, is that like, as Ginny, like, this is the least Ginny that we'll get throughout the whole series.
Yeah.
Like, she's, you might wonder at this point in time whether or not Ginny doesn't like take after Percy a little bit personality wise.
Oh, sure.
You know, it's like she's maybe like a little bit more inclined to be like, no, like, let's follow the rules, or like, no, like, you know, like whatever. Whereas like the rest of the, like, you know, Fred and George, for example, by comparison, are just sort of like so thumbing their nose at everything.
Yeah.
All the time and always. So maybe on some level you're also just supposed to sort of think like, you know, like Ginny's more of like the Percy of the family and less of the Fred and George of the family. But as time goes on, I feel like Ginny is more like Fred and George than anything.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. She's definitely like more outspoken and popular and just like funny and witty and all that.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. So interesting bit of information then. Well, first of all, I think it's interesting that did they say in the last chapter why Draco was staying for Christmas?
No, I didn't have any major recollection on that.
Okay, yeah, it's surprising to me because they're like, there's an explanation in the chapter for why Crabbe and Goyle do, which is just they do whatever Malfoy does. But it's like, why is Draco staying at Hogwarts for Christmas? Like, I don't. It seems like he hasn't seen his parents since September. He's their only son.
I know. Yeah, that's the thing. And like, I mean, you go back to like the sentiment that like Okay, so it's inside of the same sequence here. So this is talking about Fred and George. It says, but their antics seemed to be aggravating Draco Malfoy, who looked increasingly sour each time he saw them at it. This is kind of like one of those things where it's like, it really starts to point like a smoking gun at Draco.
Right.
Because it's like, I can't really think of like why Draco is having this particular reaction. Like Ron says, it's because these persons say it's really him. And it's like, I mean, that seems like a pretty good theory based on like where we're at in the book and everything.
Yeah.
But it's also like, but Draco doesn't actually have any involvement at all.
Right. Like, or is he just mad that Harry's getting attention, period?
I have no idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's, but there are people from like Harry's own house. So it's like, Draco, are you even trying to like win those people's attention? Or I don't know. Like, I mean, it's kind of odd, but yeah, I mean, it's like one of these things where it's like, yeah, why does Draco stay behind? Like what, like, does he just like want like a front row seat to like whatever is happening? Or like, is Draco in some way like a little bit frustrated that like Harry is getting like credit for being the one who opened it, like when like Draco like would like he, like by his own admission, he's like, you know, saying like I wish I did know who it was because I could be helping. You know, it's like, is he
Gosh.
like, I know, right? Like, I mean, is Draco just like frustrated that like Harry is like involved and he doesn't actually know how Harry got to be involved, and he's like, well, I wish I was involved.
I know. I mean, that could very much be it. We know Draco is absolutely obsessed with Harry.
Yes.
Most of the time. But I guess we'll get a little bit more into Draco here as we visit him in the common room. But let's see. Then it's interesting. The rest of the Weasleys stay at Hogwarts as well, which I suspect. Well, they say it's because Mr. and Mrs. Weasley are visiting Bill in Egypt, which I think is crazy because we know they're going to do that exact same thing this upcoming summer.
Yes.
You know.
Right.
With the whole family this time, after they win the lottery, which I believe is 700 galleons.
I was gonna say, yeah. It's like I know it's like an odd amount. It's like you'd think it'd be like 500 or like 100, 700 though.
I'm pretty sure it's 700 galleons.
Okay.
So they're visiting him for what I don't know, several. I guess a couple weeks here, and it's funny to me when in Prisoner of Azkaban, it's like we won the lottery and we took the whole family to Egypt and then we basically spent all of it, all 700 galleons. And it's like, okay, if that's what it costs, then that's what it costs. But like you can travel by magic, and like the two of you went there for apparently the entire Christmas break just on your own.
Right, and it even says Fred, George, and Ginny had chosen to stay at school rather than visit Bill in Egypt. So at least
they could have.
Right, they could have. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So what did I spend that money on? Especially because later in this exact chapter, we're going to find out that the Weasleys are apparently like 50 galleons in the hole to this fine for the floating car.
I know, and if you go back to earlier in the chapter when they visit the Weasleys' vault, I think there was just a single galleon available. So like, I mean, that 50 galleon fine, I mean, is really,
it's pretty steep.
That's pretty steep.
That's pretty steep.
That's causing some issues
in the middle. Yes, like how were they going to bring the entire family to go to Egypt? 50 galleons in the hole when apparently it takes upwards of 700 to do it. I mean, I guess they were there for like a month or something.
Yeah.
So maybe they're like paying for accommodations the entire time.
Could be.
But like it still seems like they were going to be there for like a week. So even if it only cost a quarter of that amount, I don't think they have that.
Well, I mean, yes. At least it has not been very detailed out where that money would come from otherwise.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I highlighted the exact same thing. I was like, this is so odd that they're going to visit. I mean, not that you can't visit your son, you know, more than one time per year.
No, absolutely not.
But it is interesting that like it's the catalyst for a huge amount of the rest of the story. Like the Weasleys going on the trip to Egypt is so vital because they're in the paper, and because they're in the paper, Sirius Black, who's in Azkaban, is able to see that Peter is still alive.
Right. So if the Weasleys don't win the lottery, then like, does Sirius break out?
Maybe not.
I know. We actually did a what if on this.
I think, I think you're right. But like, I mean, it feels like no. I mean, it feels less likely, at least off the cuff. So anyway, the point is that it's such a major plot point because also the whole debacle between Sirius and Peter's ultimate escape is what leads to him going and seeking back out Voldemort and basically helping in one of the most crucial ways to restore Voldemort to his body.
Yeah.
And then ultimately the rest of the plot. So anyway, it's just interesting that there's just this other trip to Egypt in there.
Right. What is Charlie doing for Christmas, you know?
Poor Charlie.
Poor Charlie, just completely forgotten about there. Comes in last book, takes a dragon from everyone. Do it, didn't have to do that.
No.
He doesn't do it. He just sends his friends to do it. But like, what's he doing? Why doesn't Bill come home for Christmas? No one's visited the Weasleys for Christmas.
I know, seriously.
Yeah, come on, guys.
You got all these kids, no one's coming home for Christmas.
No one's coming home. But this is Dumbledore's big plan wise. The reason it would be like, no, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley are almost like told to go to Egypt so that the Weasley kids can stay with Harry.
Yes. And I think that this even actually, if we go back to book 1, I'm pretty sure there was a reason why Ron stuck around at Christmas as well, and that was sort of our sentiment, is that it's sort of like, yes, Ron, because then otherwise Harry would be alone.
Yeah.
And Mr. and Mrs. Weasley understood, as much as they probably wanted to see their son, that it'd probably be better for, Harry to not be completely lonely.
Right.
And it just speaks to their total saintliness.
Exactly. Yes. But I love that Percy's reasoning for staying is he'd already told them pompously that he was only staying over Christmas because it was his duty as a prefect to support the teachers during this troubled time, which is just like, did the other prefects stay too? Because it sure doesn't seem like it.
Well, do you think that he said pompously that this is the reason? Do you think the actual reason is because he's in a relationship with Penelope?
The real reason is because of Penelope, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, who I think we meet later this chapter.
I believe we do, yes, from Ravenclaw.
Yeah, from Ravenclaw. It's like, it's like, I see what happened here.
Right, it's like, oh my gosh, look at that. It was there the whole time.
It was there the whole time. That's the first time you're given like a real hint about it.
Right.
Like
yes.
it's like when I almost wish it was mentioned that Ravenclaw coming up was a prefect as well.
Oh, yeah.
But it's like, it's not. But like maybe that would have been too obvious or something.
Right.
But it's just like there's just a Ravenclaw coming up from the dungeons and you're just like, yeah, I guess she could be, whatever. It's like you don't piece together right away that like, oh, and then they run into Percy down there.
Right. What a non-romantic place to go and meet up.
All the time, apparently.
In an entire castle.
It's a little dungeon date.
It's like, what, you want to go meet in the dungeons? It's like,
meet in the dungeons?
It's like, not really.
Yeah.
It's kind of clammy and dank.
I know. It's like, we could just like hang out in the Great Hall or go to Hogsmeade or something. It's like, then people will see us.
Yeah, we can't
I'm embarrassed by you. Oh, okay. I guess I'll just meet you in the dungeons. Great.
Yeah. How fun.
I know. You're so fun to date, Percy.
Yeah. So then as we move forward, though, so it is the holidays, and we know that this is going to be the grand opportunity for them to do the Polyjuice potion, but not before Harry gets some of his annual Christmas gifts, which I do literally every single book. I always enjoy, like, whatever he gets.
The list of gifts he gets.
Yes, it's always really fun. Although I am kind of maybe mildly impressed with the Dursleys. Not that they sent him a toothpick, but that they sent him a toothpick via Hedwig.
Well, that's true.
It's like,
how'd they do that?
I have no idea. Like, did Hedwig like show up? And I mean, I guess what you could almost imagine is that they would have just sent nothing.
Yeah.
And then Hedwig shows up and is like, yo, you better send me something. Yeah, I'm not leaving until you give me something.
Right.
So they give him a toothpick.
They give him a toothpick with a note saying, can you stay for the summer as well?
Right. Yeah. And Harry's like, I wish.
I know. I would if I could, dude. Meanwhile, fast forward 2 years and he's like, I want to go to the Quidditch World Cup. And they're like, what? Don't know.
Constant battle between making Harry happy and not having Harry there.
Exactly. Yeah, yes. The constant battle.
The constant battle. Yep. So then otherwise he gets, just for fun trivia reasons, from Hagrid, he gets a large tin of treacle toffee, which Harry decides to soften by the fire before eating. Ron gives him the book called Flying with the Cannons, about the Chudley Cannons. Do you want to do our jingle?
Oh, absolutely. Right.
Chudley Cannons.
Chudley Cannons. Boom, boom, boom. We are not pirates.
Official theme song that we wrote ourselves. Well, actually, Jay wrote himself. I got to give all the credit to you.
That was a total shower thought one day.
Was it really?
It was, yeah. That was, boy, I can go back to it. I'm like, remember, I was like at my old house.
Man.
It was right there. That was when we were doing Rocket League on gaming.
Yes. Oh, man. And we were the Chudley Cannons.
We were the Chudley Cannons, man.
It was good times.
Yeah.
It was good times. We have a boat. It doesn't float. Boom, boom, boom. We are not pirates.
Oh, my gosh.
Anyway, Hermione also gives Harry a luxury eagle feather quill, hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, and a large plum cake, which I bring up that last one because I'm pretty sure this was on a quiz we did recently, and me and you both forgot about the large plum cake.
I could only imagine us being like, a large plum cake?
Surely not.
What?
No way.
No, I would remember that phrasing, a large plum cake.
Yes, right, yes. But now I will always and forever.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I guess, yeah, or I'm going to forget again. Yep. Large plum cake.
This feels like a really good question for people to ask us when we're on tour. Like we can like plant the seed right now. Be like,
Oh, I know.
In year 2, what does Mrs. Weasley give to Harry? So if you're at the tour and you meet us and you want to ask us a question, that'd be a great question to ask.
Large plum
and then
cake.
You can totally put us on the spot and we'll be like, crap.
Oh, no.
We put you up to this.
Which, by the way, if you didn't know, this show, Through the Griffin Door, is going on tour this June. You can come see us record the show live and hang out and ask questions, and it's going to be so much fun. Tickets are on sale now at SuperCarlinBrothers.com.
Yes, they are. Yes, and I think that the New York City listing in particular has like a really weird way to like upgrade to like the VIP ticket if you want to come and like do like a little meet and greet with us and stuff, get like a signed poster and things. So it's like one of those things you like click around on the website a little bit.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I think it's like hidden. Like you almost have to do like Easter egg hunting to find the way to do the bonus little things.
You'd think they'd want that like right front and center.
You'd think so. You'd think so.
Make it really obvious for people to upgrade here.
But in case you wanted to meet us actually and have a conversation and take a picture and stuff like that, you can do so. Link in all the show notes and all that type of stuff.
I know. Have you like counted ahead to see what chapters will be on then?
I think that we're going to be just kicking off Prisoner of Azkaban.
Oh, really?
I believe so.
Oh,
Yes,
okay. That's
yes, indeed.
exciting.
So it should be a lot of fun.
That will be. Yeah.
Although I'm like already terrified at the thought of having to talk about Aunt Marge in front of a group of people because I hate Aunt Marge.
Well, that's just gonna be good fodder for the crowd.
I know. As people are going to see me turn plum cake colored.
Plum colored.
Yeah, just having a.
You're gonna see Plum Ben.
She's just so mean.
She's quite the worst.
Yes.
Yeah.
She is quite the worst.
She's like very much like a forerunner for like Umbridge or something.
She definitely is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just like, why are you being so mean? Why?
Why you
You're
gotta
like going
be
out of
so
your way for it?
I know. I don't get it.
Don't like it. Don't like it.
Anyway.
What I do think is hilarious is as they're describing Christmas dinner, which says, enchanted snow was falling warm and dry from the ceiling. Dumbledore led them in a few of his favorite carols. Which I'm just like, did he? Did he?
Classic Dumbledore.
Because who were we supposed to think is at this dinner, apparently? Like the Weasley kids, all of them, Harry, Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, and Penelope Clearwater. That's like the known attendees left at the school.
I think there's a handful of other Slytherins because when they go in the common room, I think it even says that there's like a small clique in front of the fire.
Okay.
So like maybe a few more Slytherins.
And Dumbledore is up there. I'm just imagining Draco watching Dumbledore lead carols. Like, is like Draco joining in on some Jingle Bells or something?
Maybe so. He's got a soft spot for them. I just can't help it.
Draco loves Jingle Bells.
Draco, oddly jolly.
You know what? The guy likes Christmas. You know, you get stuff.
You get stuff.
Yeah.
How many all there?
How many all that? That tracks. It's like Draco is in so many ways just the wizarding version of Dudley. Who's just like the spoiled rich kid.
Yes.
And so it would not surprise me if he's like, really, if he just enjoys Christmas in that way.
I could see it.
But you know what? New headcanon, Draco's favorite Christmas carol is Jingle Bells.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe this year we'll make a special piece of like Draco Jingle Bell merch.
Oh my gosh.
Like
yes.
an ugly Draco sweater. Where he's just like so jazzed.
Oh my gosh! We need to put like a real. It needs to be like an ugly sweater that has a jingle bell on it. You
Yes.
know? Oh my
yes.
gosh.
Yes.
Dude.
That'd
All
be
right.
otherwise,
Someone
yeah.
write that down.
Write it down. Remind us. No, such a good one. One of the things I actually highlighted this because I thought that I was reading it in a completely different context. But so they're at the Christmas feast, and it says Harry didn't even care that Draco Malfoy was making loud, snide remarks about his new sweater from the Slytherin table. Literally, the way I read it was not as if Draco was making fun of Harry's sweater, but that Draco was bragging about his own new sweater.
You know, I'm reading it right now, and I'm like, Harry didn't even care that Draco Malfoy was loud side remarks about his new sweater. I'm not sure we know. It feels like a misplaced modifier kind of situation. Like, I don't know what it says. His, and it's like, who is it referencing, Draco or Harry?
I know, that's exactly it. So I literally was about to write the note, like, what 12-year-old is bragging about their new sweater that they got for Christmas?
Loudly.
But loudly,
Yeah.
yeah. And then I was like, oh, wait, no, is he making fun of Harry's sweater?
Both seem equally likely to me.
I suppose so.
You know?
But like, yeah, and that's the other thing too. So we literally just talked about the Draco sweater. So maybe he is bragging about his own sweater.
He's just sitting there like, wow, Crab and Goyle, have you noticed the hand-stitched cashmere sweater I got? It's rather darling.
Darling. It says, jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Okay, as far as I'm concerned, he's bragging about his own sweater here,
his
not making fun of Harry's.
Super dope sweater.
Yes, absolutely. He's just like, man, Mom and Dad hooked me up.
I love it. No, new sweater day.
It is new sweater day. We're singing carols. Also, it says there's also a line here that Hagrid's booming more and more loudly with every goblet of eggnog he consumed, which just to me it suggests that there's alcohol in the eggnog,
Yes,
right?
yeah,
which is surprising to me at this school-sanctioned Christmas dinner. With the kids there, are they like, no? Well, hold, you guys don't stick away from the eggnog. You know?
Yeah, right.
Like, that's not for you.
That's from the teacher's table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, I think that's probably most likely that, or Hagrid has brought his own.
He's
his own
making some
brandy.
Irish eggnog over
Yeah,
there.
for medicinal purposes,
Exactly.
of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Naturally. All right, let's see. We all have a lovely Christmas dinner here, and then Hermione starts to tell them the plan for how they're going to do the Polyjuice potion because it's finally ready. Which, man, as we were reading this, I like it when I was a kid. It felt like it took forever for them to get to the Polyjuice potion.
Yeah.
Like they were brewing it just like for a full year or something. And it's like, no, they get it pretty quick.
Yeah,
It's like there. Yeah, it's here.
It comes together rather quickly.
Yeah.
I think this is probably going back to, again, like Dad reading us like one chapter,
Yeah.
Like per night on the weekends. And so like you'd read a chapter and then it would take a week. So it probably took us 3 weeks to get here.
That's true.
Yeah. in real time as young kids.
It probably, I guess
one
for
week
us
is
it was
just
a long
forever.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I guess if you're listening to this podcast, maybe that's how long it's been. You've been like, boy, we've been working up to that Polyjuice potion a long time.
It's like, are they really going one chapter at a time? Well, we are.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for being here, by the way.
Yeah.
Also, I love this sentiment. I think it's from Hermione.
Yeah.
She says, they're talking about Crabbe and Goyle, they're Malfoy's best friends. He'll tell them anything. And
I know.
I'm like, Hermione, how much do you know about Draco?
I know. Exactly. Come on now. You're giving him a lot of credit here, but I feel like it does speak to how Hermione feels about Harry and Ron.
Maybe that's
know.
more of what's going on. Like she's projecting like her own.
Right.
Like
This is how best friends work.
Yeah, I would tell you guys anything, but because like in my mind, I'm like, I don't think Draco would tell Crabbe and Goyle everything.
No, absolutely
Like,
not.
I don't think they're even friends. when it
right,
really
they're more
comes
like
down to it.
cronies.
They
Yeah.
are like cronies. Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like a very different kind of.
It
kind of
does. It's hard. Yeah,
relationship.
you're right. It doesn't feel like they're friends. It's not like they're just off like goofing off together, like getting into their own hijinks. They're just like doing what he says.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. So I would not mark it as friendship. That's just never how it really reads to me, as if there's like a genuine kinship somehow in there.
Yeah.
Because it also even seems like once eventually Crabbe and Goyle start to like come to their own a little bit, and learn some like dark magic, like that they turn on Draco anyway.
Right.
Like we don't need you anymore. It's like. Did we guys ever like? Was there ever anything there? Or was this more of a thuggish version of Peter Pettigrew?
It sort of just seems like what it was. Like, Draco's, great. Well, he'll protect us, or he's our leader, or
like he brings us status and we bring him protection or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that.
It just
status.
Yeah, exactly. They do the 2 plump chocolate cakes filled with a simple sleeping draft. That is basically the setup for the phrase "How thick can you you get, which is one of those that I'm totally glad they borrowed over for the movies.
Yeah.
That Ron whispers as Crab and Goyle just gleefully point them out and stuff them into their faces.
Oh, I know. I love the Hermione's plan. He was like, all you have to do is make sure Crab and Goyle find them. You know how greedy they are. They're bound to eat them. It was just like, that's your plan?
I know. This feels more like a setup for like a video game or something. It's like, just leave the cake somewhere. Like, as long as they see them, they'll eat them.
They'll eat them.
And it's sort of like, in video game land, you're like, okay, that's fine. That's like a reasonable premise. When you think about like real people, it's like, oh, I'm walking through a hallway. Hey, 2 chocolate cakes. I shall eat them.
I will be consuming these.
It's
exactly.
Like, that seems unlikely.
I know.
Especially for them to eat them right away.
Right, yeah, they don't just like come and take them. Like this is in the movie even. They're like both already carrying handfuls of cupcakes or something.
Right.
And they find them and they're like, I guess we'll eat these right away.
May as well.
May as well.
Yeah.
And yet, despite the seemingly unthought outedness of this plan and the assumptions of the greediness of Crab and Goyle, this totally works exactly as planned.
Exactly as planned.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that is kind of remarkable. The thing that I found to be kind of interesting is that, and jumping ahead a little bit here, but they successfully drink their toilet seat glass tumblers of gloop.
The Polyjuice hooch, yeah.
Yeah. That's hilarious. Never thought of it that way. But they don't know where the Slytherin common room
Oh my god,
is.
dude! I highlighted that exact thing. I was just like, you guys couldn't figure that part out ahead of time. Whoops!
You guys successfully were able to get Lockhart to give you the written permission to go to the restricted section. You successfully found the book that had the ingredients. Then you stole those ingredients from one of the most nefarious teachers in the school.
Mm-hmm.
You then brewed this highly complicated potion as second years in just a public restroom that anybody could walk into at any point in time.
Right.
Or where like Myrtle could just go and tell on you to literally anyone else. And all of this has been successful. You get the pieces of the people you're attempting to turn into, but you never stop to wonder where the Slytherin common room is.
I know. I was like, guys, come on. And not only that, we know they had months of time to figure it out.
Exactly. And they only have 1 hour to work with.
I know.
So it's like, this is a lot of work to be inside of the hour and then start problem solving.
I know. Like, come, guys, it is like a very weird gap in the plan that they absolutely should have accounted for. Especially because they're like, I guess we'll have to go hope we see some Slytherins. And it's like, as established inside this chapter, like most of them are gone.
Right. You're inside of a gigantic castle where you can spend 15 minutes walking in the direction of the place you're attempting to go. Like, it's like the likelihood of passing by someone who isn't just already in their common room or completely elsewhere. It's like you're at slim to none odds here.
I know. Like it is a very bad part, especially because it would be so easy to figure out where it is. Like, just follow them down. Like, I mean, you could, for one, you also just have the invisibility cloak, so you could sneakily follow them down. But like, no one's gonna stop you from just walking in the same direction as the other Slytherins. You know, like they can't stop you from following them.
Right.
You know?
Right.
It's not like you're breaking the rules.
Clearly, Percy and Penelope are already spending a lot of time down there. It's the place to be.
I guess so. Yeah. Right. Like, there's even classes down there. You know, like Snape. This is where the potions class is. So
right.
Anyway, yeah, it's a gaping hole in the plan that they don't know where the Slytherin common room is ahead of time and are relying on running into somebody and by the grace of God run into Draco.
I know. Yeah, very lucky. But that's the other thing too, is it's not that they haven't thought of anything. They think of like, we're going to need bigger shoes. We're going to need bigger robes.
Yeah.
Like
the amount of other things they think of.
Right. And then not this one in
But not
particular.
this one, which is like the vitalist of information to it.
My suspicion here is that like the real trick was there wasn't that much conversation that actually needed to transpire between Draco and Crab and Goyle, and it was like hard to think of like what else they would do for the remainder of this hour.
Right.
So they needed like it to be a time crunch.
Right, like to be like a waste of time there.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So it's like we need to burn like approximately 52 minutes of their hour and leave room for about 8 minutes worth of discussion.
Right, yeah. And then I also the other part of the plan that I think is really funny is when Hermione's like, I got Millicent Bulstrode's hair, and she's like, she's gone home for Christmas, so I'll just have to tell the Slytherins I've decided to come back. And I was like, sure. Sure.
Yeah. All right then.
You know how halfway through spring break you just start going back to school?
Right.
You
It's
know
like,
how when you're on break you end it early? No.
No. Yeah, but also, I mean, if you were to genuinely get inside of this, and like, you know, like let's say, like today as we're recording, so one of our office mates works from home on this particular like Wednesday or whatever. It's like if she just showed up halfway through the day, I wouldn't exactly be like, "Are you even the real cat?"
Right.
You know. It's like
what a funny pun per this exact situation.
I know, yeah, that is really funny because Hermione turns into a cat.
Yeah.
And this person's name is Cat, but Cat with a K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, like I mean, if Cat just showed up, I wouldn't be like, wait a second, something
Wait
seems
a
weird about
second.
this.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be like, what are you doing here? You you normally work from home on this day.
Yeah.
But like that's the thing where it's like I suppose like Hermione's story is really not very good, but also if the person is just standing in front of you in the flesh, it's like, well, must be true.
Oh, well, you're here exactly. You wouldn't think it's like that. Like this is one of those things where when you're inside the plane, when you're the one who's taking Polyjuice potion, it's like it's so obvious to you that it's happened.
Right.
You know, like you're the center of your own universe. Everyone knows I'm probably an imposter, but like clearly to the other people, it's like why would you be an imposter? But at the same time, like if she had to come back and be like, oh, I decided to come back early, and then like. Later on, when the real Millicent comes, like it's possible they'll notice that like she's not there anymore.
Sure.
You know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that might be like one of those like, didn't Millicent show up for like 8 minutes?
Yeah, where was she? Or like, have you guys seen her? We were going to play a game or something. I can't imagine the Slytherins playing games for some reason, but like they are still 12-year-olds.
Right.
You
Now,
know?
what's the version of like checking stock prices for wizarding high school students?
Yeah.
It feels like that's what they'd be doing.
Yeah.
Or like pushing gold around a table or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Or like I can imagine like when the real one comes back, she'll be like, hey, where'd you go? I talked to you for like 10 minutes a few days ago. We're like, what are you talking about? I've been at home skiing with my parents, obviously. And it's like, no, you were here. I talked to you. It was like, I wasn't here, Draco.
I know, yeah. Oh
but
my
you were
gosh.
here.
Yeah, I talked to you. I'm sure of it.
I am positive.
Wrong.
Crap. Goyle, didn't we talk to Millicent? No.
Dang it.
Yeah, just Draco just having a mental breakdown. He's like, I talked to her. You two were there.
It's like from our perspective, he would be so gaslitten, you know.
Like you got, oh yeah. She's just like mad at them. You're like, Draco, we didn't talk to her. Because they're knocked out, so they wouldn't remember it either. That'd be kind of funny.
So funny. That's so funny. Okay, so anyway, but yeah, so then eventually Harry and Ron do successfully make it in the direction of the Slytherin common room. They run into Percy, who is basically, you know, is of course down there hanging out with Penelope, and then just ends up being classic kind of Percy.
Oh yeah. Oh, actually, let's back it up.
Okay, I'm sorry,
There is a part where before they take the potion, I just thought this was interesting. It says, Hermione informs them we'll have exactly 1 hour before we change back into ourselves, which I feel like is very like exactly 1 hour feels like there must be part of the ingredient that's like time based, you know? Like,
yes.
Like they had to harvest the one thing like when it was moonlight or whatever. So it's like something about it must be like tuned into the rotation of the earth or something.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, that's a good point. I wondered about the same thing actually. I'm glad you brought it up because I was like, I wonder if there is something distinctly like magical about time itself at all. Like I think even like for the time turners, there's like a very specific amount of time that you're able to turn them back, and like nothing more than that amount of time. So I mean that is sort of an interesting one, unless this is just like the whoever created the potion for Polyjuice is like, yeah, typically an hour is about the right amount. So we've done the ingredients with that in mind.
I mean, I guess so, because later on, like Barty Crouch Jr. will be like drinking from the hip flask like every hour on the hour,
right?
As like part of the thing. So it's like, and if that's the case, though, it seems like there'd be a version of making the Polyjuice potion that like got you more than an hour.
Yeah, it does seem that way.
You know, but obviously he's not doing that. He's still just drinking from it every single hour.
Right. Yes, man, it must have been so much work.
So much work. Do you think he transformed back at night too? Or is he just like not sleeping for full nights the entire year?
No, there's no way.
There's no
He's
way.
definitely sleeping as Barty Crouch Jr. Must be.
Must be. You'd think.
You'd think. I
right?
would think.
Because you got all those dark detectors. I guess you could tell
Right.
if your enemies are coming towards you in the night. Plus, you'd have the
Right.
eye. But no, you wouldn't have the eye if you were asleep.
Because it would come
It
out.
would come out.
Seems
Ugh.
like such
that
a
would come out every day. You'd have to go through that transformation. That would be so bad.
Such a miserable existence.
Man.
Yeah.
We also get to see the color of the Polyjuice potion as
Yeah.
they add their other things to it. Let's see. We have a sick sort of yellow. The khaki color of a booger, which is one of my favorite descriptions ever.
And then Crab's a dark, murky brown.
A dark, murky brown. What's interesting is that the cat is the one that turns the sick sort of yellow.
Well, I mean, not to go TMI on everybody over
Yeah.
here, but it does seem like cat sick is sort of a sick sort of yellow.
Well, that is disgusting. It's almost just sort of like a... It's like it's sort of throwing shade at the cat.
yeah,
you know?
yeah, that's true. That's true. Poor cat. Yeah, it's like Crab and Goyle were not really like terribly thrown by the khaki color of Booger or the dark murky brown, but this cat did nothing wrong.
Yeah, like wouldn't it be funny if it was like Hermione's like a sparkly pink or something? It's like,
Oh my
ooh.
gosh. Yeah,
and
like,
you're like,
oh,
wow, Millicent. And you're like, oh, it wasn't Millicent. It was the cat. The cat. I
The
see.
cat. I know. Justice for this cat.
I know. Come on. Yeah, come on. We're really throwing. I mean, because the cat has done nothing wrong. It just happens to be owned by Millicent. You know,
Right. It's not its fault.
or as far as we know, we assume it's her own cat's hair on her, but you know, cat hair be everywhere.
Cat hair do be everywhere.
Yeah, it just so who knows? This might not even be Millicent's cat.
Right, this is
Someone in
true.
the Slytherin common room has a cat.
Someone does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It is kind of funny that she turns into a cat and then she later adopts a cat in,
Yeah.
just next year.
There's like almost no like ramifications of her turning into a cat. You know, there's like no leftover things. It's just sort of like Hermione couldn't go because she turned into a cat, and then she was better. Moving on.
This is like one of those things though that I do sort of love about Madame Pomfrey is that I think that there's a line literally at the end that says, "It's okay, Hermione," said Harry quickly. "We'll take you up to the hospital wing." Madame Pomfrey never asked too many questions. I do sort of like love that about Madame Pomfrey that
Yeah.
she's just sort of like, it's a school full of magical kids. They're going to make mistakes. I'm not here to enforce rules. I am here to make sure that they are healthy.
Right.
You know, and it's like, because you could see a world, especially like given like Dumbledore's own relationship with Madame Pomfrey, like it seems like kind of close, that she could be like a little bit more Madame Pince or a little bit more McGonagall, like a bit more of like an enforcer type.
Right.
And it's like, nope, not at all. Just want to make sure you're healthy.
Yep.
That's
I
it.
mean, even in the first book where Ron gets bit by Norbert and has to go to the hospital wing, he's like, dog bit me. And it's like, clearly not, but she doesn't like really press the issue.
That's true too.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's another instance. So,
So-
we'll have to keep an eye out for more MVP moments from Madame Pomfrey.
Yeah.
Whose middle name, it must be like Violet, because that would make her initials
MVP?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. I love it.
Madam.
I mean,
but,
not
that
that
Madam's
are-
her first name. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I still like a world where we've MVPified Madame Pomfrey.
Oh, for sure,
Yeah,
sure.
I'm a
yes. All right, so they transform. They realize they don't know where they're going. They waste a bunch of time wandering around. I thought it would be earlier when they were at the dinner for Christmas. As I was reading, I was like, this would have been a good time to have been like to list the other students there and like mention Penelope in some way.
Oh yeah.
I was like, there was like, and like one prefect from Ravenclaw or something.
Right.
But obviously that she's sort of mentioned here as they are heading down to the dungeons. She's like, oh, I'm a Ravenclaw. And it's just like, oh, it's, you don't even think about it. This is like this is the clue. And it's just like, oh yeah, I guess they ran into someone, but like, it doesn't feel like this is a very intentional sentence, and yet it's actually hugely important.
It is hugely important. Yeah, no, you're right. Actually, on this note, this maybe less related to Penelope, but more related to just the Polyjuice in general. One of the things that I don't like about the movies is that they use the source actor's voice.
Oh yeah.
Through the Polyjuice.
Yeah.
But like in the book specifically, it even says that like Goyle's low rasp of a voice issued from his mouth. It's like they sound like them. But this to me feels like it'd be like one of those things that would be like a dead giveaway to Draco if Crabbe and Goyle sounded like Harry and Ron.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like it's like you can't just be like, oh yeah, I'm Goyle. Like,
Right.
this is how I sound all the time because Goyle sounds like this.
Right.
It's like who's gonna buy that? They're apparently air quotes best friends.
Exactly. I know. I wrote that down too. I was like, this is a movie issue where it's just like, also, how frustrating if you were the actors who play Crabbe and Goyle, who have literally 0 speaking lines. And it's this is my one scene. This is the only time I will have any speaking lines until book 7.
Right.
And nope, actually, it's still just going to be Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint. Don't let them talk at all.
I wondered about this before, whether it has anything to do, because I know sometimes, from an acting perspective, if you have speaking lines, I think that the minimum attached pay to your role has to go up.
Right. Yeah.
And so it's
right.
it's are they, because chances are they said all of the lines, they just got dubbed over by the actors who are doing the thing. So it's did they not get credit for speaking lines because...
Oh, that'd be so interesting to know.
Yeah, because I could see especially this early on in the saga, maybe budget constraints or something possibly being yeah, we made this decision and then we sort of had to stick with it because at this point in time we didn't have enough funding, and so that's it.
There we go. That was basically that. But this I know is true. Speaking of Percy, in Order of the Phoenix, he's in Dumbledore's office for the big Dumbledore's got style, minister, or whatever. But it's Percy doesn't say anything in that whole movie as a cost saving thing. It's just sort of yep, he's there. He's a curmudgeon. You get it, but he doesn't say anything.
Right. Yeah.
They got the guy there, but no.
Right. But that's it. Yeah. So it's the same actor who's played Percy the whole time.
Yeah.
Just no speaking lines.
No lines because money.
Because money.
Basically. Yeah. So anyway, they run into Percy down there being all, I guess, sus. But
I believe it's Peter Weasley.
Yeah, that's right. They run into Peter Weasley down at the dungeon, who's definitely not having a little dungeon date with his girlfriend. Let's see. Oh, I love Percy. Rod totally calls him out. He goes what are you doing? He says what are you doing down here or whatever. Or it's not safe to go wandering around. He says, you are. He goes, I'm a prefect. Nothing's about to attack me. And I'm like, Percy. This is what you sound like. Oh, the monster, will it attack a ghost? Yes. A prefect? Ha!
As if. I highlighted the exact same line. I was just Percy, you are... This to me is the line where, you might genuinely start to suspect Percy, because this would be him. If he is so confident, that he is not going to be attacked, it's there's pretty much only one way for you to have this level of confidence, and that's that you're the one doing it.
Right.
But instead, it is just actual arrogance, because we know he's not the one doing it.
It is just actual arrogance. No, the monster itself is able to discern the promotion I got and wouldn't dare.
Would not dare. Yeah, I know. Dare. I mean, it feels like a very Lockhart kind of thing to say, honestly, which is kind of shocking because Percy gets 12 OWLs. He is a very smart person.
Oh, I know, right? Honestly, what he could have said that would have made a little more sense is, I'm a pure blood. Nothing's about to attack me, which would have been probably true. Distasteful.
Right. Well, so okay, but this being said, though, again, so on the same note for Percy, like I've been saying the whole time, I still I even doing my best, I still can't suspect Percy because I just think he's such an idiot. But there is the line from Malfoy a little bit down the page where it says, where Malfoy says Peter Weasley, Ron corrects him as Percy. Malfoy says, whatever. I've noticed him sneaking around a lot lately, which that could be another one of those instances where it's okay, what's Percy doing?
Yeah. Why is he down there?
Yeah.
He's having lots of dungeon dates with Penelope.
That's it.
Yeah,
then I find the entrance to the Slytherin common room to be kind of disappointing on the whole. It's just a bare, damp stone wall.
Yeah.
It's just it's not terribly interesting.
Yeah, if you are playing Hogwarts Legacy, there's this, if you walk near said patch of wall, there's this snake that would otherwise, there's a giant stone snake that's otherwise sort of laying across the floor.
Okay.
And as you walk towards it, it arches up to form around the door, and it looks really cool.
Okay.
So it's a little more impressive in Hogwarts Legacy.
Okay, so they were maybe we need to do something else.
Yeah, they were maybe this is not quite good enough. Also, it feels like if you're the students of Hogwarts, it wouldn't be, it seems weird to me that it's such a secret where the other rooms are, because it doesn't seem that hard to figure out. Even also in the game, like the fat lady's portrait isn't just like on the wall randomly. You know, it's like the one portrait at the end of a long hallway that otherwise leads literally nowhere. And it would be fairly obvious if you're walking around like, well, this is a tower, so something's up there.
Something's up there. Yeah, yeah. Math.
Math.
Yeah. So anyway, that does sort of make sense.
Also surprising is that the password is pure blood.
I know.
Which is
I
just
know.
like, dude, like I assume Snape is the one who sets them, and I'm like, are you trying to throw shade at your students right now? Like, you trying to make them suspicious while the Chamber of Secrets is open? Like, this is actively mean to the other students at the school.
Yes, it's in extremely bad form.
Yes, it is.
This is like one of those where it's like maybe you want to put on your Dumbledore's big plan cap a little bit and think like maybe if Dumbledore is trying to leave breadcrumbs for Harry after the conversation in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore talks to Snape and believes there's a chance that Harry might try to investigate, you know, someone in Slytherin, and he's trying to like point to this pure bloodedness as like a clue or something. I mean, I'm reaching. I'm aware of it.
I know. It's just like who allows the like? It feels like if you're setting the it almost feels like something that like Snape would have to tell Dumbledore. Like, by the way, I reset the password to the Slytherin common room. It's going to be pure blood from now. And like, Dumbledore would be like, hold on, no, it's not. Could we change that real quick?
Remember how enemies of the air beware.
Right.
And you'll
Seems
be
like you're sort of
Mudbloods
supporting a certain belief system here. It's a
Right,
little bit
right.
racist. By a little bit, I mean it's just 1,000% racist.
It just is.
It just is.
It's just- yeah,
so maybe don't encourage that in the students of your own house
Right.
or anything. you
But
know?
either way. But I mean, this is another one of those too, like where I feel like all the characters in Slytherin, and you know, the fact that like all their Polyjuice potion is so disgusting, and that they're all just like described in such like unappealing ways, I guess. Like, you know, like I don't know, it's like it's all very on the nose. Which I mean, I suppose to be fair, it's just like, you know, that's just painting villains in a way like that is a little bit less. What's even the right way to describe this? I don't know. I tend to think of like maybe Malfoy is dashing.
Dashing?
Yeah. Is Malfoy dashing?
I think probably.
Yeah.
It's a dashing young lad there in his Jingle Bell sweater.
Well, maybe he's dashing through the snow
Exactly.
in a one-horse open sleigh.
We can only assume. We can only guess. We're not given enough information.
Who's to say, really? Yeah.
Who's to say?
We never get a proper description. But
We don't know how he feels about Jingle Bells.
right. But we do, don't we?
But we do.
He's very pro Jingle Bells.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, the kid, I mean, he grew up having an elf in the house, you know, you got to think, right?
Yeah.
Part of Christmas lore, probably,
Right.
in some
Probably.
capacity.
Elf on a shelf.
Elf on a shelf.
That's a thing, right? Poor Dobby.
Poor Dobby.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Oh, boy. So anyway, they get into the Slytherin common room, do almost everything they can to give themselves away. They are not laughing at the jokes appropriately, which I guess they're just relying on Crabbe and Goyle being slow on the uptake.
Right.
And then Malfoy brings out the inquiry at the Ministry of Magic. What random odds that they're down there to ask Malfoy about the Chamber of Secrets, and like he's down there just like spending his free time like laughing at Harry and Ron.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
It's pretty unbelievable. Not to mention, this is Christmas, right?
Yeah.
You know? So it's like if Malfoy has this particular clipping, it means that the Daily Prophet decided to run this particular story on Christmas.
Yeah.
That's a real good way to ruin someone's holiday.
I know, right?
You know?
Does he say? Let's see. Does he say that his dad sent it to him?
Maybe it happened. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Father
maybe it
just sent
happened.
it to me.
Right.
Okay. I was imagining for a second that 12-year-old Malfoy was just down there reading the Prophet.
Yeah, there you
like,
go.
oh, look at this. Fantastic.
I do love, though, that it says that Mr. Weasley was unavailable for comment, although his wife told reporters to clear off or she'd set the family ghoul on them.
Yeah, I know. I highlighted that. I was like, oh, pride in the family ghoul. Look at that.
There we go. That ghoul could do things.
More
It's
of a-
going places.
More of a pet, you know?
More of a pet. We're
Yeah.
proud of it.
That, I think you had a theory that like they were just like, yeah, we accepted the ghoul. Like they're like taking care of it. And I was like, now it does seem like that.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, that's a good
I'll set
point.
the family ghoul on you. Like I'll set the family dog on you or something. you
Sure.
know?
Yeah, maybe that.
Yeah.
But then it starts. This is like where I think Malfoy really just goes off the deep end. Like he is just so ridiculously cruel and mean and says such terrible things
Really does.
for the
really
rest of the
does.
chapter. So like they're not laughing at all of his jokes. Malfoy's like, "What's up with you guys?" And then like Ron's like, "Stomach ache." And then Malfoy responds with, "Well, go up to the hospital wing and give all those mudbloods a kick from me." It's just like,
gosh, dude, come on, dude. Like,
Yeah.
but this is also, we mentioned this earlier. He does say, like, I'm surprised the Daily Prophet hasn't reported all these attacks yet. I was like, that I highlighted, and I was like, that's a good point.
That is a good point.
You're not wrong about that, I guess. It is weird, like, that it's not being reported.
right,
That
right.
kids are being petrified at the school.
But it says, I suppose Dumbledore's trying to hush it all up. He'll be sacked soon. He'll be sacked if he doesn't stop soon. Yeah, you're right. I mean, this is like one of those things where, like, I do think if the general public found out after the fact that this had been going on and that the head of the school had not notified people about it, Dumbledore probably would be fired.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's not like an unreasonable.
Yeah, like not just for letting the attacks happen, but for not reporting it.
We're not like letting
that's the
anyone know.
bigger, almost not the. I mean, because Dumbledore. I mean, who knows how the attacks are happening? We don't know that yet.
Right.
But Draco goes on. He loves Muggleborns. A decent headmaster would have never let slime like that Creevy in. Like, dude, how much effort is he putting into knowing the lineage of literally every student at the school?
I mean, yeah, but he doesn't know Percy Weasley, who's like basically like a fixture of the school, but he does know Colin Creevy's name.
Right. Yes. Yeah. He knows. This is like, it's so hypocritical. You're right. Like, he doesn't know Percy Weasley, fellow pureblood wizard,
right,
but he knows exactly who Mudblood Colin Creevy is.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, Draco. I think we see through you a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Your translucent hair and skin or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. You're dashing.
What are you, a polar bear? Don't polar bears have translucent?
I think so.
Like hair, it's like not white. It's like
right.
It's like translucent.
It just looks white because of all the snow.
Are there any good holiday jingles about polar bears? You know who'd probably know?
Draco.
Yeah.
Lover of Christmas time.
It's a
really gets it. He must have some fun personality traits,
I mean,
he
that's
can't
the
just
thing.
be mean all the time.
He can't be.
Yeah.
Why would people like him?
Yeah, that's the thing. People like him. It's like everyone just loves how mean he is all the time. This is it.
Right. Yeah. No, it can't be him. Be him. He is jealous though that people think that Harry is Slytherin's heir. So maybe that's going back to like that scene from earlier with Fred and George parading Harry around and being like, "Hey, look, it's Slytherin's heir," and he's all grumpy about it. But then Malfoy says, "I wish I knew who it is," and Malfoy petulantly, "I could help them." And that is awful.
It is so awful.
It's like
especially because he goes on one sentence later to say, "I bet it's a matter of time before one of them gets killed. I hope it's Granger," he said with relish. So like this paragraph is just Draco saying like, "I wish I could help kill Hermione."
Yes. Yes.
It's like what are you want to participate in murdering other people?
Yeah, no, not a good place to be.
Not a great take, Draco.
Yeah. But maybe this is like one of those where it's just like maybe he doesn't actually think it's even remotely possible, and so he's just sort of like being like maybe he's just trying to like shock and awe.
I guess so. Maybe he's just like showboating a little.
Just showboating. Yeah. That or he just has like a serious crush on Hermione and he's just trying to like cover it up by being like, "Well, I wish she would die / go on a date with me in the dungeons."
That Hermione Granger.
I could totally sing her jingle bells. Oh man.
We could go caroling.
Oh man, that does make you. I know. I can't really. Like I said, I don't think I feel bad for him in the side of this chapter. But the thought of Draco just wanting to go caroling with Hermione is pretty endearing.
That is. I mean, I don't hate it. I'm not usually a big Dramini shipper or anything.
Right.
If you guys, maybe we haven't talked about ships much on the old podcast here, but we're firmly, as far as Harry Potter ships go, we're mostly on Hermione.
Yeah, mostly.
Yeah.
But
or Flower Pot.
Or
Obviously.
Flower Pot, yeah, which would of course be Fleur Delacour and Harry Potter
and Harry,
and then their daughter. Holly?
Holly, yes, like
Holly.
the wand. Yes,
Yes,
their daughter
yes.
Holly.
Yeah.
And then what's our other one? Is the Red Moon, which is Ron and Luna.
Oh, I
Yeah.
do like Ron and
Yeah,
Luna.
Ron and
that
Luna,
that one's
obviously.
probably my favorite, honestly, out of
Yeah.
those. Okay, so then the other thing that we learned, though, is that the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago, which
Yep.
was before Malfoy's dad, Lucius Malfoy's time at school.
Right.
Although only just barely, because do we know if... No, Lucius is at school. He's like a prefect when Snape is going, but Lucius is not there with Tom Riddle. But other Death Eaters are at school.
Right.
Like Lestrange and who else?
Yaxley?
Yeah.
Is
Is
that
it
one?
Yaxley? I can't remember. I know that they're all in that scene with like the Slug Club.
Yeah,
and-
the Slug Club.
Yeah. So anyway, let's see here. Yeah. So in the last time the Chamber of Secrets, a Mudblood died. So that's of course alluding to eventually what we will learn to be Moaning Myrtle, which
Moaning Myrtle.
I do think that's a pretty clever way that like Myrtle has been like included in the story, and you learn this particular piece of information, and you're like, I don't even think it's obvious to think, well, it's probably Myrtle.
Oh yeah, no, you have no
You know?
idea.
It's a pretty cool reveal when you're like, oh, no way.
What?
Okay, all right, I like that. We learned about Azkaban, the wizard prison.
Yes, for the first time.
For the first time, yeah.
Yeah, I do love the line by Draco says, honestly, if you're going any slower, you'd be going backwards. I was like, he's like being so hateful, but I was like, that was a pretty sick bird.
Not bad.
there's that dashing humor.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh,
because like, it's like, if you were like 12, like, especially that you have to like, imagine the scenario where you're there and you, Draco, believe that Goyle doesn't know about Azkaban for a second. You're just like, what are you talking about? How on earth do you not know about Azkaban?
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, you with me, Goyle, right? The prison?
Right.
Right?
I know, but I mean, this is the thing. It's like what would somebody who you're standing in front of have to say for you to start to question whether or not they are in fact them and not someone else in disguise?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's like that was a really out of character thing for you to say.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. Then we hear Draco say, "Father says to keep my head down and let the heir of Slytherin to get on with it. He says the school needs to be ridding of all the mudblood filth, but not to get mixed up in it." This is kind of surprising advice from Lucius, just given the fact that Lucius is the one who's causing everything that's currently happening.
It's surprising because you'd think if that's what he wanted, he'd want Draco to come home during the holidays too.
You might
like
think
it
that,
seems
yeah.
suspicious that Draco would stay because people already suspect him.
Right.
It also seems surprising to me that Draco knows that whoever opened it last time was expelled, but he doesn't tell Draco that it was Hagrid that was caught or that was expelled.
Oh yeah, right.
You know, like why
right.
doesn't Draco know it's Hagrid?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And yeah, I'm not sure. But then moving on from that though, we've got Malfoy talking about having their house be raided, but luckily they've got their own secret chamber under their drawing room floor. That's kind of a fun one because we eventually go inside of that secret chamber.
Yeah.
So this is like where Luna and Ollivander and Dean Thomas
And Griphook.
are all being held at Malfoy Manor, and it does seem like it's got its own magical enchantments, and you can't like apparate in or out of it, and there's like all these like weird things, but of course house elves can.
Of course, house elves can.
Of course, I'm an elf.
Oh, I'm an elf. Also, where Peter dies eventually.
Yep, also true.
Yep, getting in there.
Um,
Let's see. But so we basically clear the. We give Lucius and Draco alibis for the Chamber of Secrets, and Harry and Ron and Hermione are basically back to zero on information to work on.
Yes.
Or like suspects anyway. They know they have a more specific 50-year mark. And they know someone was expelled, but that's about all they got. Which even when he says expelled, like at this point, we the reader only know of another student who was expelled, and that it's Hagrid, and that it was a mystery. Like, you know, you the reader might be able to figure out that it was Hagrid who was expelled.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting one as well. So again, kind of going back to that, like if you can position your brain in such a way that you can think about it as if this is like a story that's coming out on like Sunday evening on HBO every night, nobody knows the story, and you've heard of somebody being expelled, and you're like, do we know any other characters at all who have ever been expelled? It'd be like, well, Hagrid has been expelled, and Hagrid does like beasts. Like,
Right.
I could see a world where being in the world of like theory writing that you'd be able to pull on a string and get to that.
Right.
Like, I think that's in the cards. I think that's an attainable conclusion to get to. You wouldn't know obviously the full extent of it, but it does sort of go back to that big question of like I don't know if we're ever explicitly told that. I think we're led to believe, because Hagrid like cheers for Harry and everything, that he was a Gryffindor. But like, we've also made some pretty strong arguments in the past that Hagrid could have been a Slytherin.
Oh yeah, I mean, we have a whole video about Hagrid's true house being Slytherin and not Gryffindor. I think he is canonically a Gryffindor, unlike Wizarding World, but it is never mentioned in the books anywhere. And our argument is that Tom, because when you see Tom Riddle discover him, they're like down in the dungeons. That's where he's keeping Aragog, which is like near the Slytherin common room. But otherwise, it means that Hagrid, the half giant student, is sneaking out of the Gryffindor common room at night, I guess, to go feed Aragog in the dungeons of Slytherin, which you would need to know how to navigate pretty well. And it sounds like it's kind of complicated down there.
Right.
And not getting caught by the caretaker or Peeves or anyone else roaming the castle at night. And this would be like an almost, nightly endeavor. And it's like, Hagrid is giant and clumsy, and it's like he would there's no way he's making it and not getting caught.
Right. And then also like Tom Riddle knows him by name, which that's in the scheme of things I actually don't find to be that like unbelievable, but inside of the story it seems so it seems so infrequent that like if they're passing like a flock of third years or whatever, Harry's never he never knows them by name. It's almost like these are complete strangers who happen to exist
at Hogwarts
with him. So for Tom Riddle, who's like one of the most popular students ever, to know Hagrid by name, despite being like a fifth year while Hagrid's a third year, does feel like one of those where it's like maybe because they're in the same house.
Right, exactly.
Would
it makes more sense to me if they're in the same house, because then he'd be more likely to know him. Then Hagrid wouldn't have to travel so far to sneak out.
Right.
He would have a good layout of the dungeons, and Tom would just know a lot more about him.
Right. And I mean, if everybody believes, they expel Hagrid, so if they believe he opened the Chamber of Secrets, it's like, what are the odds of a Gryffindor being the one who opens the Chamber of Secrets and not a Slytherin?
Right. You'd assume that the person. The culprit would be a Slytherin. Like if you're Tom Riddle and you're trying to frame somebody,
right,
it makes more sense to frame a Slytherin.
It does.
Yeah.
Yes.
So anyway, that's our bid for Hagrid's a Slytherin.
Hagrid's a Slytherin.
The best Slytherin.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, that pretty much brings us to the end of the chapter. We get back to the Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. We see that Hermione is unfortunately still stuck as a cat, which is another thing that's kind of interesting, is that the Polyjuice normally only has like the 1 hour effect, but then if you've used like the wrong substance of the thing you're trying to turn into, then it seems like that 1 hour thing is out the window.
Yeah, right.
And now you're just stuck this way.
Now you're just stuck.
So that's unfortunate.
But not totally stuck, because they do cure her.
Yes.
I do think it's funny that this whole book, every time you've run into Moaning Myrtle, she's been just in a super depressed state. But this is the first time you see her like happy.
Right.
She's like so excited that Hermione is like had this accident.
Right. Yeah, she says, "He'll be teased something dreadful," said Myrtle happily.
Yeah.
It's like, wow. It's really not nice, Myrtle.
No. I guess that's her whole thing, though. She's like, it's like she's so happy someone will be teased more than her or something.
Right. Yeah. Someone lower on the social pecking order, I guess. But either which way, that is going to lead us into chapter 13, The Very Secret Diary, where things are absolutely going to be heating up in a very, very big way. So looking forward to delving into some of that and kind of getting the first real glimpse at Tom Riddle.
Yeah. The next chapter is going to be very interesting.
It should be. It should be indeed.
Because it's like it should be so obvious right away that it's Tom, that he's the bad guy. Because it's like, but he does such a good job of framing Hagrid.
Right.
And you're like, oh, that's probably not Tom.
It's probably not Tom.
It's not this new suspicious guy.
He's so nice.
He's so nice.
He doesn't even seem dangerous at all.
Yeah. Goodness me.
Do we have a review?
We do have a review, Ben. It's from Nerdy Nerd 29.
Nerdy Nerd 29, what up?
It said, amazing HP podcast. Hey, brother, I've been an SCB fan for years now and love your content. I was so excited when you announced Through the Griffin Door. You've done a great job. And I have a few questions regarding the Marauders map and Voldemort.
Okay.
1. would Voldemort show up on the map because he has so little soul? And 2, would Horcruxes show up under the name of the person who created them? Ooh. Yes, so I think those are both very interesting questions because, like, what makes you show up on the map? Like, is it your soul?
That's a good question. I'm trying to think if there's any exceptions that we have. So the one thing I would say, do we see ghosts on the map? Because I think we do. We see Peeves.
Yeah, we see Peeves.
I think we see.
Oh, that would suggest that Peeves has a soul.
That would suggest that people. Well, if the requirement is that what's showing up on the Marauders map is a soul.
Yes.
But what I was gonna say is, like, I think that what they say is that, like, when you decide to become a ghost, your soul never, like, passes through the hypothetical veil into death. So your soul is still sort of like locked somewhat to the mortal realm, which seems like it comes with its own, like, negative traits, which is that you can never return. Like, once you're a ghost forever. And then you can also never, like, enjoy anything ever again. So it's kind of like that Pirates of the Caribbean, like the curse of the Black Pearl or whatever. It's like they can have all the food, they can have all the drink, they can do all the things, but they can't enjoy any of it. So it's not proper immortality. It is a curse. But so anyway, the argument I was going to make is that I feel like if you can see Nick or the Bloody Baron or
I'm trying to think if he ever notices a ghost.
The Grey Lady. Do they pull the map out when they go to talk to her?
I don't think so. Let's see. I was looking it up. Okay. Here we go.
Okay.
This is just based on a Reddit thread, but it says really late to this thread, but yes, in Half-Blood Prince, when Harry's looking at the map to find out if Draco's in the room of requirement, and he finds his dot in the boys' bathroom with Moaning Myrtles.
Okay, there you go.
So Moaning Myrtle does show up on the map.
So Moaning Myrtle shows. Okay.
So ghosts would show up on the map.
So if a ghost would show up on the map, then I think it stands to reason that Horcruxes would show up on the map.
Yes, I kind of agree with you. But then the diary should show up on the map.
The diary should show up on the map.
But Harry doesn't have it yet.
He doesn't have it.
So Fred and George.
But
this is another one I was like, why didn't Fred and George notice Tom Riddle in Ginny's bedroom, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's another big question. But, like, I mean, it's like one of those things where it's like, you think of it like, why would you not notice that? But it's also like, they probably have no reason at any point in time to ever be examining the Gryffindor girls' dormitory to see who's there.
Right, yeah.
Like, that's just not like where their focuses lie. So it's like,
right, they're checking on, like, Peeves and Filch.
Peeves, Filch, secret passages, that type of thing. Like, you know, trying to, like, make sure they can navigate, get to the kitchens, do whatever.
Okay, so here's an interesting one.
Okay.
The Mrs. Norris shows up on the map, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Mrs. Norris does.
So, like, should the basilisk show up on the map?
Well,
like, it's
I mean,
like a moving creature in the castle.
It's a moving creature, but I mean, I think, wouldn't it be funny if it had, like, a name?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Like,
it would be funny.
Like, the basilisk is like, Theodore. like, I'd like to think about Salazar Slytherin back in the year 963 being like, haha, Teddy boy.
Teddy.
My pet snake. No, but it would show up as its name, you would assume, right?
Right.
Otherwise, I mean, Mrs. Norris does. But the thing I was going to say is that, like, we've also asserted in the past that Mrs. Norris and Filch could be the same entity. They do seem to have, like, a shared consciousness of sorts.
Yeah. So then, because, like, does Crookshanks ever show up on the map?
I don't know that Crookshanks ever does show up on the map. I don't think so.
Okay. Well, okay. This is interesting because, like, if animals don't, but Mrs. Norris does, then
that
it's
says
like,
something
that
about
says
Mrs.
something about
Norris.
Filch.
Oh yeah. Like,
yeah.
I mean,
Poltergeist, which does show up on the map,
right?
Yeah.
Because we know Peeves does.
Because we know Peeves does.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because otherwise, you know what? Otherwise, it's like, what suddenly qualifies you to, like, why would Crookshanks but not, like, a spider? Right.
I understand your question, but I think we just established that Crookshanks doesn't.
Well, okay, sure,
Sorry.
sure, but, like, why a person and not a spider? You know, like, where?
Oh,
you know,
I see. So That's a good point.
You know, like why isn't the Marauders map mostly just like here's all the ants?
It's like, ant 397. So, I mean, this is another one of those though where you probably have to go back to what magic was injected into the map by the creators,
Right. Or did the house elves show up on the map? It feels like Harry could have noticed them real quick.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. Yeah, and it seems like I feel like Dobby would show up on the map. Like it would hurt my feelings if Dobby didn't show up on the map.
Yeah.
So
maybe elf magic protects them from being plotted or something.
Well,
You know?
okay.
Oh, I'm an elf.
Okay. Of course, I'm an elf.
This just feels like a bit of like, what are the rules of the map?
What are the rules of the map? Yeah, they're so unusual. I really like the idea for a video. Would a Horcrux show up on the Marauders map?
I do like that one as well.
I
because
think that could be good.
Because then the diary should. But of course Harry doesn't see it and Fred and George don't care.
Fred and George, I mean, this goes back to what we were saying before, where it's the Tom Riddle knowing Hagrid's name situation, where it's like it doesn't seem uncommon at all for students to just simply not know other students by name, unless you're Draco Malfoy and obsessed with first year Muggleborns.
Right, exactly. And the other fun thing about this is that you'd think the diadem would be a problem as well. Like the diadem should show up on the map to them because it's at Hogwarts, but it's in the room of requirement, which would its own magic would protect it from the map.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The room for hidden things.
It's like there. It's right there.
I know.
But it's not.
But it's not.
Are any other Horcruxes ever present at Hogwarts?
Hufflepuff's cup goes there because they destroy it with the basilisk. The Nagini is there, but they're probably not looking at the map.
Yeah, obviously, then Voldemort, Harry's there. But then the problem would be, Harry's a Horcrux. So wouldn't like Tom Riddle show up wherever Harry is too?
Oh, that's a really good
question. That seems like a problem. That seems like a problem. Yeah.
It does. Unless somehow Harry's like essence would outweigh Tom Riddle's.
And look, there is, I suppose, an argument to be had that the map can only recognize like one soul per body or something, and Harry's is so much greater.
In which case, Nagini would show up.
Oh, but you know what?
Because
okay, go ahead.
Nagini's a woman, or was a woman.
That's true.
Right. So Nagini would show up.
But Voldemort absolutely should have showed up as part of Quirrell.
Do you think so?
Well, because that's Voldemort Prime.
I mean, it's Voldemort. Well, I mean, that's a good point.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's no way it doesn't say Tom Riddle
next to Quirrell.
Next to Quirrell, right?
But I mean, yes, but again, this is the type of thing though where nobody knows Voldemort's true identity. So like that's one of those where like Fred and George could have even seen Tom Riddle and just thought, why question it?
No, you're absolutely right. But okay. Here's a weird one then. Okay. There's so many map problems.
The map is always weird.
Right?
The map never lies.
The map never lies. Okay, so because it shows Barty Crouch, it just lists Barty Crouch. It doesn't put the junior part.
Right.
Inconveniently.
Yeah.
But then shouldn't the real Mad Eye is still there? So shouldn't it say I mean, it would look like he's just in his office, I guess. Right?
It would just say he was in his office.
Right. But like at all times. But he's there.
Right.
And Harry does have the map then. Well, Barty Crouch takes it for a good portion of the year.
He does. He does. I mean, that's the other thing too, is that the map is not always useful. Like it's not like people are always examining it. It's just when you need it.
Yeah.
So
it could be really useful.
It could be really useful if anybody
bad at using it.
To use it, yeah.
Yeah.
But also like for the longest point in time, you wouldn't know how to use it. You wouldn't even know to look.
Yeah. Yeah. If Harry was just staring at the map way more often.
I know. I mean it's like finding like a needle in a haystack though. It's so difficult.
Yeah, I know. But was Moody there on the map though?
Well, that's
or does his chest have a certain amount of magic?
That's what I was going to say. I mean, we know that Moody's eye can see through one of Death's own gifts, the invisibility cloak. So it's like that makes a very strong argument to suggest that Moody's artifacts are very powerful. Mm-hmm. So possibly if you're inside of the trunk, you are like magically elsewhere or hidden.
What I'm hearing is that the Horcruxes would not show up on the map.
I think it just requires more thought. I love the question though.
Yeah. So new scenario.
Okay.
Ginny's down in the chamber.
Yeah.
She's like having her life drained out of her. Tom Riddle walks out as most of a memory. If you're staring at the map at that moment, does it say Tom Riddle standing there? Or not yet?
Or not yet.
Or if it does, is it talking about the book?
It's an imprint of his former self, right? Like,
Right.
I mean, that doesn't seem terribly dissimilar from a ghost. The ghost thing is what's hanging me up a little bit.
The Harry thing is what's throwing me off.
I know.
Like, because it should be, if Harry's a Horcrux, then it should show up on him.
But that's like the container issue when it comes to Horcruxes, is that like the main thing that protects the Horcrux is the safety of the container itself. So it's like if the container is destroyed, then the soul is destroyed.
Uh-huh.
But that's different from like a normal person, where if you, the person, is killed, then your soul is still fully intact, right?
Yes, but if Harry had like died, then the Horcrux part would die.
Then the Horcrux would die,
Right.
with him.
Harry's soul would survive, but the piece of Voldemort would not.
Right, because this is like the question, like why the Basilisk Fang doesn't destroy the Horcrux inside of
exactly.
Harry when he's like accidentally bit during the Chamber of Secrets battle.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, we need a whiteboard.
We're getting into some real math
yeah,
here.
I know. Yeah, this is. But for what it's worth, in case you've ever like if you've watched the Super Carlin Brothers channel, every single theory that we end up writing ends up having a conversation exactly like this one, where it's
Yeah.
like, well, then does it hold up? Well, then does it hold up? Well, then does it hold up? And we just keep asking over and over and over again and see how far we can take it. But otherwise-
okay. So then, I mean, Nagini would show up on the map because she was a woman.
Nagini should show up on the map.
But would it also show up as Tom Riddle?
That's what I'm saying is like, I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know whether or not I think that like if there's a difference between like the diary or the diadem or the cup and Nagini and Harry and Quirrell.
Right.
Where like, because I think you can make the argument that Quirrell was a temporary Horcrux.
Oh, I think he absolutely was. And
Yeah.
there's also a difference between Quirrell and Harry and Nagini because Quirrell is housing Voldemort Prime.
Right. Also
Yeah.
true. Yeah. Like the primary essence of his being.
Yeah.
So I don't know because I mean it's like it depends on the magic of the map. It depends on like what it's looking for, you know.
Yes.
Because like I'm trying to think, like my brain is going into like infrared and radar and like the ways in which like
I know
sound waves reflect or light waves reflect the presence of a specific thing in a specific form of nature, and like what things can serve as like essentially beta blockers for those situations because
right,
you know, because they can like jam the signal or like redirect or swallow the waves or something. I don't know. I'm thinking about way too technically.
I know. I'm like, if you were, the map never lies. Well, as far as Lupin knows, he made it, so he doesn't know what it's. I mean,
Maybe
it's just like
maybe Lupin's just being
like
a little arrogant.
Harry is Harry, even if he's also a Horcrux. Like he, the person, is Harry.
Yes.
So that's what the map should say.
Right.
But like,
Yeah, so that's what I mean. It's like
Yeah.
as the container, Harry has an identity on his own, whereas like Hufflepuff's cup doesn't.
right,
So the identity of Hufflepuff's cup becomes the piece of Tom Riddle's soul because it can't be anything else.
Right.
But I would say any other soul is outpowering the fragment of soul being stored within.
so the diary should show up,
I think the diary would show up
but Tom Riddle would not show up as part of Harry
as part of Harry
because Harry is Harry.
because Harry's Harry.
Okay.
Because I think like the fact that like there are discernible differences when it comes to Horcruxes and the attached rules based on living creatures and objects.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. But what about Quirrell?
Quirrell's weird.
Quirrell's weird.
Yeah.
Because if Voldemort's just like Mist Self was in the castle, that should show up, right?
But I have no issue thinking that Tom Riddle was showing up with Quirrell because like we have cases where we can see Harry and we know that his name is not showing up with Tom Riddle because we can see Harry's own dot.
Yeah.
But with Quirrell, we don't know whether or not
Right. It's ambiguous.
it's ambiguous because
Yeah.
like Fred and George wouldn't have any reason to be paying attention to Quirrell.
Right. Yeah. He's not a threat to them getting in trouble.
Right, exactly.
Exactly. Okay. And they wouldn't even recognize Tom Riddle. I assume he would show up as Tom Riddle and not Voldemort.
Definitely Tom Riddle and not Voldemort. Because that's the other big thing too, is that's his primary identity, and nobody knows who Voldemort's true identity was. Very few people know.
Right.
But like that's like one of the things like Dumbledore frequently uses against him is like refers to him as Tom, which Voldemort hates.
Do you think the Sorting-Hat shows up on the map?
God,
I don't think it has their souls in it.
No,
Yeah.
it doesn't have their souls. I think it's different.
Okay.
It has their intelligence.
As their intelligence.
Yeah.
How do you put that in something?
I don't know.
That was like the pensive stuff, probably. Like memories, maybe. Is it just like woven together with like bits of memory from the founders?
Oh my gosh.
Could you put the Sorting-Hat in the pensive?
Whoa.
Oh, no, that's a thought. I love that one.
That'd be interesting. Can you put the Sorting? Okay. These are the questions.
These are the
questions. Guys, as always, be sure to leave us a review. It really helps in the discoverability of the podcast. We appreciate you sticking around with us for well over an hour and a half at this point in time.
This might be our longest episode ever.
Maybe our longest episode ever. Thank you guys so much. But otherwise, I think until next time, right?
Yeah, until next time, we'll dive into Chapter 13, the very, very secret diary through the Griffin Door.